Platonists consider to be true in some worlds and false in others, whereas nominalists regard as unintelligible or necessarily false. Let me assume that nominalists can accept some relevant version of a semantic treatment in terms of characters superscript 3. In order for the dispute about to be verbal in my sense, it must be possible to produce a sentence that nominalists can plausibly regard as having the same character that has in the Platonists' language and that makes the Platonists' attitude towards come out right. An attempt to produce such a sentence might yield something like this. There are angels x11, x12, x13, and angels x21, x22, x23, and angels x31, x32, x33, and angels y11, y12, y13, and angels y21, y22, y23, and angels y31, y32, y33, and angels, such that either it is the case that x11, x12, x13, all love only y11, y12, y13, and either or it is the case that x21, x22, x23, all love only y11, y12, y13, and either. If we bring in the non-denumerable case, the prospect for ending the required sentence is even more obviously hopeless. There appears therefore to be no straight sentence that would allow the nominalists to charitably interpret what Platonists mean by. Nor, I think, does it do any good to bring in the rationalized sentence. On the assumptions of Platonism. Since I am assuming that nominalists regard the assumptions of Platonism to be unintelligible or necessarily false, would have to be understood as a counter possible. The truth of in some possible world would require, along the lines indicated earlier, that there is a straight sentence S that is true in that world such that, from the conjunction of S and the assumptions of Platonism, follows. But nominalists cannot acknowledge there being any such sentence S. If they regard as unintelligible or necessarily false, they will have the same attitude towards superscript 3. It seems to follow that the dispute between Platonists and nominalists is not verbal in my sense. From their perspective, nominalists have no way of charitably interpreting Platonists as speaking the truth in their own language. What, then, can Carnap mean by saying that, for nominalists to convert to Platonism, nothing more is needed than the choice to speak a different language? Platonists claim that has a character that makes it true in some worlds. The character of is treated by Platonists as akin to a limit approached by the succession of characters of increasingly LLED inversions of. Nominalists deny that any sentence can have such a character. It is this denial that Carnap must be describing as choosing not to speak a certain language. Does that description merely beg the questions against nominalism? My aim here is not to rebut Carnap's claim that the issue between Platonists and nominalists is in some sense verbal. In fact, I would be inclined to look for some kind of defense of this position. What I am trying to bring out, however, is the difference between the relatively simple conception of a verbal dispute that I have employed throughout this paper and the more difficult conception that would be required to explain Carnap's position. Superficially, it may seem that Platonists stand to nominalists the way that Perdurantists stand to Endurantists, the former position in each pair believing in things that are denied by the latter. A critical difference, however, is that Perdurantists can offer Endurantists something that Platonists apparently cannot offer nominalists, a plausible interpretation wherein the opposing camps are seen as merely asserting different sentences with the same characters. Might a nominalistically acceptable interpretation of the Platonists be statable in terms of such devices as substitutional or plural or metalinguistic quantification? That remains to be shown. I myself don't see how to accomplish that. Superscript 3 might it be suggested more simply that as it stands, dots and all, is a passable English sentence of a sort, which ought to be acceptable to nominalists, and which explains the character of the Platonists. Superscript 3 This may be a move in the direction of a Carnapian treatment of the issue. More would evidently need to be said about the status of such formulations as. I will, however, simply conclude this discussion by emphasizing the importance of not assuming that the Carnapian approach is either correct for all ontological issues or correct for none. One has to examine each case and see whether a plausible interpretation is available that will make both sides come out right. Superscript 3, Appendix, Durant's Dilemma. Edna was a young philosophy professor who believed in endurantism. It's absurd to suppose that objects like trees and pebbles have temporal parts, she thought. Another thing she thought was that her commitment to endurantism was blocking her from moving to one of the better philosophy departments, in which, she felt, the dominant perdurantists were loath to hire an endurantist. Eventually the situation seemed intolerable to her. Although she was unwilling simply to lie about being an endurantist, she hit on the idea of secretly adopting a language of her own that would allow her to sound like a perdurantist while remaining an endurantist. In her diary she wrote, "Henceforth I will use the expression temporal part of an object when I want to talk about how an object is at a certain time. I'll say, Lincoln had in 1860 a temporal part that was bearded to describe the situation in which Lincoln was bearded in 1860. In general, I'll use a sentence of the form a has at time t a temporal part that is f tob truophany situation in which a is f at t." In this manner, Edna began to pass herself off as a perdurantist. It's of course questionable whether this trick really enabled her to avoid lying, but we'll not dwell on that. At the time that Edna adopted her secret language she was pregnant and had been married for several years to a philosopher named Pedro. Pedro now found himself in a very odd situation, for, it turns out, he was secretly a perdurantist who had been pretending to be an endurantist out of his love for Edna. He had become aware of her when he was standing in the back of a crowded elevator at a philosophy conference and heard her repeatedly referring to those regrettable perdurantists. That night he wrote in his diary, "Henceforth I will in every context restrict my quantier to objects accepted by endurantists roughly, objects other than temporal parts of ordinary bodies." Having, so to speak, banished temporal parts from his world, he was able to draw Edna into it. But now he found himself in the grotesque situation of being a secret perdurantist married to a secret endurantist. He decided to tell Edna that he was going to join her in her fake perdurantism. She accepted this decision without comment, but soon thereafter their marriage unraveled. Who can say why? Did Edna perhaps detect an element of deceit in Pedro's offer? He found a job in a department in the Midwest. Edna gave birth to a boy who was named Duran. 3 years later Pedro was found dead in front of his TV set from causes that could not be determined. An autopsy revealed that recently he had tattooed on his chest large portions of Kripke's sermon from substitutional quantification. At his funeral Edna was inconsolable. "He didn't even do technical philosophy," she kept saying. As the years passed Edna did not move from Harvard, but her fake perdurantism had by now become second nature and she never gave it up. She was very close to her son Duran, who for some reason stayed completely clear of philosophy, with no objections from his mother. It's perhaps not surprising that he grew up talking like his mother. He talked like a perdurantist. Often this made no difference, since his mother, like many real perdurantists, didn't mind saying such things as, "Lincoln was once bearded." Sometimes, however, he would say such things as, "Lincoln had a bearded temporal part." His friends typically treated this as merely an interesting variation of hip-hop language, but a few of his teachers recorded that he seemed to suffer from a hitherto undiscovered form of madness. When he was 20 he announced that he was moving to the Midwest with his Aunt Ee to join her father who owned a tattoo parlor. While trying to prepare herself emotionally for his departure a bewildering and chilling question entered Edna's mind, and once it was lodged there, she could scarcely believe that she hadn't considered it earlier. Was Duran a real perdurantist? It seemed to her that she had been tacitly assuming all along that he was like her, at bottom an endurantist. But could it be that she had raised her child to belong to the other camp and to be asserting falsehoods? Her conversation about this with Duran did not go smoothly. "Duran, honey," she began, "when you say, for instance, that a certain temporal part of Lincoln existed only in 1860, do you really mean this?" "Why, Mom? Don't you really mean it?" he replied. Edna immediately saw that her question was misguided. Of course she really meant it in her secret language. "The question I'm trying to get at, honey, is this. When I say it I just mean that a certain part of Lincoln's life stretched throughout 1860. Is that all you mean? I don't get it, Mom, he replied. Don't those two things amount to the same thing? At this point Edna felt that she had to give Duran at least an inkling of the philosophical division between predurantists and endurantists. After completing her explanation she said, "What I'm trying to determine, honey, is whether you're a predurantist or an endurantist. How can I tell, Mom?" Duran replied. Duran and his Nankee had made the obscure decision to travel by Greyhound bus, so Edna found herself early one morning at a crowded bus depot waving goodbye to them. As the bus pulled out, Duran shouted something out the window that Edna couldn't hear. Someone behind her said, he was yelling, "How can I tell, Mom?" When she turned around she could not locate the person who said this to her. 9. Ambitious, yet modest. Metaphysics. Thomas Hofweber. 1. What can metaphysics hope to do? There is a long history of worrying about whether or not metaphysics is a legitimate philosophical discipline. Traditionally such worries center around issues of meaning and epistemological concerns. Do the metaphysical questions have any meaning? Can metaphysical methodology lead to knowledge? But these questions are, in my opinion, not as serious as they have sometimes been taken to be. What is much more concerning is another set of worries about metaphysics, which I take to be the greatest threat to metaphysics as a philosophical discipline. These worries, in effect, hold that the questions that metaphysics tries to answer have long been answered in other parts of inquiry, ones that have much greater authority. And if they haven't been answered yet, then one should not look to philosophy for an answer. What metaphysics tries to do has been or will be done by the sciences. There is nothing left to do for philosophy, or so the worry. Let me illustrate this with two examples, one of which is our main concern here. 2 examples. The most striking examples where it seems that the question metaphysics tries to answer has been answered long ago outside of philosophy are examples from ontology. These will be our main concern in this paper. One of the central questions in the philosophy of mathematics is an ontological question: are there any mathematical objects? If there are, then a certain story of mathematical truth and objectivity will have to be told, and if there are not, then a completely different one has to be right. This is supposed to be a large-scale philosophical question about mathematics. It's the question whether or not there are mathematical objects. But it seems that this question is not a philosophical question at all. It is one that is easily answered within mathematics. Mathematics has established that there are innately many prime numbers, and thus that there are numbers, and thus that there are mathematical objects. After all, what is a mathematical object if not something like a number? The question that was meant to be part of a reaction on mathematics as a whole, and part of a philosophical understanding of mathematics from the outside, turns out to be answered within mathematics itself. What philosophy is trying to do has long been done. Similarly for other ontological questions, for example whether there are any properties. This question is supposed to be a large-scale philosophical question about how to understand the world of individuals and how they all relate to each other, reacting on this world as a whole. But materials science has found out that there are some features of metals that make them more susceptible to corrosion, but more resistant to fracture. And thus what it has figured out immediately implies that there are features, i.e. properties. What is left for metaphysics to do? Superscript 1. This general concern does not carry over to all questions that are commonly discussed in metaphysics, but it does carry over to several others which are not immediately problems in ontology. I will mention one such metaphysical problems, to contrast it, at the end, with the ontological ones, which are our primary concern. One of the oldest metaphysical problems is the problem of change, and it is often put as the problem to say whether change is possible, and if so, how it is possible. This is supposed to be a philosophical problem, a problem in metaphysics. On the other hand, there are empirical problems of change. Consider a candle that is bent after being left by the window during a sunny day. How was this possible? How could it have happened? The answer to this, empirical, problem is complicated, but known. It comes mostly from materials science and physics, and includes stories of the effects of sunlight on solid matter, the particular features of wax, and their dependency on temperature, and so on and so forth. The sciences have answered the question how this candle changed in this particular way, how it was possible, even though no one touched the candle. But once we know how a particular change was possible, don't we then know that change is possible, and how? What is left for metaphysics to do? Superscript 2. For metaphysics to be a legitimate project, it has to do better than to ask questions that have long been answered. In our cases here the questions seem to be answered by the sciences, which we can take to be those incredibly successful parts of inquiry like physics, materials science, and mathematics. Maybe the questions that metaphysics is trying to ask are not the ones I mentioned above. Maybe metaphysics has some work to do despite what has already been done by the sciences. How this might be so is the topic of the RST part of this paper. In this section we will look at this issue somewhat generally, in the next one we will look at the case of ontology in particular. After that I will outline what I take to be the correct way to demarcate ontology as a metaphysical project next to the sciences. Then we will see what work there is to do in ontology, and how to tackle it. 1-2 attitudes. There is one radical way to save metaphysics in our above cases. It has a defender in E.J. Lowe, for example in his. The main line is simply this: the sciences by themselves do not answer the question how the candle changed its shape, and mathematics by itself does not answer the question whether or not there are innately many prime numbers. Rather they assume or presuppose that change is possible at all / that numbers exist at all. And only under these assumptions do they then establish that there are prime numbers / how the candle changed. These assumptions can't be discharged by the sciences, but they are left for metaphysics to cash in. The sciences thus need metaphysics to discharge assumptions that they simply made at the outset. This makes metaphysics into a discipline of the greatest importance. All scientific results depend on the work of metaphysicians for their being established without assumptions. But, of course, this could go badly wrong. If metaphysics sides against change, then the sciences were simply wrong. And if metaphysics sides against numbers, then mathematics was based on one big mistake. This situation would be no different than a detective deciding to turn a missing person investigation into a murder case, even though no body was found. The detective might arrest a suspect, but when the missing person turns up there is nothing left to do but apologize and to let the suspect go. The accusation was based on a false assumption. Similarly, mathematics might be based on the false assumption that there are numbers at all, or science on the false assumption that change is possible at all. Of course, mathematics can still be useful, even if it is based on a false assumption. Just as it can be useful to keep someone looked up who is innocent. In either case, though, something has gone badly wrong. We can call this stance towards the relationship between metaphysics and the sciences the immodest attitude. It is immodest, on the side of metaphysics, since it takes metaphysics to be of grander importance than it is. That this stance is immodest is made nicely vivid by David Lewis' description of the philosopher going to the mathematics department with the bad news coming from metaphysics that numbers have to go. The mistake on the immodest philosopher's side is to think that scientific theorizing works this way. It makes certain general assumptions and then given these assumptions science tries to ND out some more of the details. To the contrary, the sciences establish their results without needing any further vindication from philosophy. That there are numbers and that change is possible is implied by the relevant theories, not assumed or presupposed. The above version of the immodest attitude is based on the wrong picture of how science works. And it smells like a regress waiting to happen. If I have to presuppose that change is possible at all before I can explain particular changes, then don't I also have to presuppose, say, that metaphysics can gure anything out at all, before trying to gure something in particular out? And can I then not gure something out until I discharged that assumption, that anything can be gured out at all? The modest attitude towards the relationship between the sciences and philosophy holds that the sciences don't need philosophy for their null vindication, nor does philosophy have the authority to overrule the results of the sciences. They are just any without us. Collectively, that is. Individual philosophers can of course fruitfully join in on the scientific enterprise, and help out in ways that their philosophical training has especially prepared them for. What is at issue is not that, but how the results of philosophy and metaphysics, the disciplines, relate to those of the sciences. To have the modest attitude is not to blindly worship science. One can have the modest attitude and be critical of various sciences. One might hold that a particular science overstates its claims, or hasn't gathered enough evidence to be accepted as true, or the like. But what one can't do, with the modest attitude, is to hold that there is an open philosophical question whether P is the case even though one of the acceptable sciences has shown something that immediately implies P. And just that seems to be the case when we ask, in philosophy, whether there are any numbers. Besides the immodest attitude there is another extreme, which we'll call the unambitious attitude. A philosopher who has this attitude will look at the closest science to see what it implies for a certain question which is traditionally thought of as a metaphysical one. Is everything water? No, various sciences found other stuff. Is time travel possible? Let's look at physics and see what it says. And so on. The unambitious attitude works out the consequences that other parts of inquiry have for questions that are traditionally considered philosophical. It is like popular science journalism, getting clear on the consequences of the sciences without contributing to them, for a general audience. If metaphysics is a legitimate project it has to end a place in between these two extremes. It has to be modest, but also ambitious. But how there can be such ambitious, yet modest, metaphysics is not at all clear. In the rest of this section we will look at what seems to be required for it. In the next section we will look at whether ontology can be part of such a project. Point superscript 3. 132 questions. Suppose we hold that metaphysics has to be both ambitious but also modest. If it is ambitious then there must be some questions that are properly addressed in metaphysics. We can then say that metaphysics has a domain. There are some questions that it should address. But if metaphysics is also modest then it not only has to have a domain, it has to have its own domain. There have to be questions that are properly addressed in metaphysics and on which the other parts of inquiry towards which it is modest have to be silent. There must be some questions that are to be addressed in metaphysics, and only metaphysics. If another part of inquiry which has greater authority than metaphysics addresses these questions as well then its answers, whatever they may be, will trump whatever answers metaphysics might give. Furthermore, it can't be that the questions in the domain of metaphysics have an answer immediately implied by the results in other parts of inquiry that have greater authority. This seems to be the case with our question whether or not there are numbers. You would not hear it in the mathematics department, unless there was a philosophical conversation going on. But it seems that an answer to it is immediately implied by results that are established in the mathematics department, for example, that there are innately many prime numbers. If metaphysics is both ambitious and modest then the questions that are in the domain of metaphysics can't have answers that are immediately implied by answers to the questions that are in the domain of the sciences. Not just that they are not immediately implied by the answers that are in fact given, but even by the answers that might be given but haven't been established yet. If metaphysics tries to answer questions that have an answer immediately implied by results that are in the domain of the sciences then the metaphysician who is modest will have to acknowledge that the sciences have the null say on the issue. The metaphysician can merely jump the gun and put out an answer, but realize that if science will side one way rather than another in their pursuits there will be nothing left but to retract one's own answer and side with the sciences if they go a different way. Ambitious, yet modest metaphysics, has to have its own domain. This gives rise to two of the main questions we should hope to make some progress on. Metaphysics worth the name has to be ambitious, yet modest. And that requires it to have its own domain. We thus have the question of the domain: what questions are to be addressed in metaphysics? If there is such a domain then there can be a legitimate project of ambitious, yet modest, metaphysics. there will be questions that are properly addressed by metaphysics, and their answers are not settled by what is established in other parts of inquiry. Thus ambitious, yet modest, metaphysics must have some form of autonomy. It must be able to do its own thing. This does not mean that it is completely isolated from the rest of inquiry. For example, which position to choose can be influenced by the positions taken in other parts of inquiry without the other parts directly implying answers to the metaphysical questions. We should require only that there is no direct or immediate implication from the results of other parts of inquiry to an answer to the questions in the domain of metaphysics. If one were to require that the questions in the domain of metaphysics are independent in a stronger sense, that there is no implication at all, then this would impose a stronger standard on metaphysics than other parts of inquiry to be considered legitimate and distinct parts of inquiry. It might well be that physics has greater authority than sociology, and that some questions that sociology aims to answer have an answer implied, somehow, by the results of physics. But however such an implication might go, it would not be immediate, not like the implication from there are prime numbers to there are numbers. The former would not threaten sociology, but the latter does threaten metaphysics. If there is such a domain for metaphysics, then this gives rise to the question how metaphysics should proceed in trying to answer the questions in its domain. Is there a special method that comes with this special domain? Is there a distinctly metaphysical method with which these distinctly metaphysical questions are to be addressed? This next question is thus the question of the method. How are the questions in the domain of metaphysics to be addressed? Can there be such a thing as ambitious, yet modest, metaphysics? This is not so clear. In particular, it is not so clear if the metaphysical projects we 266 metaphysicians are engaged in these days fall into it. We won't discuss this issue at the more general level here, and we won't focus on all of metaphysics. Metaphysics is a diverse discipline. A number of different kinds of problems are traditionally grouped together in it, and we should not expect a uniform answer to these questions for all of metaphysics. For example, I believe that the answers with respect to ontology and to the problem of change are quite different. In the following we will focus on ontology. In particular, we will discuss the cases of natural numbers, properties, and propositions. These cases will allow us to see how there can be ambitious, yet modest, ontology, and it will show us something about metaphysics and its relation to other parts of inquiry. To ontology as esoteric metaphysics, ontology makes the question of the domain very vivid. Is ontology trying to answer questions like are there numbers? It is not clear how this could be the question that ontology is trying to answer, since it would seem to turn the question into a trivial mathematical one. What then is ontology supposed to do? There are two large-scale options about what the questions are that metaphysics, and in particular ontology, tries to settle. And this gives rise to two large-scale conceptions of what metaphysics is all about. The crucial dividing line between these two conceptions of metaphysics is the role of special metaphysical terminology. One conception holds that the questions in the domain of metaphysics are expressed in ordinary, everyday terms, accessible to all. We shall call metaphysics so understood egalitarian metaphysics. One does not need to understand special metaphysical terms to understand the questions that we are trying to ask in egalitarian metaphysics. The questions are accessible to all, even though not everyone cares equally about ending an answer to them. Egalitarian metaphysics has an easy time saying what its questions are, but a hard time explaining why they are metaphysical questions. The following questions are expressed in ordinary terms: are there numbers? Is change possible? What are the most general features of everything? 267. On the other hand, one might hold that the questions that metaphysics is trying to answer involve distinctly metaphysical terminology. It would then be no wonder that the questions are to be addressed in metaphysics, since they involve terms that belong to metaphysics. This way of conceiving of metaphysics makes it easy to say why the question is in the domain of metaphysics, but hard to say what the question really is. We will call this approach to metaphysics esoteric metaphysics. Esoteric metaphysics holds that the questions metaphysics aims to answer involve distinctly metaphysical terms. It is properly called esoteric, since one needs to understand distinctly metaphysical terms in order for one to understand what the questions are that metaphysics tries to answer. You have to be an insider to get in the door. Esoteric metaphysics and egalitarian metaphysics are supposed to be opposites. The distinctly metaphysical terms that occur in the questions of esoteric metaphysics are distinct in the sense that they are not available to all, but are special terms from metaphysics. We will see below what does and doesn't count as esoteric metaphysics, and what is wrong with it. Some versions of esoteric metaphysics are clearly absurd. For example, one version might hold that the question that metaphysics is trying to answer is this: what is metaphysically the case? But the notion of metaphysically is not spelled out in further terms. It is taken to be a primitive metaphysical concept. In addition, there is supposed to be an independence between what is the case and what is metaphysically the case. It is supposed to be such that it might well be that there are tables and chairs, and that thus that there are material objects, but metaphysically everything is mental, and thus metaphysically there are no material objects. Simply because there are material objects doesn't mean that metaphysically there are material objects. And simply because metaphysically there are no material objects doesn't mean that there are no material objects. What is the case and what is metaphysically the case are independent in this sense. This version of esoteric metaphysics is absurd. It can't be that in metaphysics we are trying to end out what is metaphysically the case, but nothing more can be said about what it is for something to be metaphysically the case, as opposed to being merely the case. For this project to get off the ground we need to know more what being metaphysically the case is supposed to be. And once we know that, we can ask, what is metaphysically the case? 268. Although this version of esoteric metaphysics is absurd, there are a number of contemporary philosophers who in effect hold that the domain of metaphysics is to be defended along these lines. The most common way to be an esoteric metaphysician in practice is not to have a primitive metaphysical concept that distinguishes the facts that are in the domain of scientific or other investigations from those that are there for philosophers to end out about. Rather, these metaphysicians rely on a notion of metaphysical priority, some notion that claims that certain facts or things are metaphysically more basic than other facts or things. These notions of metaphysical priority usually get terms that are very familiar from ordinary discourse, but are supposed to have a distinctly metaphysical meaning. Examples of such notions are more fundamental, prior, ultimate, the ground of, etc. Proponents of these versions of esoteric metaphysics usually hold that we do have some handle on these metaphysical concepts. And they try to make the case for this by giving examples where intuitively we would all say that A is more basic than B. But generally these metaphysicians pull a bait and switch here. They rely on some rather ordinary notion of priority and give an example of A being more basic than B in this ordinary sense, and then claim that this shows we have a handle on priority in a metaphysical sense. Ordinary notions of priority include not only such notions as being smaller, or earlier, or further down, but also a little more metaphysically sounding ones as causal order, or counterfactual dependence, and conceptual priority. Causal or counterfactual concepts are perfectly ordinary, and they do play a crucial role in ordinary everyday thinking. What has to be the case? What would be the case if something else weren't the case? What is brought about by something else? All these ways of thinking about the world play an important role in our planning and thought, although it is hard to say what role they play precisely. Still, these are not the notions of priority that the esoteric metaphysicians are after. They, generally, hope to distinguish what is more basic among those things that have to be the case. That is, they want a hyper-intentional notion of priority, one distinguished among the facts that have to be the case. And they would like to do this in a distinctly metaphysical sense. There are many uncontroversial notions of priority. What is at issue is whether there is a metaphysical sense of priority on which the domain of metaphysics can be based. Let's in the following capitalize the distinctly metaphysical notions to distinguish them from their more down-to-earth, ordinary counterparts. So, the less popular version of esoteric metaphysics takes the special notions to be of what is ultimately or metaphysically or fundamentally the case. The more popular version takes some notion of metaphysical priority as basic. Such a notion will hold that certain things or facts are more basic. 269. Or more fundamental or prior in a metaphysical sense than others. Either way, it gives rise to some nice esoteric metaphysics. Let's look at two examples. The source of recent esoteric metaphysics is Kid Fine, in particular his. In that paper he wants to say how questions about realism are to be addressed, but in effect he outlines a larger project in metaphysics and how it is to be carried out. For Fine the crucial questions are what is real and what is grounded in the real. But the two central notions in these questions, ground and reality, are not to be mistaken for the ordinary everyday notions. My hopes might be real, but grounded in false promises. That is not a concern for Fine, though, since he means the question in a special metaphysical sense of these concepts. We should thus capitalize ground and reality to make clear that we mean these notions in a metaphysical sense. Fine is happy to work under the assumption that these notions can't be spelled out, or deemed, in terms of more ordinary notions like fact and truth, and thus he is happy to take them as primitive concepts of metaphysics. But then, does Fine's project just turn into a version of esoteric metaphysics that clearly should be rejected, like the one that tries to ND out what is metaphysically the case? Fine certainly wouldn't like that, and he tries to make the case in his paper that even though we might well have to accept these notions as primitive, we nonetheless have some grasp of them. He illustrates this with some examples, and this in turn is a perfect example of someone relying on various perfectly acceptable notions of priority who claims that these cases of priority give us some insight into a kind of metaphysical priority. There are a number of examples Fine gives in that suggest that we have a grasp on the notion of metaphysical priority. But it seems to me that these are really examples of various other kinds of priority. For example, consider the case of a true disjunction and its true disjunct. One might hold that the true disjunct is metaphysically more basic than the true disjunction. But it seems to be rather a simple case of an asymmetrical logical relationship between them. The disjunction implies the disjunct, but not the other way round. That the disjunct is in some sense more basic than the disjunction can be accepted by all. What is controversial is whether this is in a metaphysical sense, or some other sense. I think it is simply a logical sense. Or take the case of mass, volume, and density. Any two of them determine the third, but intuitively one pair, mass and volume, is more basic than density. And this seems right, but this is priority in a conceptual sense, not a metaphysical one. Our concept of density is derivative on our concepts of mass and volume, and there are other senses of priority that should not be confused with metaphysical priority, whatever that might be. We will see another case below, involving mathematical priority. Fine gives a few examples of what grounding is supposed to be. It is tied to the notion of a fact obtaining being nothing more than another fact obtaining. For example, its being the case that the couple Jack and Jill is married consists in nothing more than its being the case that Jack is married to Jill. And this relationship is supposed to be an explanatory one. But I have to admit not to follow this. It is a conceptual truth, I take it, that A and B are a married couple if A and B are married to each other. But how is it an explanatory relationship? Even if conceptual connections can be explanatory, which is not at all clear, this doesn't seem to be a case of it. How does Jack being married to Jill explain they are a married couple? To be sure, it is supposed to be a special case of metaphysical explanation, and that might be sufficiently different from normal explanations. It certainly would not be a good answer to the ordinary question why Jack and Jill are a married couple to reply because they are married to each other. But what then is this metaphysical explanation? As far as I understand Fine's view, it is a sophisticated version of esoteric metaphysics. Metaphysics is supposed to ND out what is grounded in reality, in a special metaphysical sense of these terms. To know what this sense is gives you entrance into the discipline, but it takes a metaphysician to know this sense. Esoteric metaphysics never sounded so exclusive. Although many people talk about metaphysical priority, Jonathan Schaeffer puts it to some especially nice and far-out use in his defense of priority monism, the view that the whole cosmos is ultimately prior, see and. Schaeffer maintains that what ontology should be concerned with is not what exists, what there is, or anything trivial like that. What ontology should end out is what is ultimately prior. And he argues that the answer is, the one cosmos. But what does prior mean? What is this metaphysical priority or grounding supposed to be? Schaeffer isn't too concerned with those who end this notion somewhat mysterious. After all, he points out, it can be traced back to Aristotle, and has been used in metaphysical debates for millennia. And it can be spelled out in other terms, like in virtue of. And it is just so useful to have. But as he says, it in the end has to be taken as a primitive concept. Grounding is an unanalyzable but needed notion, it is the primitive structuring conception of metaphysics. But what is at issue here is whether or not there is a legitimate discipline of metaphysics at all. It might well be that there can't be such a project without such a primitive notion. But that doesn't mean that there can be such a project with such a notion. Whether there can be such a project as metaphysics at all is what is at issue. I have enough doubts about the glorious history of philosophy to not take Aristotle's word for priority to be a clear enough notion on which metaphysics can be based. In a sense, of course, priority is a clear notion. There are many things that are prior or more fundamental than other ones, but they are so in many senses of these words. What is disputed and controversial is whether there is a special metaphysical sense of priority or fundamentality. This I deny. Take another example. There is a reasonably clear sense in which the prime numbers are more fundamental than the even numbers. The prime numbers generate all the numbers with multiplication, whereas the even numbers are merely the multiples of 2. Mathematically, the prime numbers are more basic. That's why there is a lot more work done on prime numbers than on even numbers. Also, in a sense, the truths about the prime numbers ground the truths about all the numbers. Each number term can be replaced with a complex term involving only primes and multiplication. All quantication over numbers can be understood as quantication over what is generated by the prime numbers with multiplication. But no one, I hope, would say that in reality there are only prime numbers. Or that ultimately there are no composite, i.e. non-prime, numbers. The prime numbers are mathematically special, not metaphysically. Judgments of fundamentality here should not be given a metaphysical or ontological reading. Similarly, for someone who holds that 0 and 1 are more fundamental than any other number since they generate all the numbers with addition. One could imagine a debate between a priority primist and a priority 0-1ist about which numbers there ultimately are, but let's not. In addition, there is a reasonably clear debate between some mathematician who holds that the numbers are basic, and another who holds that ultimately it's all structures. The second will attempt to prove theorems with more algebraic methods and hold that the number systems are merely a way to represent particular structures, which are more basic. The RST will hold that it is important to keep in mind that the structures are merely abstractions from the number systems, say, which are in turn more basic. They will disagree on what mathematical problems are the most central ones, how to tackle them, and so on. This is a perfectly any difference between stances towards how to proceed in mathematics that can be described as a difference about what is more basic or more fundamental. But it would be a mistake to think that there is a disagreement at stake about metaphysical priority. Priority makes a lot of sense, in a lot of senses. But whether metaphysical priority makes sense, and whether other senses of priority track metaphysical priority is what is at issue. Esoteric metaphysics is to be distinguished from metaphysics that introduces metaphysical notions in the theories or answers it tries to give to otherwise ordinary questions. For example, a metaphysician might hold that the best answer to a certain question is metaphysical theory T, which in turn implicitly deans a certain theoretical notion. For that to be the case, there will have to be a metaphysical question without that notion to start with, and then a theory with that notion, claiming to give the best answer to the former question. If the question already contains the metaphysical term, then it is esoteric metaphysics. If only the answer contains the term, then it is not. Esoteric metaphysicians in practice don't like to introduce the special terminology this way, though, and they generally prefer to take it as a primitive. For example, one might hold that RST there is the question which counterfactuals are true, and the answer to that question introduces the term natural. Then there is the next question, which things are natural in this sense. But the follow-up question is then derivative on the theory of counterfactuals. This seems to give counterfactuals too big of a role in metaphysics, and doesn't seem to be a proper way to start the project of ontology. Mathematics might seem like an esoteric discipline in our sense, but it really is a paradigm example of an egalitarian project. If you open a mathematics journal, the articles will aim to answer questions that are themselves full of mathematical notions. But these notions are not unexplained. In fact, almost all mathematical notions are explicitly deemed in terms of notions that ultimately go back to ones accessible to all, including that of a natural number, of a collection, and so on. Mathematics, inaccessible as it in fact might be, is a paradigm of an egalitarian project. Everyone, in principle, can join in. Everything can be explained in ordinary terms. The esoteric approach to metaphysics undoubtedly has its appeal, since it gives rise to a metaphysical project with some degree of autonomy. Simply what is true doesn't tell us what is ultimately true, and what is a fact doesn't either. We have autonomy from the facts, but, of course, not from the facts. Even though some who hold on to metaphysical priority, like Schaeffer, think that science tracks what is prior in this sense, this isn't a requirement at all. Why not think that what science tracks is merely what is scientifically prior, which might or might not coincide with what is metaphysically prior? Or that science pretty well tracks what is metaphysically prior, except that it misses one last level of priority, what is ultimately prior, which is only settled in philosophy. Esoteric metaphysics appeals to those, I conjecture, who deep down hold that philosophy is the queen of the sciences after all, since it investigates what the world is really like. The sciences only nd out what the world is like, but what philosophy nds out is more revealing of reality and what it is really like. Of course, the primitive notion of fundamentality or priority gives one no guarantee that any value should be attached to what is more or less prior, and to ending that out. Still, those who hold onto such a project certainly project such value onto this, but if the notion is primitive, I don't see why they should. The freedom from the facts in esoteric metaphysics opens the door for many metaphysical views to be reintroduced that were long gone. I can't wait for the RST metaphysician to come out and defend that everything is water. Not to be confused with aquaism, the view that everything is water. That is clearly false. Rather, it's priority aquaism, everything is ultimately water. Water is the most fundamental of all things. Of course, water is H2O, and so made up from other stuff, but that is the wrong sense of priority. Water is metaphysically more basic than both H and O, though physically H and O might well be more basic. Our ontology contains only water. It nicely goes with the process metaphysics. It supports our intuitive judgment that water is an especially important liquid. It is perfectly understandable, I mean it in Thales' sense. Maybe it even gives rise to the null explanation of why time owes. And the 274. Next one will defend priority aeroism, the view that everything is ultimately air. A new golden era, or the dark ages all over again. It is often not clear whether someone is an esoteric metaphysician. One nice example is Ted Sider, who is not an esoteric metaphysician in a good part of, but then happily turns into one at the end. The crucial issue that makes one esoteric is whether the questions one is trying to answer involve special metaphysical terms. It is a different story if the answers one provides involve such terms. There is nothing wrong, as far as I can tell, with introducing theoretical terms to answer perfectly meaningful questions. When Sider in the RST half of his paper speculates that the most natural quantier meanings might be magnets, he is not esoteric, since he takes it that the question of ontology is just the question, are there XS? But when in the second half of the paper he imagines that magnetism might not be strong enough, he goes esoteric. On that option, the questions we try to answer in ontology are questions like, is XX is a number true when has the most natural meaning with the same inferential role as the existential quantier in English? This is an esoteric question, since it involves the metaphysical notion of naturalness. It also suffers from the problem that the existential quantier in English has no inferential role to speak of. The inferential role of the existential quantier in RST order logic does not carry over to the existential quantier in English. So even if naturalness makes sense, the most natural property of properties satisfying the minimal inferential role of the English existential quantier might be something very different. By the way, I take David Lewis not to be an esoteric metaphysician. Whether he is one depends, in his case, on the role of the special metaphysical notion of naturalness, i.e., is it part of the question, or part of the answer to some other question stated in ordinary terms. Other approaches can be esoteric or not, depending on the details. For example, those who talk a lot about truth-making might or might not be esoteric, although in practice many metaphysicians who like truth-making are esoteric metaphysicians. In general, those who prefer semantic methods are less likely to be esoteric than those who stress truth-making. Another interesting case is Jody Aitsouni. Aitsouni is esoteric in a slightly different sense in that he holds that the question we are trying to ask in ontology isn't expressed by any sentence of English superscript 1. There are many others that could be considered here as well. But enough about the dark side. 3. Ontology as egalitarian metaphysics. Some philosophers are driven to esoteric metaphysics since it seems that without some special metaphysical notion that can be used in the question that deans metaphysics, there is nothing to do for our beloved discipline. But this is a mistake. In the following sections I will outline a different, positive answer to the question of the domain, an answer that is squarely egalitarian. Ontology is concerned with questions that are expressed in perfectly ordinary terms, accessible to all. Nonetheless, the ontological question about numbers, for example, is not answered in mathematics. This way of defending ontology as a philosopher's project will be based on rather different considerations than the versions of esoteric metaphysics we saw above, and the method with which ontological questions are to be addressed is also distinctly different from the esoteric approaches. In this section I will present what I take to be the answer to the question of the domain and the question of the method for ontology. This answer is based on a variety of considerations about natural language, most of which I will only be able to outline in a crude form. The details can be found in various papers cited below, as well as in my forthcoming book, Ontology and the Ambitions of Metaphysics. It will give us an outline of an alternative positive answer to how to defend ontology as a philosophical discipline, what considerations are involved in its defense, how it differs from the esoteric approaches, and finally what the answer is to some ontological questions. 3.1 Polysemous quantiers. Many expression in natural language are polysemous, that is, there are a number of closely related, but different, readings, which correspond to a number of different, but related, contributions that they can make to the truth conditions of utterances of sentences in which they occur. This is uncontroversial for verbs. For example, the verb get has a variety of different readings. Before I get home I should get some beer to get drunk. Quantiers are polysemous as well. They have at least two readings. On one of them they make a claim about the domain of objects that they range over, a claim about what the world contains. This reading is the active one in a common utterance of, someone kicked me. Call this the domain conditions reading or external reading. In addition, they have a reading tied to an inferential role, a certain way in which quantied statements inferentially relate to quantier-free ones. An example to illustrate this use of quantiers is a common utterance of, there is someone we both admire. When I have forgotten who it is. All I want to say is that, you admire X and I admire X. It is supposed to be the very same X, although I can't remember who X is. To get that across I need a quantier, but not one that ranges over what the world contains. The sentence I want to utter should be implied by any instance. After all, it might be that the only thing we both admire is Sherlock Holmes. In this case there will be true instance, namely, you admire Sherlock, and I admire Sherlock. But there will be no object in the world that is such that we both admire it. On a common utterance of I will want to remain neutral with respect to whether the object admired exists or not. If is true within this should be enough for to be true. Someone has a reading where this is so. On this reading, any instance of will imply, irregardless of what the semantics is of the term that replaces X. It might be a referring term, or not. And this is exactly what I am trying to say with this reading we can call the inferential role reading or internal reading. That quantiers are polysemous in this way we can see from general considerations about the need for them in communicating information. In particular, the argument that quantiers are polysemous in this way has nothing to do with metaphysics or ontology. It comes simply from the need we have for quantiers in ordinary, everyday communication. The two readings of quantiers differ in truth conditions, with one being like an objectual reading of the quantier, the other one being like a substitutional reading. The inferential roles are straightforward in the simplest cases. In the particular quantier case, F implies something is F. In the universal quantier case, everything is F implies F. In both cases it does not matter what T is as long as it is grammatically a singular term. In particular, whether or not T is a referring expression and whether or not it succeeds in referring, even if it tries, is irrelevant for the internal reading. That the only true instance of is, and that Sherlock doesn't refer to anything is no obstacle to being true. It can be specified precisely what contribution to the truth conditions the quantier makes in its internal reading, and why these truth conditions give it this particular inferential role. This story can be extended to generalized quantiers. I won't get into this here, though. To give another example, consider the sentence, everything exists. On the one hand, it seems trivially true. All the things in the world have one thing in common, they all exists. But on the other hand, it seems clearly false. Santa doesn't exist, and so there is at least one thing that doesn't exist. So, not everything exists, and Santa is one of these things that doesn't exist. These two ways of thinking about correspond to our two readings of quantiers. On the external reading of everything is true, and on the internal one it is false. It is important to note that both readings of the quantiers have equal standing. It would be a mistake to think that one is somehow derivative on the other. It is not the case that one reading is a contextual restriction of the other. Nor is one somehow more strict, or that one is appropriate for philosophy and the other for ordinary talk. Both readings occur in ordinary discourse, as well as in philosophical discourse. In addition, any of the readings can grammatically and meaningfully occur in any part of discourse. It would be a mistake to think that, say, quantification over numbers, or properties, or material objects, always has to be in accordance with one reading. Both are perfectly meaningful when combined with any predicates. It is a consequence of this that certain questions have two readings, and the ones that intuitively are the questions we want to ask in ontology are among them. Are there numbers? Has an internal and an external reading, just as the statement, there are numbers. 278. The distinction of internal versus external questions comes, of course, from Carnap. I think Carnap had a deep insight when he made that distinction. However, he was all wrong about why there is such a distinction and when he argued that external questions are meaningless. External ones are just as meaningful as internal ones, they are merely different readings of the same sentence. And contrary to Carnap, I don't think that an external-internal distinction is the end of a metaphysical discipline of ontology. Instead, it is a distinction that is a central part of why there is such a discipline in the RST place, i.e. why ontology has its own domain. We will see why this is so shortly. I would like to point out, though, that I take Carnap's deep insight to be quite different from others who also take inspiration from Carnap. In particular, I think Carnap's insight should not be developed as a form of anti-realism about ontology, as defended, for example, by Stephen Yablo, in End, or David Chalmers, c. There indeed are two different questions we can ask with sentences like. But both of them are equally meaningful, factual, etc. The present view thus defends a distinction between internal and external questions, but also holds that this is the key to a version of realism about ontology as a philosopher's project. More on this shortly. Point superscript 1 superscript 1. 3. To non-referential singular terms. New singular terms can sometimes be introduced apparently without change of truth conditions. This is especially striking for talk about numbers, properties, and propositions. There are apparently trivial inferences from innocent statements like, Fido is a dog. Jupiter has 4 moons. To their metaphysically loaded counterparts, Fido has the property of being a dog. It's true thought Fido's a dog. The number of moons of Jupiter is 4. These inferences are indeed trivially valid, but the new singular terms are not referential singular terms. Instead, the loaded counterparts are, in the relevant uses, focus constructions. They present the same information with a different emphasis. And I argue that there is a focus effect in the relevant uses of these sentences, and that the explanation why it is there shows that the relevant singular terms are not referential. The basic idea is this: sentences like I had 2 bagels. And the number of bagels I had is 2. Have a quite different role in actual communication, despite the fact that they are, apparently, truth conditionally equivalent. For example, only the former is a decent answer to the question, what did you have for lunch? The reason for this is that even though and have the same truth conditions, and communicate the same information, they do so in a different way. Communicates the information neutrally, while gives a certain part of the information a special emphasis. This is what is commonly called a focus effect. Focus is often the result of intonation, as in, I had 2 bagels. But in this is achieved syntactically and does not require a special intonation. A well-known pair of examples that has a similar general structure is the so-called cleft construction, Sue likes opera. It is Sue who likes opera. The harder part is to see what the explanation is for the focus effect that arises in common uses of sentences like. I argue that the explanation for why there is a focus effect in, but not in, is that in the determiner 2 is dislocated from its canonical position and put into a position that is in some tension with its syntactic category. Thus 2 in is still, semantically, a determiner, and not a referring expression. In particular, is not, semantically, an identity statement where we claim that what 2 singular terms stand for is one and the same entity. Such identity statements do not come with a focus effect like. For the details of these arguments I will have to refer you to. It is important to note that so far this is only an account of certain special uses of number words, those that occur in especially puzzling inferences. The 280. Larger issue of the semantic function of number words is left open by this so far. It is our next topic. But if what I said so far is right, then we can see why the inference below is indeed trivial. A. Jupiter has 4 moons. B. Thus, the number of moons of Jupiter is 4. C. Thus, there is a number which is the number of moons of Jupiter, namely 4. But it does not yet answer the question, are there numbers, in its external reading? 3. Internalism vs. Externalism. Given that quantiers in principle have 2 readings, an internal and an external one, and that singular terms in principle can be referential or non-referential, the question arises whether or not in a particular domain of discourse, talk about natural numbers, say, there is a pattern in one direction or another. This gives rise to 2 large-scale views about talk about numbers, properties, propositions, and other things. Let's call internalism about talk about natural numbers the view that number words and other number terms are non-referential in ordinary uses, and that quantiers over numbers are used in their internal reading in ordinary uses. Call externalism about talk about natural numbers the view that the singular terms are commonly referential and quantiers are commonly used in their external reading. Similarly for talk about properties, and others. In principle, quantied statements over numbers always have two readings, and they thus can be used in either one of these readings. The question is not whether quantiers are internal or external when they range over numbers. They can be used either way. The question is whether there is a pattern in one direction or another in our actual use of such quantiers. Also, even if number words semantically are not singular terms, they can certainly be used with the intention to refer. The question is whether there is a pattern in our use of numbers words, are they used referentially or not, in general? If there is no pattern, then neither internalism nor externalism is true. This is conceivable, but would make number talk completely weird. However things turn out, we must make sense of our talk about numbers, and the mixed option makes little sense. To decide between internalism versus externalism is the crucial task for answering the ontological questions. If one of the other is true, then this will 281. Settle what metaphysical work there is left to do in ontology with respect to this domain. 3. For internalism about natural numbers, I have argued that internalism about talk about natural numbers is correct. See. This is a substantial claim that relates to a number of difficult issues in natural language and mathematics. Number words in natural language have some strange features. In particular, they can occur as apparently singular terms, as in, 2 is a number. The number of moons is 4. 2 and 2 is 4. But also as determiners or some kind of motier, as in, Jupiter has 4 moons. 2 and 2 are 4. How number words can do both is not so clear. Why do number words have the ability to appear in these different grammatical positions, with apparently different semantic functions? This puzzle is a problem for everyone. If we want to understand what we do with number words, both in mathematics as well as in ordinary communication, we have to understand how that can be so. I have argued that there are different explanations for different cases, but the one that is most relevant for understanding arithmetic is the difference between and. Here the explanation is not one that is purely at the level of language, but involves an account of overcoming a certain cognitive difficulty in learning basic arithmetic early on. I won't be able to outline what the account is nor what it accounts for, but it has the consequence that number words in as well as in symbolic arithmetical statements like 2 plus 2 equals 4 are really determiners, expressions just like many or some, that appear for cognitive reasons in a syntactic position contrary to their true type. This account explains, for many cases at least, why number words can appear in these different syntactic positions, and how they relate to each other. In particular, it follows that number words are not referring expressions in these uses, including in the symbolic arithmetical statements. Internalism about talk about natural numbers is one consequence. And it also has a number of consequences in the philosophy of mathematics. For example, it guarantees 282. That true arithmetical statements are true no matter what exists, nor how many things exists, and it gives rise to a version of logicism about arithmetic. 3.5 Internalism about properties and propositions. I have argued that internalism is also correct about talk about properties and propositions. Contrary to number words, where at least many philosophers hold that it is prima facie plausible that number words are like names, the prima facie case for propositions clearly goes the other way. That clauses, on the face of it, are not names or referring expressions. They are clauses, like who did it or when I am ready. That clauses stand for objects is a strange thing to hold prima facie, but for that clauses there is some reason to think so, in particular their interaction with quantiers. Internalism can make sense of the interaction with quantiers that clauses have in general. For example, both internalism and externalism can account for this inference: he believes everything I believe. I believe that snow is white. So, he believes that snow is white. But they would understand it slightly differently. The internalist will hold that the inference exploits the inferential role of the quantier, while the externalist will hold that the quantier ranges over a domain of propositions, which contains the proposition that snow is white. The difference between internalism and externalism when it comes to propositions will be more apparent in the endgame. In particular, there is a powerful objection to internalism which suggests that externalism is the only option. To defeat this object is the main task in the defense of internalism. The best objection to internalism is that it relies on the wrong view of what is expressible in our own language. It seems that internalism must hold that every proposition is expressible in present-day English. After all, the sentence, "every proposition is expressible in present-day English," should, according to internalism, be true since all instances are true. What makes an internal universally quantied statement false is that there is a false instance of the quantier, in our very own language. So should be true. Furthermore, we have good reason to think that there are propositions inexpressible in present-day English, and so internalism must be false. This argument is powerful, but in the end mistaken. Internalism, properly formulated, can accommodate all good arguments we have for the limits of expressibility in contemporary English. The key to seeing this is to understand how context sensitivity is to be accommodated in the internal reading of the quantier, and how it relates to our notion of expressibility. When we say that 283 a proposition is expressible in a language, we mean that it can be expressed with an utterance of a sentence in that language. But is it allowed for that sentence to have context-sensitive expressions in it, and if so, what contexts are allowed? This gives rise to three different notions of expressibility: what is expressible without context-sensitive phrases, what is expressible with context sensitivity by speakers in the contexts they are in fact in, and what is expressible with context sensitivity in arbitrary contexts. Issues of context sensitivity also arise in giving the truth conditions for internal quantiers. The inferential role of the quantiers should properly relate them to context-sensitive instances, not merely ones without context sensitivity in them. Once this is done properly, we can see that can be understood in three different ways, corresponding to three different notions of expressibility. And with the proper specification of the truth conditions of the internal quantier over propositions, we can see that is false on two of these three readings, but true on the third one. To spell this out properly is a little bit involved, since one has to specify the truth conditions for internal quantiers when they are supposed to properly interact with context-sensitive expressions. This is done in. With this we can see that internalism is not refuted by considerations about expressibility. There are also various other considerations in favor of internalism. Some are found in, although her view in the end is different, and there are others as well, of course. The case of properties is similar, but slightly different from the case of propositions. These two, however, are completely different from the case of natural numbers. 3.6 A domain for ontology. Suppose what I outlined above is indeed correct. That is, suppose that internalism is true for talk about numbers, properties, and propositions. How does it relate to ontology? First, there is the issue of what question ontology is trying to answer. Many have thought that ontology is just the discipline that tries to ND out what there is. But this is problematic, since whether there are numbers is settled in mathematics, not philosophy. Some, notably Quine, have endorsed this and accepted ontology as ending out what there is, and that this is settled in the sciences. Others reject that ontology is trying to ND out what there is. Instead, they hold that it is concerned with what there is in reality, or what there is ultimately / fundamentally / most prior / in the most objectively natural sense of. This leaves room for philosophy, but turns ontology into esoteric metaphysics. The present account is in the middle. The question that ontology is trying to ask is just the question what there 284 is, but it is neither trivial, nor is it, in the case of numbers, properties, and propositions, answered in mathematics or the sciences. Here is why. The question, are there numbers, is underspecified and has two readings, one arising from the internal, and one from the external reading of quantities. The question corresponding to the internal reading is answered completely trivially in the affirmative. It follows from Jupiter having 4 moons, and thus the number of moons being 4. The question with the external reading is not trivially answered this way. But is it answered nonetheless, for example, in mathematics? If internalism about natural numbers is correct, then the question is not answered in mathematics. Arithmetic does not imply an answer to the external question, even assuming that it is literally true. The external question is simply left open. With the external question left open, it is there for the taking, and I see no objection to philosophy giving it a shot. Addressing a question that is left open by the sciences is fully compatible with ambitious, yet modest, metaphysics. Simply because the sciences leave a question open doesn't mean, of course, that the question is properly philosophical. But let's not worry about what is properly philosophical. It should be enough that it is an ontological question that is left open by the sciences. Nothing they say directly implies an answer to it. So, how should we go about trying to answer it? For the answer to the ontological questions, we now know what the ontological question is, namely, are there numbers, etc., just as we always thought. We also know this question is not trivially answered by easy arguments. And we know that it is not answered in mathematics. It is thus left open, available for philosophical consideration. A philosophical project of ontology has a domain, a distinct question about numbers not answered by mathematics. And so ontology makes sense as a philosopher's project. But here is the rub: if all this is right, then there is indeed a philosophical project of ontology, but the project is largely trivial. The conditions that allow for ontological questions to be distinctly philosophical questions guarantee an answer to these questions. In particular, we can now see what the answer is to the ontological question about numbers, properties, and propositions. 285. Let's be on what seems to be a central thesis about reference or denotation. If Fred exists, then Fred refers to Fred. Of course, I am assuming that Fred is unambiguous, or at least used in the same way throughout, is uncontroversial, I take it, and probably a conceptual truth. Note that it implies the following: if Fred doesn't refer to Fred, then Fred doesn't exist. There are two ways for an expression not to refer. One is to aim to refer, but not to succeed. A classic case of this are empty names. Although the details of any example one might try to give of this are controversial, let's nonetheless take Sherlock to be an empty name of this kind. That is, suppose Sherlock is a name and thus has the semantic function of picking out an object. But it fails in carrying out that function. It thus doesn't succeed in referring, and thus doesn't refer. Thus Sherlock does not exist. Nothing in the world is Sherlock, no matter what in general the world contains. There could be all kinds of people, with all kinds of professions, but no matter how general properties are instantiated in the world, nothing in it is Sherlock. And nothing could be. If Sherlock does not refer, then Sherlock does not exist. This is all fairly trivial, but I go over it to make it vivid for our next case. Names aim to refer, but they can fail to succeed in what they aim for. The second way in which an expression might not refer is when it does not even aim to refer. Non-referential expressions, like very, don't refer since they don't even aim to refer. If internalism is correct about numbers, properties, and propositions, then the relevant singular terms are non-referential. They do not aim to refer, and thus they do not refer. According to the above version of internalism, 2 is just like most. But since it doesn't refer, we know that there is no such thing as the number 2. Since 2 and the number 2 are non-referring expressions, nothing out there is the number 2. There can be all kinds of objects, abstract or concrete, they can have all kinds of properties and relations to each other. Nonetheless, none of them is the number 2. Or any of the other numbers. Internalism thus answers the ontological question. It doesn't help with the question of nominalism. Internalism is independent of nominalism or Platonism. But it decides whether among all the entities there might be any one could be the number 2. Again, no matter how many abstract things there might be, however many omega sequences there might be, nothing is the number 2. And similarly, none of the things there are matter for the truth of arithmetic. 286. Talk about aiming to refer is, of course, somewhat metaphorical. It is illustrative, but not required. And it can be misleading. After all, I might not aim to insult you, but do it nonetheless, so why think that not aiming to refer guarantees that an expression doesn't refer? Aiming to refer is, of course, not an intentional state of a number word. It is a way to talk about its semantic function, what the word does at the level of language. If internalism is right, then numbers are not referential in the sense that their semantic function is not that of picking out an entity. In addition, if internalism is right, then speakers of the language do not in general use the word with the intention to refer. Some certainly might have such intentions, but those are deviant cases. Number words thus are just like words like some or many. Number words, just like any other words, can be used by particular speakers with the intention to refer, and these speakers can succeed in referring to something. I can use 2 to refer to my biggest tomato plant, and succeed. But I can't use it or any other word to refer to the number 2. And similarly for our other cases. If internalism about talk about propositions is true, then the proposition that snow is white as well as that snow is white are non-referential phrases. They do not aim to refer or denote, and thus whatever there might be, none of it is the proposition that snow is white. Similarly for properties. Thus internalism settles the external, ontological questions. It doesn't imply anything about how many things there are, whether they are abstract or concrete, etc. But it guarantees that whatever things there may be, none of them are numbers, properties, or propositions. 5. The prospects for ontology. If all this is correct, what follows for our beloved discipline of ontology? On the one hand it's good, on the other, not so much. What is good is that ontological questions are sometimes properly in the domain of philosophy. The ontological question about numbers, the one that is not addressed in mathematics, and left open for philosophy, is just the question: are there numbers? That question is a real, meaningful, and factual question. And the answer we gave above to that question, namely no, is the answer to the real ontological question. We found the question, and the answer. But what is bad for the discipline of ontology is that when the question is in the domain of metaphysics, then the answer is always no, and thus there is little work to be done once it is clear whose question it is. This only holds for overlap cases, cases where the sciences and philosophy both have an interest. 287. In the same subject matter, numbers, say, or properties, or material objects. Point superscript 1 superscript 2. In other cases, say Cartesian egos, or causally inert angels, the present line does not apply. What this tells us is that in the relevant cases we can never hope to end a positive ontological project, where the philosophical discipline of ontology NDS certain entities. If anyone NDS entities, it's the sciences. What remains to be settled are various cases. How about events? How about sets? And so on. How these cases, all of which are overlap cases, will be determined by whether internalism or externalism is true for them. If externalism is true, then metaphysics has nothing to contribute. If internalism is true, then there are no such things. However, each of these cases is rather difficult. To settle internalism versus externalism in any of these cases is a substantial and difficult task. Here there is much work to be done, but it is largely in the philosophy of language, and various largely empirical considerations about our minds, and how we talk. This then gives us the answer to the question of the method, there is no distinct metaphysical method to address ontological questions. To nd the answer we have to decide between internalism and externalism, which is done with the methods employed in the study of language, and related issues. This answer to the question of the method shows that there is a special role for the philosophy of language in the metaphysical discipline of ontology. Even though the ontological questions are not about language at all, the way to settle cases is done with the methods from the study of language. There is much work to be done in settling cases with respect to internalism or externalism, and however it will go, it will settle the relevant ontological question. But there is more to it for the larger metaphysical project. Whether internalism or externalism is true has very different consequences for different domains. If internalism about properties is true, then the problem of universals is based on a mistake. If externalism is true, then it is not. If internalism is true about propositions, then a certain view about what can be expressed in language and thought is true. If externalism is true, then it's another point superscript 1 superscript 3. If internalism about number talk is true, then a version of logicism about arithmetic is true. If externalism is true, then logicism is hopeless. And so on. That's where the action is, and that's why ontology matters. What we have seen for ontology does not carry over to other parts of metaphysics. For example, it does not apply to the problem of change. If there is such a problem at all, it will have to nd its place in the domain of metaphysics in a different way superscript 1. But there is a positive light for metaphysics here that goes much beyond the limited role that philosophical projects in ontology can play. Deciding between internalism and externalism not only is the key to answering the ontological questions, it also gives us answers to many other questions, and some of those are questions in egalitarian metaphysics. For example, the question, is arithmetic true no matter what exists? Is not settled in mathematics, if internalism is true, but has an affirmative answer on the version of internalism about talk about natural numbers defended in metaphysics will be all right, but it will be different than how most metaphysicians think of it superscript 1. 10. Ways of being. Chris McDaniel. 1. Introduction. There are many kinds of being: stones, persons, artifacts, numbers, propositions. But are there also many kinds of being? The world contains a variety of objects, each of which exists, but do some objects exist in different ways? The historically popular answer is yes. This answer is suggested by the Aristotelian slogan that being is said in many ways, and according to some interpretations is Aristotle's viewpoint superscript 1. Variants of this slogan were championed by medieval philosophers, such as Aquinas, who worried that God cannot be said to exist in the same sense as created things. Point superscript 2. Descartes alluded to the medievals' worry, but extensive discussion of the problem of being disappeared from the central stage by the time of the modern period. Point superscript 3. However, in the early 20th century, friends of ways of being included Alexius Menon, G.E. Moore, Russell, Husserl, and Heidegger. In what follows, I develop a meta-ontological theory based on the work of Martin Heidegger circa Being and Time. I take Heidegger's work as my inspiration because of the historical importance of Heidegger's philosophy, and because Heidegger provides a particularly clear statement of the doctrine that there are many ways to be. I begin by carefully discussing and then formulating the relevant aspects of Heidegger's meta-ontological theory. Heidegger claims both that the word being has many meanings and that there are different ways in which things exist. Section 2 explicates the former thesis, as well as elucidates the connection between senses of being and quantification. Most contemporary analytic metaphysicians believe that the idea that different kinds of beings can enjoy different ways of being is metaphysically bankrupt, and probably even meaningless. They are mistaken. In Section 3, I discuss the doctrine that there are ways of being, and show how we can understand this doctrine in terms of the meta-ontological framework defended by Theodore Sider. I then contrast Sider's views on existence with the Heideggerian position developed here. In Section 4, I compare and contrast this Heideggerian meta-ontological position with quantier variance, a view inspired by Carnap and recently defended by Eli Hirsch. In Section 5, I abstract away from the particulars of Heidegger's theory and provide a general account for understanding what is for things to exist in different ways. I conclude with a brief discussion of how accepting that there are different ways of being might impact ontological disputes, such as the dispute between nominalists and realists over mathematical entities and the dispute between actualists and possibilists over mere possibilia. Two senses of being, ways of being. Heidegger is famous for raising anew the question of the meaning of being. According to Heidegger, one will not successfully engage in RST order. Ontological inquiry unless one engages in meta-ontological inquiry, and determines the meaning of being. Determining the meaning of being is the ultimate goal of being and time. Basically, all ontology, no matter how rich and RMLY compacted a system of categories it has at its disposal, remains blind and perverted from its own most aim, if it has not RST adequately clarified the meaning of being, and conceived this clarification as its fundamental task. The straightforward reading of Heidegger's question of the meaning of being is that it is answered by an analysis of the word, being. However, although a fully adequate answer will provide informative necessary and sufficient conditions for being an entity, the form of the answer will not consist in a mere itemized list of what there is, or even a list of ontological categories. In general, simply providing a list of things that satisfy a concept does not suffice as a clarification or an analysis of that concept. Nor does providing a list of kinds of thing whose members satisfy the concept. An answer to the question of being will tell us what it is to be, rather than merely tell us what there is. This straightforward reading is strongly supported by the following passages, the question posed by Plato in the Sophist. What then do you mean when you use being? In short, what does being mean? This question is so vigorously posed, so full of life. But ever since Aristotle it has grown mute, so mute in fact that we are no longer aware that it is muted. The question asks about being. What does being mean? Formally, the answer is being means this and that. The question seeks an answer which is already given in the very questioning. The question is what is called a question of definition. It does not ask whether there is anything like being at all but rather what is meant by it, what is understood under it, under being. We do not know what being means, and yet the expression is in some sense understandable to each of us. There is an understanding of the expression being, even if it borders on a mere understanding of the word. The question is asked on the basis of this indeterminate pre-understanding of the expression being. What is meant by being? One might wonder whether determining the meaning of being is a task difficult enough to warrant the attention Heidegger calls to it. Perhaps the meaning of being is so simple that everyone already has an implicit but complete understanding. If this were so, Heidegger's project would be pointless. Heidegger brings up this worry at BT 1923, where he also discusses the objection that being must be indeniable since allegedly one can define a term only by providing non-empty extensions for both the term and its negation. How then does Heidegger respond to these concerns? Heidegger's interest in the question of being was stimulated by reading Franz Brentano's On the Several Senses of Being in Aristotle, which contains an explication of Aristotle's doctrine that being is said in many ways in being and time. Heidegger endorses the Aristotelian slogan, there are many things which we designate as being, and we do so in various senses. The universality of being transcends any universality of genus. In medieval ontology being is designated as a transcendence. Aristotle himself knew the unity of this transcendental universal as a unity of analogy in contrast to the multiplicity of the highest generic concepts applicable to things. In order to help us understand the claim that being is said in many ways, Aristotle brought our attention to expressions like health and is healthy. Many things can be truly said to be healthy. Phil Bricker, a marathon runner, is healthy. His circulatory system is healthy. Tofu is healthy. My relationship with my wife is healthy. However, there is a strong temptation to say that the meaning of is healthy as used in these sentences differs in each instance. But the various senses of is healthy are not merely accidentally related to each other. Rather, they are systematically related to each other. In the literature on Aristotle, An expression whose meaning is unit in this way is called prose hen equivocal, or one that has focal meaning superscript 1. Something has focal meaning just in case it has several senses, each of which is to be understood in terms of some central meaning of that expression. The central sense of is healthy is the sense that applies to living organisms when they are nourishing. Phil Bricker is healthy in this sense, as is your pet turtle. But there are other senses of is healthy. Food can be said to be healthy when its consumption contributes to the nourishing of its consumer. A proper part of an organism can be said to be healthy when it is properly functioning. And so forth. If is healthy has focal meaning, then either there is no sense of is healthy such that one could truthfully say that Phil Bricker and tofu are healthy, or at the very least, such utterances would be semantically defective. Superscript 1 it isn't obvious that is healthy is prose hen equivocal. Perhaps there is a generic sense of is healthy according to which each of the items mentioned above counts as healthy. The predicate is healthy when used in this way is univocal, and both tofu and Phil Bricker are healthy is true and in good shape semantically. However, although each of these entities is healthy, the reason that they are each healthy differs from case to case. Each is healthy simpliciter in virtue of being healthy in the way that is appropriate for the kind of entity it is. Tofu is not healthy in the way that Phil Bricker is healthy. If there is a generic sense of is healthy, it is unit by virtue of a complex web of relationships obtaining between the various kinds of healthiness. An exhaustive list of actual and possible healthy things would provide necessary and sufficient conditions for being healthy. But this list would not constitute a proper analysis of healthiness. A proper definition of is healthy must illuminate the relations between these different kinds of healthiness. On this view, healthiness is said in many ways just in case there are many different ways to be healthy. To put the point in Platonic terms, if a predicate f is said in many ways, then there is no single Platonic form of the f, there are many ways for a thing to be f. Superscript 1 superscript 2. Brentano provides a second example of an expression said in many ways. Language does not always proceed with precision. She nds it's sufficient that everything which belongs together and which is grouped around one is called by the same family name, regardless of how each belongs in this assembly. Thus we call royal not only the royal sovereign who bears the royal power, but we also speak of a royal scepter and a royal dress, of royal honor, of a royal order, of royal blood, etc. Brentano appears to recognize a generic sense of is royal. The phrase is royal applies to each of the objects Brentano lists, each belongs in this assembly, but the reason why each belongs differs from case to case. Many medieval philosophers called such expressions analogical. As far as I can tell, Aquinas holds that analogical phrases are prose hen equivocal, although I am certainly no expert on medieval philosophy of language. Superscript 1 superscript 3 I will borrow analogical from the medievals, but I won't use analogical expression to refer to expressions with focal meaning. Rather, I will call an expression analogical just in case it has a generic sense, which, roughly, applies to objects of different sorts in virtue of those objects exemplifying very different features. As I am using the terms, no expression is both prose hen equivocal and analogical. An expression might be analogical and highly equivocal. In addition to having a generic sense, it might have several restricted senses. Alternatively, an expression might be analogical but have only one sense. But an expression is prose hen equivocal only if it fails to have a generic sense. Superscript 1 It can be hard to tell whether a philosophically interesting expression is prose hen equivocal, polysemous, or analogical. Superscript 1 Consider is a part of many things are said to be parts. This hand is a part of that man, the class of women is a part of the class of human beings, this subregion is a part of space, this minute is a part of this hour, this premise is a part of this argument, and so forth. Some philosophers, such as David Lewis, believe that is part of is used univocally in these contexts, and that one fundamental relation is appealed to. On this view, is a part of is importantly like is identical with everything that there is identical with something. Propositions are self-identical, as are mountains and moles. The identity predicate is used univocally in these contexts, and the identity relation invoked is the same in each case. Things are self-identical in the same way. Identity is not said in many ways. My view is that is a part of is analogical. I am a compositional pluralist. There is more than one fundamental relation of part to whole. The fundamental parthood relation that your hand bears to your body is not the fundamental parthood relation that this region of space-time bears to the whole of space-time superscript 1, but the ordinary word part is used univocally in sentences ascribing parts to material objects and to regions of space-time. There is a generic sense of is a part of which is in play in both of these sentences. This generic sense corresponds to a non-fundamental parthood relation exemplified by objects of both sorts. According to Heidegger, words or phrases like being, existence, exists, is an entity, and there are analogical. There is a multiplicity of modes of being. Superscript 1 Heidegger reserves the term existence for the kind of being had by entities like you and me, whom Heidegger calls Dasein. Other ways of existing include readiness to hand, the kind of existence had by tools, presence at hand, or extantness, the kind of existence had by objects primarily characterized by spatio-temporal features, life, the kind of existence had by living things, and subsistence, the kind of existence enjoyed by abstract objects, such as numbers and propositions. However, there is also a concept of being that covers every entity that there is. Let us call this concept the general concept of being. Superscript 1 Heidegger employs this concept in many places, such as the basic problems of phenomenology. For us, the word Dasein does not designate a way of being at all, but rather a specific being which we ourselves are, the human Dasein. We are at every moment a Dasein. This being, this Dasein, like every other being, has a specific way of being. To this way of being we assign the term existence. Therefore, we might, for example, say a body does not exist, it is, rather, extant. In contrast, Daseins, we ourselves, are not extant, Dasein exists. But the Dasein and bodies as respectively existent or extant at each time are. The general concept of being appears early in being and time, but there are many things which we designate as being, and we do so in various senses. Everything we talk about, everything we have in view, everything towards which we comport ourselves in any way, is being. If we have a Dasein and a table before us, we have two beings before us. Both Daseins and bodies are, although each of them is in a different way from the other. The Metaphysical Foundations of Logic contains an explicit discussion of the function of the general concept of being. There is a multiplicity of modi existendi, and each of these is a mode belonging to a being with a specific content, a dinite quid deity. The term being is meant to include the span of all possible regions. But the problem of the regional multiplicities of being, if posed universally, includes an investigation into the unity of this general term being, into the way in which the general term being varies with different regional meanings. This is the problem of the unity of the idea of being and its regional variants. Does the unity of being mean generality in some other form and intention? In any case, the problem is the unity and generality of being as such. It was this problem that Aristotle posed, though he did not solve it. Its function is to cover all that there is, no matter what kind of being something is, no matter what its essential nature, and no matter how it exists, it is a being. This is why Heidegger says that the term being includes the span of all possible regions. This generic concept of being is indispensable. One might be very content that something is, but be highly uncertain about which kind of being that thing enjoys. Consider biological species. We can be reasonably content that they exist. But there is controversy over whether biological species are kinds of individuals or rather sums of individuals. Superscript 1 So what kind of being do species have? If they are kinds which I take to be abstract objects, then they subsist. If they are mereological sums of living things, then they enjoy either life or extantness. We don't know which, but we can be sure that species are, even though we can't say how they are. Similarly, does a virus have the same kind of being as a rock or as a plant or as something else entirely? Do chimpanzees exist in the same way we do? Superscript 2. These are tough questions for someone who believes in Heidegger's modes of being. Yet whether there are viruses or chimpanzees is easy to determine. We can be sure that some things are even when we are unsure how they are. Point superscript 2. Superscript 1. Heidegger wants to know what unites the generic concept of being. How can we speak at all of a unitary concept of being despite the variety of ways of being? These questions can be consolidated into the problem of the possible modifications of being and the unity of being's variety. Every being with which we have any dealings can be addressed and spoken of by saying it is thus and so, regardless of its specific mode of being. As Heidegger notes, the question of the unity of being was also wrestled by medieval philosophers. Heidegger even employs some of their terminology. When I say, for example, God is and the world is, I certainly assert being in both cases, but I intend something different thereby and cannot intend the term is in the same sense, univocally. I can only speak of both God and the world as entities analogously. In other words, the concept of being, insofar as it is generally applied to the entire manifold of all possible entities, as such has the character of an analogous concept. The last passage is excerpted from a discussion of medieval doctrines concerning the disparity between God's way of existing and the way in which creaturely things exist. Heidegger wants us to see that his concerns about the meaning of being are similar to the preoccupations of the medievals, as these passages from Being and Time and Basic Problems of Phenomenology indicate. Here Descartes touches upon a problem with which medieval ontology was often busied: the question of how the signification of being signifies any entity which one may on occasion be considering. In the assertions God is and the world is, we assert being. The word is, however, cannot be meant to apply to these entities in the same sense, when between them there is an innate difference of being. If the signification of is were univocal, then what is created would be viewed as if it were uncreated, or the uncreated would be reduced to the status of something created. But neither does being function as a mere name which is the same in both cases. In both cases being is understood. This positive sense in which the Schoolman took as a signification by analogy, as distinguished from one which is univocal or merely homonymous. The ontological difference between the constitution of Dasein's being and that of nature proves to be so disparate that it seems at rst as though the two ways of being are incomparable and cannot be determined by way of a uniform concept of being in general. Existence and extantness are more disparate than, say, the determinations of God's being and man's being in traditional ontology. Given this radical distinction of ways of being in general, can there still be found any single unifying concept that would justify calling these different ways of being ways of being? A proper definition of the meaning of being should provide necessary and sufficient conditions for being an entity that will illuminate whether and how the different ways of being are systematically related to each other. The careful reader will note that Heidegger sometimes slides from talking about ways of being to senses of the word being. This might lead one to worry that Heidegger commits what Gareth Matthews has called the sense-kind confusion. Consider the following pair of sentences. There are entities X and Y such that X exists in one way, whereas Y enjoys a distinct kind of being. There are several senses of the words being, there are, etc., each of which corresponds to some way of existing, some distinct kind of being. There is no other sense of being, there are, etc. besides these. Note that, if is true, then is a sentence in our language, is both equivocal and false on every disambiguation. For there is no sense of there is available to us on which comes out true. The sense-kind confusion is the mistaken belief that and are jointly assertable and perhaps even ways of saying the same thing. Here is a useful analogy to bring home the point that one will assert both and only if one is confused. Suppose someone asserts the following claims. There are exactly two kinds of banks, those that are made of sand and are near water, and those that are made of bricks and are LLED with money. There are exactly two senses of the word bank. One sense of the word bank is sandy area near water, the other sense is brick building LLED with money. Given that is true of the language in which is asserted, has two readings, which are: there are exactly two kinds of sandy areas near water, those that are made of sand and are near water, and those that are made of bricks and are LLED with money. There are exactly two kinds of brick buildings LLED with money, those that are made of sand and are near water, and those that are made of bricks and LLED with money. It is clear that both and are false, and are not jointly assertable. 300 Chris McDaniel. Heidegger does not succumb to the sense-kind confusion. Since Heidegger recognizes a generic sense of there is, he can easily claim that there are different kinds of being enjoyed by different kinds of entities. Point superscript 2 superscript 2. In short, Heidegger rejects. But, if this were the case, would be false. Heidegger's position is also not threatened by a recent challenge of Peter van Inwagen. No one would be inclined to suppose that number words like 6 or 43 mean different things when they are used to count different sorts of object. The very essence of the applicability of arithmetic is that numbers may count anything. If you have written 13 epics and I own 13 cats, then the number of your epics is the number of my cats. But existence is closely tied to number. To say that unicorns do not exist is to something very much like saying that the number of unicorns is 0, to say that horses exist is to say that the number of horses is 1 or more. And to say that angels or ideas or prime numbers exist is to say that the number of angels, or of ideas, or of prime numbers is greater than 0. The univocacy of number and the intimate connection between number and existence should convince us that there is at least very good reason to think that existence is univocal. As van Inwagen points out, there is some connection between being and number. Claims of the form there are NFs can be represented by sentences that use only quantiers, negation, identity, and F. Superscript 2 superscript 3. One might respond to van Inwagen by arguing that numerals are also not univocal. Van Inwagen's targets include the view defended by Gilbert Ryle, according to which it is nonsense to say in one breath that the Pope and the number 2 exist, and are two things. Superscript 2 and one who is willing to claim that being is said in many ways is probably also willing to say that oneness is said in many ways as well as two-ness, threeness, etc. Superscript 2. Heidegger need not fear van Inwagen's argument, regardless of how effective it is against Ryle. Since Heidegger recognizes this general concept of existence, he is willing to say of two things that enjoy different kinds of being that they are two. Consider a human being, whose way of being is existence, and square root 1, whose way of being is subsistence. There is a sense of being according to which these two entities are two entities. Superscript 2. Just as there is a generic sense of there is at least one x such that, for each number n, there is a generic sense of there are exactly n x's such that, but now one might worry that there isn't a real issue here, and that Heidegger's position is devoid of interest. Heidegger claims that being comes in many avors, but recognizes a generic sense of being. Someone like van Inwagen holds that being is univocal, but can account for the senses of being that Heidegger believes in. It is worth taking a moment to explain why this is the case, and consequently why a real puzzle for Heidegger arises. Solving the puzzle requires that we provide a metaphysically serious account of talk about ways of being. The generic concept of being is represented in formal logic by the unrestricted existential quantier. Superscript 2. This quantier ranges over whatever there is, regardless of which kind of being the thing enjoys. For absolutely everything there is, i.e., for all x, we can say truly that y. We can adequately represent the generic sense of being with the unrestricted quantier of formal logic. What is the best way to formally represent Heidegger's restricted senses of being? A clearly unacceptable procedure is to introduce constant symbols, e.g. proper names, to stand for the various kinds of being countenanced by Heidegger. We could then say, for example, that some things have existence. This idea can be formally represented by introducing a having predicate h and a constant symbol to stand for existence, e. x, i.e., x. And so forth for the various ways of being countenanced by Heidegger. However, this way of articulating Heidegger's position definitely won't do, since this procedure identifies ways of being with entities. In standard RST order logic, constant symbols informally, these can be thought of as names are employed to refer to entities within the domain of the quantier. Since the constant symbols can be replaced by RST order variables, we can derive from the claim that Dasein has existence the claim that there is an entity such that Dasein has it. However, Heidegger clearly holds that this is an illicit inference. Heidegger warns us that being is not a being, and that the various ways of existing are not themselves entities. Superscript 2. Should we introduce special predicates that mark the relevant distinctions that Heidegger wants to make? This seems inappropriate, since this procedure assimilates attributing a way of being to a thing to predicating a property of that thing. Being is not a kind of super-property, exemplified by everything. Nor is being a determinable property of which the various kinds of being, such as existence, are determinates in the way that being red is a determinate of being colored. Ways of being are not merely special properties that some entities have and that other entities lack, and so are not most perspicuously represented by predicates. Superscript 2. The generic sense of being is represented formally by the of mathematical logic, not by a special constant symbol or a special existence predicate. A natural thought then is that the specific senses of being also are best represented by quantiers. The notion of a restricted quantier, one that ranges over only some proper subset of that which the unrestricted quantier ranges, is perfectly intelligible. Heidegger's senses of being are properly represented in a formal system by special restricted quantiers. Just as being is not a being and in fact talk about being or existence can be represented by way of the unrestricted existential quantier, so too no kind of being is a being, and so too talk about kinds of being is best represented by special restricted existential quantiers, not by predicates. It's worth noting that Heidegger accepts that claims of the form an f exists are most perspicuously represented as something is an f. Superscript 3. Note also that there is no way of being recognized by Heidegger such that entities that have that way of being cannot be said to be in the generic sense of to be so. For every special kind of being recognized by Heidegger, there corresponds a restricted quantier whose domain is a proper subclass of the domain of the unrestricted quantier, and that ranges over all and only those things that have that kind of being. So representing Heidegger's ways of being by restricted quantiers that by virtue of their meaning range over only some proper subset of what the unrestricted existential quantier ranges over, seems like an excellent way to proceed. These restricted quantiers each correspond to some sense of being recognized by Heidegger. For example, consider the existential quantier, which in virtue of its meaning ranges over all and only those entities that have existence as their kind of being, and a subsistential quantier, which in virtue of its meaning ranges over all and only those entities that have subsistence as their kind of being. We can represent these quantiers with the following notation: existence for the existential quantier, and subsistence for the subsistential quantier. From a Heideggerian perspective, the existential quantier and the subsistential quantier are prior in meaning to the generic unrestricted existential quantier. The unrestricted quantier is in some way to be understood in terms of these restricted quantiers, not the other way around. Recall that Heidegger holds that an adequate account of the generic sense of being will explain how the various specific senses of being are unit. If the restricted quantiers are prior in meaning to the unrestricted quantier, then they must be semantically primitive. A semantically primitive restricted quantier is not a complex phrase that breaks up into an unrestricted quantier and a restricting predicate. I borrow the idea of a semantically primitive restricted quantier from Eli Hirsch, who writes, "It seems perfectly intelligible to suppose that there can also be semantically restricted quantiers, that is, quantiers that, because of the semantic rules implicit in a language, are restricted in their range in certain specific ways. If the quantiers in a language are semantically restricted, they are always limited in their range, regardless of the conversational context. The phrase semantically primitive restricted quantier is not one with which I am entirely happy. There is a sense in which any semantically primitive quantier is an unrestricted quantier. If a speaker had grasped and internalized the meaning of exactly one of these semantically primitive quantiers, this speaker would not be in a position to say or even to believe that there is anything more than what is ranged over by that quantier. Point superscript 3 superscript 1 Consider, for example, the subsistential quantier, which ranges over all and only abstract entities such as numbers or propositions. A language equipped with only the subsistential quantier is a language that is not only unable to express facts about material objects, but is also unable to express the fact that it is unable to express facts about material objects. We can envision that these restricted quantiers are equipped with a character that allows them to be tacitly restricted by contexts, so that, for example, one could say truthfully while using the subsistential quantier that everything is divisible by 1, but nothing is divisible by 0. This fact seems to help bring home the thought that these quantiers are, in some sense, unrestricted. They are not to be understood as expressions deemed up from a more general quantier and special predicates. Heidegger recognizes van Inwagen's genuinely unrestricted quantier as a legitimate philosophical notion. However, Heidegger holds that the generic unrestricted quantier is somehow to be deemed in terms of the semantically primitive restricted quantiers. How it is to be deemed is not at all obvious, given that Heidegger does not seem to think that the generic sense of being is merely the disjunction of the various specific senses of being. Recall that being is instead unid by analogy. The difficulty in seeing what the proper definition of being is, given that being is unid by analogy, is what motivates the philosophical project of being and time. That it is not at all obvious how to deem up the generic sense of being, doesn't show that being is semantically primitive. No one knows what the correct definition of S knows that P is, and few infer from this sad state of affairs that either S knows that P is in fact semantically primitive, or that we do not in fact have the concept of knowledge. Point superscript 3 superscript 2 S knows that P is not semantically primitive. It is somehow deemed up out of the notions of belief, truth, evidence, and who knows what else. Van Inwagen should be willing to concede the intelligibility of a language that contains semantically primitive restricted quantiers. But he will resist the notion that English is such a language. From Van Inwagen's perspective, Heidegger's putatively primitive restricted quantiers can be shown to be equivalent to deemed restricted quantiers in a perfectly obvious way. X has existence, i.e., existence y equals df. Y superscript 3 superscript 3. X has subsistence, i.e., subsistence y equals df. X. On Van Inwagen's view, the unrestricted quantier is prior in meaning to the restricted ones. Given that both sides can in some way recognize the senses of being postulated, is there anything here worth worrying about? The question of the meaning of being might be interesting to a linguist, but why should a metaphysician care about it? The job of the unrestricted quantier is to range over everything there is. As long as it does this, why care about the question of the meaning of being? 3. Theodor Sider meets Martin Heidegger. Even though Heidegger recognizes Van Inwagen's generic concept of being, and Van Inwagen could in principle recognize Heidegger's various senses of being, there is still a question about which is more metaphysically fundamental. In what follows, I discuss how one can make sense of the notion that one quantier is more fundamental than another. It is one thing to recognize an aspect of an object, it is another thing to hold that the aspect is basic or fundamental, or to use the terminology of David Lewis, and perfectly natural. Consider the property of having a charge of 1 and the property of either being loved by Angelina Jolie or having a charge of 1. Eddie the electron exemplifies both features. One charge is a real respect of similarity between electrons, but it is bizarre to think that Brad Pitt and Eddie are similar in virtue of both being either green, being loved by Angelina Jolie, or having a charge of 1. We recognize a metaphysical distinction between these two features. The former property carves nature at the joints, while the latter is a mere disjunction. Embracing Lewis's notion of naturalness does not require embracing a robust ontology of properties. Superscript 3. Regardless of whether there really are properties, there is an important metaphysical difference between predicates like is an electron and predicates like is an electron if discovered before 2024 or is a positron. Theodor Sider discusses several nominalistic accounts of naturalness. One account takes the notion of naturalness to languages rather than properties. Informally, a language is more natural than another language to the degree that its primitive locutions match the joints of reality. Formally, the notion of one language being more natural than another is simply taken as primitive by the nominalist. A second account introduces a primitive sentence operator and that can be prexed to pairs of open sentences. Sentences of the form and are ascriptions of comparative naturalness. Informally, They tell us that to be an F is more natural than to be a G superscript 3. Presumably there are other ways in which a clever nominalist could accommodate the notion of naturalness. The important thing is to account for the distinguished structure of the world. Accordingly, in what follows I will talk about natural predicates instead of natural properties. If there are natural properties, no harm is done. Natural predicates are those that refer to natural properties. The notion of a natural predicate appealed to here is not conceptually equivalent to the notion of a physical predicate, where a physical predicate is true of only physical objects. For this reason, I will use the expressions basic or fundamental as well as perfectly natural. Does the notion of fundamentality apply to other grammatical categories? Can we distinguish natural from unnatural names? More saliently, what about quantiers? Do some quantiers carve reality closer to the joints than others? Heidegger recognizes a generic sense of being that covers every entity that there is, but holds that it is not metaphysically fundamental. This generic sense represents something akin to a mere disjunction of the metaphysically basic ways of being. We need to determine the meaning of being in order to determine what unites being simpliciter. Recall the earlier discussion concerning is healthy. Although is healthy is true of both Philbricker and tofu, the kind of healthiness exemplified by Philbricker and the kind of healthiness exemplified by tofu are both less disjunctive or gerrymandered than healthiness simpliciter. The same holds for more philosophically interesting notions. The compositional pluralist admits that there is a generic parthood relation that encompasses every specific parthood relation, but holds that the specific parthood relations are more fundamental. If being is unit only by analogy, the kind of being had by Dasein and the kind of being had by a number are metaphysically prior to being simpliciter. The unrestricted quantier is metaphysically posterior to the restricted quantiers corresponding to the kinds of being recognized by Heidegger. Just as mere disjunctions are less metaphysically basic than that which they disjoin, so too mere restrictions are metaphysically posterior to that for which they are restrictions. Consider being an electron near a bachelor. This is a mere restriction of being an electron because being an electron near a bachelor partitions the class of electrons into gerrymandered, arbitrary, or merely disjunctively unit subclasses. Although this is not explicitly stated, Van Inwagen seems to have committed to the claim that the ways of being that Heidegger favors are mere restrictions of the metaphysically basic notion of existence, the one expressed by the unrestricted existential quantier. Regardless of whether Van Inwagen is committed to this view, other metaphysicians certainly are. Theodor Sider explicitly defends this position, which Sider calls ontological realism. Ontological realism is an anathema to Heidegger. Not because all quantificational expressions are metaphysically on a par, the true logical joints do not correspond to the unrestricted existential quantier, but rather to semantically primitive restricted quantiers. They are the fundamental quantiers. Heidegger does not view his list of the various avors of being as arbitrary. He intends his list to capture the real logical, perhaps it would be better to say ontological structure of the world. There is not a way of being for every way of demarcating the domain of the unrestricted existential quantier. There is not a way of being had by all and only those things that are either ugly or a prime number. There is not a way of being had by all and only those things that are either under 3 feet tall or believe in the existence of aliens from outer space. Heidegger thinks that the ways of being he calls to our attention to are metaphysically special. The restricted quantiers that represent them enjoy a status unshared by most of their brethren. There are only a few, proud restricted quantiers that are metaphysically basic. Recall the worry mentioned at the end of section 2. To keep things simple, consider a meta-ontological theory that recognizes 2 ways in which entities can exist, the way in which abstract objects exist and the way in which concrete objects exist. According to the account offered here, there are 2 fundamental semantically primitive restricted quantiers, represented symbolically as AX and CX. Consider the domain of AX. We can introduce a special predicate, AX, that objects satisfy if and only if they are members of this domain. Let DX be a fundamental predicate that applies to some but not all entities within the domain of AX. Now consider the following 2 sentences, AX dx. X. The worry is that and are necessarily equivalent, and consequently seem to be equally good ways of expressing exactly the same facts about the world. In what respect is a better sentence to assert then? If there is no metaphysical difference between these two ways of speaking, then the hypothesis that there are ways of being is idle. Superscript 3. An examination of a parallel case should convince us that this worry is misguided. Superscript 3. Recall the following definitions introduced to us by Nelson Goodman. X is GRU equals df. X is green and is examined before the year 3000 AD, or is blue and is not examined before 3000 AD. X is blean equals df. X is blue and is examined before the year 3000 AD, or is green and is not examined before 3000 AD. Although is GRU and is blean are intelligible, they are highly unnatural, whereas is green and is blue are in far better shape. Now consider a culture that speaks a language much like ours, except that this language lacks the color vocabulary we have in our language. Let's call this language the gruesome tongue. GT has two semantically primitive predicates, is GRU and is blean, which are necessarily equivalent to is GRU and is blean. When speakers of GTRST encounter us, they are bewildered by assertions that employ color predicates. They ask us to deem is blue and is green, but since these terms are semantically primitive in our language, we can't do this. We point at things that are green or blue and hope that they will catch on, but they just don't get it. Eventually, a clever linguist from their culture introduces terms in their language that allow them to state the truth conditions for sentences in our language that employ color predicates. X is green equals df. X is GRU and is examined before the year 3000 AD, or is blean and is examined after the year 3000 AD. Is blue equals df. X is blean and is examined before the year 3000 AD, or is GRU and is examined after the year 3000 AD. Is green does not have the same meaning as is green, since is green is semantically primitive while is green is capable of explicit denition. Nonetheless, is green and is green are necessarily coextensive. So the defectiveness of GT does not simply consist in its inability to describe possibilities that we can describe. But GT is defective nonetheless. A language is defective if its primitive predicates are not fundamental. It is certainly a mistake to think that language must mirror reality in the sense that one is guaranteed that there will be a correspondence between our words and the world. But it is no mistake to think that language ought to mirror reality. Having primitive but non-fundamental predicates is one bad-making feature of a language. We can generalize. Call a language ideal just in case every primitive expression in that language has a perfectly natural meaning. Heidegger holds that there are several senses of the word being, each of which corresponds to a way of existing, as well as the generic sense of being. Superscript 3. But he seems less committed to the linguistic thesis that being is polysemous than to the claim that being is analogical. This is important, because even if there aren't several senses of being in ordinary language, we can still make good sense of the claim that being is analogical. To claim that a univocal phrase is analogical is to claim that it should not be semantically primitive. According to the position explicated here, a language in which the generic quantier is semantically primitive is not an ideal language. A language is better, at least with respect to its apparatus of quantification, if its generic quantier is deemed up out of those semantically primitive restricted quantiers that do correspond to the logical joints. Accordingly, the claim that there are modes of being is not refuted by the view that the meaning of existence or being is fully captured by the role of the existential quantier of formal logic. Superscript 3. Even those analytic metaphysicians suspicious about the notion of metaphysical fundamentality, and its corollaries being a mere disjunction and being an arbitrary restriction, should realize that their own view is a substantive metaphysical claim, to which Heidegger's position poses a serious challenge. These metaphysicians hold that no quantier expression is metaphysically special. Sider claims that exactly one quantier expression is privileged. Heidegger holds that many but not all are equally metaphysically basic. Heidegger was absolutely right. We must theorize about the meaning of being in order to have a complete ontological theory. The debate between Heidegger and Sider is not trivial or senseless. there is a metaphysical reason to care about the question of the meaning of being. If being is analogical, then Sider's formulation of ontological realism is false. And we will see in section 6 how taking seriously the view that there are modes of being changes the contours of ontological debates. For Heidegger and the ontological Detionist, recent meta-ontological inquiry has been motivated by worries that certain RST-order ontological debates are merely verbal. Consider the debate over when some entities compose a whole. Universalists hold that composition always occurs, whenever there are some x's, those x's compose a y. Nihilists hold that composition never occurs. And there are obviously many moderate positions between universalism and nihilism. It seems like there is genuine conflict between these views. According to the ontological Detionalist, there is no genuine disagreement here. What the universalist means by there is not what the nihilist means by there is. Here is a speech that the Detionalist might make. What the nihilist means by there is determined by how the nihilist uses there is. A meaning of a term ts use best when it makes more sentences using that term come out true than alternative candidate meanings. There is a candidate meaning for the quantier that best ts the nihilists use, call this meaning nihilist quantication. Similarly, call the candidate meaning for the quantier that best ts the universalists use universalist quantication. Since no single candidate meaning for there is can maximize t with how the nihilist and the universalist use quanticational expressions, nihilist quantication and universalist quantication must be distinct. So the nihilist and the universalist must be talking past each other, they are not really disagreeing. Moreover, the language spoken by the nihilist is just as good as the language spoken by the universalist. There are no facts expressible in one of the languages not expressible by the other. So the nihilist and the universalist do not disagree, and moreover, there are no facts for them to disagree over. The Detionalist speech is too quick. No one should think that t with use is the only, or even the most important, factor in determining what our words mean. A second factor is how natural the candidate meanings are. Superscript 1. This second factor can trump t with use. Of course, the Detionalist could concede this point, but insist that nihilist quantication is as natural a meaning for the quantier as universalist quantication. This view is quantier variance. Sider is no friend of quantier variance. According to Sider's ontological realism, there is a perfectly natural candidate meaning for the unrestricted quantier that ts how the universalist and the nihilist use it well enough to ensure that the universalist and the nihilist's quantiers have this candidate meaning. Superscript 2. What if the degree to which naturalness helps to determine meaning is not significant enough to trump our use of being, existence, and there is? If this scenario obtains, Sider recommends abandoning ordinary language, and then reframing the debate between the nihilist and the universalist in a language that Sider dubs ontologies. Roughly, ontologies is a language in which is stipulated to stand for the fundamental quantier meaning. Note that the fan of genuine disagreement can make similar responses without assuming that any candidate meaning for the unrestricted quantier is fundamental. What matters is that there be a unique candidate meaning that is more natural than the others and natural enough to trump use. Presumably, even given the Heideggerian meta-ontology sketched here, there will be some candidate meaning for the unrestricted quantier that is far more natural than alternatives to it. Keep in mind that according to the friend of quantier variance, there are many equally fundamental meanings for the unrestricted existential quantier. This is why the variantist concludes that there is no privileged meaning for the unrestricted quantier. The fundamental quantier meanings postulated by Heidegger are meanings for restricted quantiers. There is still room for a privileged meaning for the unrestricted quantier, one that ensures that the quantier encompasses the domains of each of the privileged restricted quantiers and adds nothing extra. Superscript 3. Another option is for the Heideggerian to frame ontological disagreements in something like Sider's ontologies. But according to the Heideggerian, in the fundamental language all quanticational expressions are semantically primitive restricted quantiers. The appropriate language for doing metaphysics must have each of these quantiers in order to mirror the ontological joints of the world. Arguably, this is in fact what Heidegger does, abandon ordinary language, and move to a technical language in which new primitive terms are introduced along with accompanying remarks to aid the reader in grasping these terms. The accompanying remarks constitute a minimal use of the terms, but one that is sufficient for these terms to latch onto any ontological joints that might be in the neighborhood. One can formulate interesting ontological debates using Heideggerian ontologies. Consider the kind of being had by those entities that Heidegger calls merely present at hand. The merely present at hand are, roughly, masses or aggregates of matter. We can represent the kind of being had by these entities with the presence at hand quantier, which, in symbols, looks like this, pa. We can now ask interesting metaphysical questions about the entities within the range of this quantier. For example, we can ask whether Q is true. If pa x equals A and pa y equals B, then pa z such that z is composed of A and B. It is not hard to see that the compositional nihilist will say that Q is false and that the compositional universalist will say that Q is true. 5 ways of believing in ways of being. There are different kinds of existence if there are possible meanings for semantically primitive restricted quantiers such that each restricted quantier has a non-empty domain that is properly included in the domain of the unrestricted quantier. None of these domains overlap, and each meaning is at least as natural as the meaning of the unrestricted quantier. On the Heideggerian view articulated here, there are restricted quantiers that are even more natural than the unrestricted quantier. One way to hold is by reifying quantier meanings. Suppose you hold that existence is a fundamental second-order property, a property of properties, or propositional functions. Now consider someone who holds instead that this second-order property is akin to a mere disjunction of a night list of fundamental second-order properties. It seems to me that also follow from this person's beliefs, since these properties are well suited to serve as the meanings of semantically primitive restricted quantiers. However, we have also seen that one can make sense of without reifying meanings. One can believe that things exist in different ways without believing in entities that there are ways in which things exist. Belief in the conjunction of suffixes for belief in ways of being. But it is not necessary. In this section, I discuss views that seem committed to ways of being without accepting. First, there are interesting worries about the coherence of quantifying over absolutely everything. Suppose you believe in sets, suppose you hold that whenever there are some sets, there is a set of those sets. You will be led to a contradiction very quickly if you assume then that you can quantify over all the sets there are. You might hold instead that, for every quantier Q1 there is a more inclusive quantier Q2 that ranges over everything Q1 ranges over, but not vice versa. On this view, every quantier is a restricted quantier. Couldn't someone hold this view while still believing in ways of being? Yes. Let's keep things simple, and consider the view that sets enjoy one way of being whereas concrete entities enjoy another. Consider now an inite sequence of quantiers, index the ordinals, such that the RST member, Q0, ranges over all and only concrete objects, while Q1 ranges over all and only concrete objects and sets of concrete objects. Q2 ranges over everything Q1 ranges over as well as sets of things within Q1's range, etc. Consider a second inite sequence of quantiers, also indexed to ordinals, Q0, Qn-, whereas before Q0 ranges over all and only concrete objects, while each of Q1-, Qn-, range over all and only the sets ranged over by Q1. Qn. Basically, the RST sequence is a sequence of increasingly expansive quantiers that have both individuals and sets within their domains, whereas the second sequence is a sequence of increasingly expansive quantiers that have only sets within their domains. We now claim that the perfectly natural quantiers are Q0 along with Q1-, Qn-, rather than Q1, Qn. We can make sense of the view that there are modes of being without believing in the possibility of absolutely unrestricted quantification. Another view worth considering holds that the domains of the fundamental quantiers overlap. Such a view would be strange, for according to it, there is an X such that X exists in more than way. I know of no historical guru who has clearly embraced such a view, although Aristotle does discuss the possibility. That some qualities might also be relatives in the categories, see 11a37. But I can envision how such a view could be motivated. Consider the view that particulars and universals exist in different ways, the actual and the possible also exist in different ways, and these divisions cross-cut. On this view, one thing can enjoy two ways of being. I tentatively suggest the following: one believes in ways of being just in case one believes that there is more than one fundamental quantier expression. This is what all the views elucidated here have in common. One interesting upshot of this proposal is that it classes the quantier variantist as a friend of ways of being. Whether this is desirable I leave the reader to judge. 6. Some brief remarks on other ontological debates. In what follows, I indicate some interesting lines of inquiry that could be fruitfully pursued given the framework articulated here. 6.1 Subsistence revisited. Many of us have had the following experience. You are teaching an undergraduate philosophy class, perhaps it is an introductory class, and for some reason the topic of the existence of abstract objects has come up. Some student, often many students, resists the claim that the number 2 exists in the same way that tables exist. The student is happy to say that there are numbers, and is happy to say that there are tables. But the student hesitates to say that they enjoy the same kind of existence. You are convinced that the student must be confused. Everything that there is exists in the same way, after all, so either the student really wants to say that the number 2 does not exist, or the student mistakenly thinks that to exist really means something like to exist and to be spatio-temporal. You experience frustration as you try to get the student to grasp the concept of a generic unrestricted quantier. The student experiences frustration as well. On the position that I have articulated, the metaphysical mistake is yours, not the student's. The student presumably has two non-overlapping existence concepts, one of which ranges over concrete objects, while the other ranges over abstract objects. Each of these concepts hits a genuine logical joint. The unrestricted quantier that you are desperately trying to foist on the student is less natural than the restricted quantiers your student currently employs. You do her a disservice by leading her to trade her more natural concepts for a less natural one. How should we rethink the debate between realists and nominalists over mathematical objects if the student's quantiers are fundamental? There is a perfectly natural quantier that ranges over only concrete objects. So there is a very good sense in which there are no numbers. The sense of there are according to which there are both numbers and noses is less natural than the sense of there are according to which there are noses but no numbers. So nominalism seems vindicated. But there is also a perfectly natural sense of there are according to which there are numbers but no noses. So Pythagoreanism seems vindicated as well. This is somewhat puzzling. 6.2 Possibilism. Possibilism is the view that there are objects that are merely possible. Possibilism has enjoyed a recent resurgence thanks to the work of David Lewis, who famously holds that the merely possible are ontologically on a par with the actual. Possible worlds, on Lewis's view, are spatio-temporally isolated physical universes, many of which contain human beings differing from you and me only in that they are much harder to visit. To be actual, on Lewis's view, is merely to be spatio-temporally related to me. Actuality is on this picture merely indexical, just like being here. Despite its incredible ontology, impressive arguments for modal realism can be mustered. But no impressive argument suffices to overcome the following worry, succinctly stated by Philip Bricker. The alternative for the realist is to hold that actuality is absolute, and that there is an ontological distinction in kind between the actual and the merely possible. In my opinion, this is the only viable option for the realist. Our conceptual scheme demands that actuality be categorical, whatever is of the same ontological kind as something actual is itself actual. To hold then, as Lewis does, that the actual world and the possible worlds do not differ in kind is simply incoherent. Philip Bricker accordingly holds that there is a primitive fact about which things in modal reality are the actual things. But he also correctly notes that this fact cannot consist in some things having a quality that others lack. In what then does this primitive fact consist? The obvious answer is that the merely possible exist in a fundamentally different way than the actual. The epistemology of the possible and the actual is fundamentally different. For example, we can know a priori that there is a merely possible talking donkey, but we cannot know a priori that there is an actual talking donkey. The merely 316 Chris McDaniel. Possible are governed by a principle of plentitude that does not govern the actual. At the very least, for every way that something actual could be, there is something possible that is that way. The hypothesis that these epistemological and metaphysical differences are grounded in different ways of existing is both viable and intellectually satisfying. 11. Metaphysics after Carnap, the Ghost Who Walks? H.U.W. Price. 1. The Carnap case. Imagine a well-trained mid-20th century American philosopher, caught in a rare traffic jam on the New Jersey Turnpike, one still summer afternoon in 1950. He dozes off in his warm car, and awakes in the same spot on a chill fall evening in 2008, remembering nothing of the intervening years. It is as if he has been asleep at the wheel for almost 60 years. Suppose that he sees the upside of his peculiar situation. Phenomenologically, it is on a par with time travel, and what red-blooded philosopher could fail to be excited by that? Of course, he realizes that it is far more likely that he is suffering from amnesia than that he has actually been transported more than half a century into the future, or survived for that long on the turnpike, but all the more reason to savor the experience while he can, lest his memory should soon return. Indeed, he soon becomes a celebrity, written up by Oliver Sacks in The New Yorker. Irreverent graduate students call him the Carnap of contemporary philosophy, and everyone is interested in his impressions of modern life. What will surprise him about the society in which he NDS himself? Any Australian philosopher who knows contemporary New York will ND it easy to imagine some of the things that might stand out: the number of people who ask for change for a cup of coffee, the mind-numbing range of options available when he buys his own cup of coffee, the sheer size of even the smallest, and so on. But let's suppose that Carnap has the true philosopher's ability to ignore all of this. He wants to know what has happened to his own beloved discipline. To hell with the beggars and the Starbucks, he exclaims. Where are the big strides in philosophy this past half-century? Metaphysics after Carnap, the Ghost Who Walks? 321. At this point, I think, Australian intuitions are less reliable. Australian philosophical audiences ND familiar. One of the features of contemporary philosophy that Carnap will ND most surprising, viz., the apparent health of metaphysics. Back in the late 1940s, Carnap recalls, metaphysics, like poverty, was supposed to be on its last legs. Yet everywhere that he turns these days, there is a philosopher espousing a metaphysical position, someone claiming to be a realist about this, an irrealist about that, a rationalist about something else. Out in the college towns of New Jersey and New England, Carnap NDS, there are more ontological options than kinds of coffee, more metaphysicians than homeless people. And it isn't simply an fiction of the aged, in rem, and mentally ill. Like the Great War of his parents' generation, contemporary metaphysics seems to have claimed the best and brightest of a generation. When will they ever learn? Carnap hums to himself, a sign perhaps to us, if not to him, that his memory of the intervening years is beginning to return. If Carnap were to ask where the battle against metaphysics was lost in 20th century philosophy, he would do well to turn his attention to a skirmish between his famous namesake and Quine in the early 1950s. In philosophy, as in less abstract conics, single engagements are rarely decisive, but this particular clash does seem of special significance. By the late 1940s, Carnap's position seems to represent the furthest advance of the anti-metaphysical movement, at least on one of its several fronts. The fact that the position was never consolidated, and the ground lost, seems to owe much to Quine's criticism of Carnap's views. Ironically, Quine's criticism was friendly for Quine, too, was no friend of traditional metaphysics. but the attack was no less damaging for the fact that it came from behind, and its effect seems to have been to weaken what at that time, at any rate seems to have been Quine and Carnap's common cause. Indeed, Carnap would soon end another reason for blaming Quine for the apparent health of metaphysics. In fact, he'd discover that Hilary Putnam had recently answered his question explicitly. How come, the reader may wonder, it is precisely in analytic philosophy, a kind of philosophy that, for many years, was hostile to the very word ontology that ontology nourishes. If we ask when ontology became a respectable subject for an analytic philosopher to pursue, the mystery disappears. It became respectable in 1948, when Quine published a famous paper titled On What There Is. It was Quine who single-handedly made ontology a respectable subject. 322. At least in part, then, the contemporary cadence and self-image of metaphysics rests on a conception of its own history in which Quine plays a central role. According to this popular narrative, it was Quine, perhaps Quine alone, who rescued metaphysics from positivism and other threats in those dark days after the Second War. With one hand, Quine wrote On What There Is, and thus gave ontology a life-saving transfusion. With the other, he drove a stake through the heart of Carnap's empiricism, semantics and ontology, and thus dispatched the last incarnation of the Viennese menace. In my view, this metaphysical rebirthing myth is in large part bogus, in the sense that neither of Quine's achievements actually supports what is now widely taken to rest on it. On the one hand, the ontology that Quine revived in On What There Is itself a pale zombie, compared to the beefy creature that positivists since Hume had been trying to put down. And on the other, Quine's stake missed the heart of Carnap's metaphysics-destroying doctrine completely, merely lopping off some inessential appendages, and leaving the argument, if anything, stronger than before. If I'm right, then the truth that confronts Carnap about the fate of philosophy is disturbing indeed. What's haunting the halls of all those college towns, capturing the minds of new generations of the best and brightest, is actually the ghost of a long discredited discipline. Metaphysics is actually as dead as Carnap left it, but blinded, in part, by these misinterpretations of Quine. Contemporary philosophy has lost the ability to see it for what it is, to distinguish it from live and substantial intellectual pursuits. As his memory begins to return, Carnap ends himself gripped by a terrifying thought. What if he, too, should soon relapse into blindness, unable to see metaphysics for what it is? What if he, too, should be reclaimed by the living dead? My main theme in this paper is, as I put it a moment ago, that metaphysics is as dead, or at least deeded, as Carnap left it. In support of this thesis, I want to do two things. First, I want to show that Quine's famous criticisms of Carnap leave Carnap's anti-metaphysical doctrines substantially intact. I'll argue that the twin-chambered heart of Carnap's view comprises a dictionary view of metaphysics, with which Quine concurs, and a pluralism about the functions of existentially quantied discourse, with which Quine does not concur, but against which he offers no significant argument. Point superscript 1. Second, I want to call attention to what seems to me to be a persistent misinterpretation of Quine's views on ontology, a way of taking them that would indeed support inationary metaphysics, but cannot be what Quine intended. I'll argue that the misinterpretations rest on a failure to resolve an important ambiguity, between what we may call thick and thin readings of Quine's conclusions in On What There Is. It seems to me that many who appeal to Quine in support of their metaphysical investigations rely on the thick reading, while at the same time displaying a kind of false modesty, helping themselves to a cloak of plain-speaking ontological frugality that belongs to the thin reading. Metaphysics thus gets away with working both sides of the street, because the two readings are not properly distinguished. It is therefore important to take the trouble to draw the distinction, and to show that only the thin reading can really be regarded as legitimate, by Quine's own lights. To Carnap's Decianism first, then, to Carnap. Carnap thought that much of traditional metaphysics and ontology rests on a mistake. In explaining why, he relies on the notion of a linguistic framework. Roughly, a linguistic framework is the set of rules governing the use of a group of terms and predicates, say, the terms we use in talking about medium-sized objects, or in talking about numbers. Carnap thought that adopting such a framework, or way of talking, typically brings with it ontological methods and questions. These are internal questions, questions that arise within the framework, and their nature depends on the framework in question. They may be empirical, as in science, or logical, as in mathematics. However, Carnap continues, these internal questions do not include the metaphysical questions typically asked by philosophers: are there material objects, for example, or are there numbers? Carnap says that in this form these external questions are simply mistakes, they cannot be asked because they are framed in the wrong way. The only legitimate external questions are pragmatic in nature. Should we adopt this framework? Would it be useful? In my view, it is helpful to frame Carnap's point in terms of the use-mentioned distinction. Legitimate uses of the terms such as number and material object are necessarily internal, for it is conformity to the rules of the framework in question that constitutes use. But as internal questions, as Carnap notes, these questions could not have the significance that traditional metaphysics takes them to have. Metaphysics tries to locate them somewhere else, but thereby commits a use-mention fallacy. The only legitimate external questions simply mention the terms in question. Carnap thus becomes a pluralist about ontological commitment, explicitly so, in the sense that he associates distinct ontological commitment with distinct linguistic frameworks, and at least implicitly so in a deeper functional or pragmatic sense. After all, the key to Carnap's accommodation of abstract entities is the idea that the framework that introduces talk of such entities may serve different pragmatic purposes from the framework that introduces talk of physical objects, and this could only be so if there is some sense in which the two frameworks do different jobs. Superscript 2. However, Carnap's view is not simply a recipe for more inclusive realism. For if what is meant by realism is a metaphysical view in the old sense, then Carnap's position amounts to a rejection of all such views. By that realist's lights, then, Carnap's view is a form of global irrealism. Yet his view is not traditional anti-realism either. It is a third position which rejects the traditional realist, anti-realist dichotomy. Here is Carnap's own negotiation of this critical point, from empiricism, semantics and ontology. The non-cognitive character of the questions which we have called here external questions was recognized and emphasized already by the Vienna Circle under the leadership of Moritz Schlick, the group from which the movement of logical empiricism originated. Influenced by ideas of Ludwig Wittgenstein, the Circle rejected both the thesis of the reality of the external world and the thesis of its irreality as pseudo-statements. The same was the case for both the thesis of the reality of universals and the nominalistic thesis that they are not real and that their alleged names are not names of anything but merely idus voces. It is therefore not correct to classify the members of the Vienna Circle as nominalists, as is sometimes done. However, if we look at the basic anti-metaphysical and pro-scientific attitude of most nominalists, disregarding their occasional pseudo-theoretical formulations, then it is, of course, true to say that the Vienna Circle was much closer to those philosophers than to their opponents. Superscript 3. Thus Carnap's view combines pluralism about ontological commitment with a strikingly dictionary attitude to metaphysics in general. This is a combination that needs to be espoused with some care. If Carnap's pluralism were cast as pluralism about ontology per se, it would sound like a metaphysical position in its own right, pluralism about the furniture of reality, as it were. Hence the need to stress that it is a pluralism about language, about the linguistic frameworks in which, and the purposes for which, we go in for the business of ontological commitment. This pluralist aspect of Carnap's view is one of Quine's main targets. Elsewhere, Quine is also a critic of other manifestations of pluralism about existence and existential quantification, notably that of Ryle. I want to show that these Quinian arguments contain little to trouble Carnap's combination of Decianism about metaphysics and pluralism about the functions of linguistic categories. As a result, they provide no serious obstacle to the suggestion that in virtue of such pluralism, not all RST order ontological commitment need be scientific ontological commitment. Quine's objections to Carnap on this matter also offer an apparent defense of metaphysics against Carnap's criticisms, a defense in tension, it may seem, with my suggestion that Quine, too, is really a Detionist about ontological issues. Before turning to the issue of pluralism, I want to show that in fact there is no tension here. For all practical purposes, Quine agrees with Carnap about the status of metaphysical issues. If anything, he is more of a pragmatist than Carnap, arguing that Carnap is mistaken in assigning a more robust status to scientific matters. 3. Quine's defense of metaphysics. The bad news. Much of Quine's attack on Carnap, indeed, the basic point of contention, as Quine puts it, rests on the objection that Carnap's notion of a linguistic framework presupposes the analytic, synthetic distinction. Quine argues that in virtue of the failure of the analytic, synthetic distinction, even internal questions are ultimately pragmatic. Referring to Carnap's view that, as Quine puts it, philosophical questions are only apparently about sorts of objects, and are really pragmatic questions of language policy, Quine asks, but why should this be true of the philosophical questions and not of theoretical questions generally? Such a distinction of status is of a piece with the notion of analyticity, and as little to be trusted. In other words, Quine's claim is that there are no purely internal issues, in Carnap's sense. No issue is ever entirely insulated from pragmatic concerns about the possible effects of revisions of the framework itself. Pragmatic issues of this kind are always on the agenda, at least implicitly. In the last analysis, all judgments are pragmatic in nature. Grant that this is true. What effect does it have on Carnap's anti-metaphysical conclusions? Carnap's internal issues were of no use to traditional metaphysics, and metaphysics does not lose if they are disallowed. But does it gain? Science and mathematics certainly lose, in the sense that they become less pure, more pragmatic, but this is not a gain for metaphysics. And Quine's move certainly does not restore the non-pragmatic external perspective required by metaphysics. In effect, the traditional metaphysician wants to be able to say, I agree it is useful to say this, but is it true? Carnap rules out this question, and Quine does not rule it back. Quine sometimes invites confusion on this point. He says that, if there is no proper distinction between analytic and synthetic, then no basis at all remains for the contrast which Carnap urges between ontological statements and empirical statements of existence. Ontological questions then end up on a par with the questions of natural science. This sounds like good news for ontology, but actually it isn't. Quine's criticism of Carnap cannot provide vindication of traditional metaphysics, for if all issues are ultimately pragmatic, there can't be the more than pragmatic issue of the kind the metaphysician requires. The main effect of abandoning the analytic, synthetic distinction is that Carnap's distinctions are no longer sharp. There are no purely internal issues, because linguistic rules are never absolute, and pragmatic restructuring is never entirely off the agenda. But a metaphysician who takes this as a vindication of his position, who announces triumphantly that Quine has shown us that metaphysics is in the same boat as natural science, that ontological questions on a par with the questions of natural science, is someone who has not been told the terrible news. Quine himself has sunk the metaphysician's traditional boat, and left all of us, scientists and ontologists, clinging to Newertha's raft. As Quine himself puts it in the same piece, Carnap maintains that ontological questions are questions not of fact but of choosing a convenient scheme or framework for science, and with this I agree only if the same be conceded for every scientific hypothesis. Thus Quine is not returning to the kind of metaphysics rejected by the logical empiricists. On the contrary, he is moving forwards, embracing a more thoroughgoing post-positivist pragmatism. In this respect, far from blocking Carnap's drive towards a more pragmatic, less metaphysical destination, Quine simply overtakes him, and pushes further in the same direction. It might be objected that news still looks much better for metaphysics than Carnap would have had us believe. Granted, there is no longer any pure, non-pragmatic science to be had, and no non-pragmatic metaphysics, either. But if metaphysics nevertheless ends up on a par with the kinds of questions investigated at CERN and Bell Labs, isn't that a kind of respectability worth having? However, this suggestion trades on an excessively optimistic reading of the phrase on a par. After all, consider the implications of Quine's rejection of the analytic, synthetic distinction. In one sense, it means that the question whether there exist bachelors either female or married is now on a par with the kind of matters investigated at CERN, such as the existence of the Higgs boson. But on a par simply means not sharply distinguished. As empiricism had traditionally assumed, nobody should take the news to recommend a serious sociological investigation into the gender and marital status of bachelors. Conversely, the news that science is ultimately pragmatic does not mean that CERN and Bell Labs should be hiring pragmatists. There is still a big difference, in practice, between the day-to-day business of empirical science and the sort of rare occasions on which Quinian science has to confront its pragmatic foundations. At best, it is with these rare situations that Quine's response to Carnap can compare metaphysics, and patently, they are no serious challenge Carnap's objections to traditional metaphysics. Once again, the force of Quine's remarks is not that metaphysics is like science as traditionally conceived, but that science is like metaphysics as pragmatically conceived. For against pluralism. But Quine has another card to play. Carnap's objections to traditional metaphysical issues turns in part on the idea that they involve an illegitimate theoretical stance, external to the linguistic frameworks that give their concepts sense. I've suggested above that for Carnap, this external stance is disallowed because if we step back this far, we step outside the relevant game altogether, and can no longer use the notions that have their home there. But how do we count linguistic games? In particular, what is to stop us treating all ontological issues as internal questions within a single grand framework? Why shouldn't we introduce a single existential quantier, allowed to range over anything at all, and treat the question of the existence of numbers as on a par with that of the existence of dragons? This is Quine's objection to Carnap's pluralism. Quine characterizes Carnap's views as follows: it begins to appear, then, that Carnap's dichotomy of questions of existence is a dichotomy between questions of the form are there so-and-sos, where the so-and-sos purport to exhaust the range of a particular style of bound variables, and questions of the form are there so-and-sos, where the so-and-sos do not purport to exhaust the range of a particular style of bound variables. Let me call the former questions category questions, and the latter one subclass questions. I need this new terminology because Carnap's terms external and internal draw a somewhat different distinction which is derivative from the distinction between category questions and subclass questions. The external questions are the category questions conceived as propounded before the adoption of a given language, and they are, Carnap holds, properly to be construed as questions of the desirability of a given language form. The internal questions comprise the subclass questions and, in addition, the category questions when these are construed as treated within an adopted language as questions having trivially analytic or contradictory answers. Accordingly, Quine continues, the question whether there are numbers will be a category question only with respect to languages which appropriate a separate style of variables for the exclusive purpose of referring to numbers. If our language refers to numbers through variables which also take classes other than numbers as values, then the question whether there are numbers becomes a subclass question, on a par with the question whether there are primes over 100. Even the question whether there are classes, or whether there are physical objects, becomes a subclass question if our language uses a single style of variables to range over both sorts of entities. Whether the statement that there are physical objects and the statement that there are black swans should be put on the same side of the dichotomy, or on opposite sides, comes to depend on the rather trivial consideration of whether we use one style of variables or two for physical objects and classes. In effect, then, Quine is arguing that there is no principled basis for Carnap's distinction of language into frameworks, where this is to be understood in terms of the of new quantiers, ranging over distinct domains of entities. If there is only one existential quantier, ranging over entities of any kind, then there would appear to be nothing to whose existence we are necessarily committed by virtue of using a particular system of concepts. We can always step back, consider the broader range of entities, and ask ourselves whether anything within this range answers to the concepts in question. If Quine is right, then supposedly metaphysical issues are their numbers, for example, would seem to be on a par with the ontological issues that Carnap wants to regard as internal. It is true that all ontological questions have a pragmatic ingredient, by Quine's lights, but this is no longer quite the comfort that it was before. At that stage, the point was that Quine's attack on the analytic, synthetic distinction seemed to worsen things for science. Without improving things for metaphysics. It didn't challenge the idea that metaphysics involves a linguistic mistake. But it now looks as though Carnap's main objection to metaphysics rests on an unsupported premise, namely the assumption that there is some sort of principled plurality in language which blocks Quine's move to homogenize the existential quantier. So far as I can see, Carnap himself does not have a satisfactory defense of this doctrine. In Quine's terms, he does not have any principled way to distinguish between category questions and subclass questions. What he needs, in effect, is an argument that there is some sort of category mistake involved in assimilating issues of the existence of numbers and of the existence of physical objects. He takes for granted that this is so, and his model for the construction of languages wreaks this assumption. Roughly speaking, the model requires that we mark the category boundaries in our choice of syntax a different quantier for each category, for example. But he does little to defend the assumption that the boundaries are there to be marked, prior to our syntactical choices, and this is what Quine denies. Tradition seems to assume that Quine has an argument for the opposing view, an argument for monism, where Carnap requires pluralism, as it were. I want to show that this is a mistake, and rests on a confusion between two theoretical issues concerning language. For Carnap's pluralism operates at two levels. On the surface, most explicitly, it is a doctrine expressed in terms of the logical syntax of language, the view that language may 330 be significantly factored into distinct linguistic frameworks, each associated with a particular style of bound variables, as Quine puts it. Underlying this logico-syntactical pluralism, however, is the pragmatic or functional pluralism that provides its motivation. Carnap holds that there is some sort of category mistake involved in assimilating issues of the existence of classes, say, and the existence of physical objects. His model for the construction of linguistic frameworks wreaks this assumption, requiring that we mark the category boundaries in our choice of syntax a different quantier for each category, for example. But the distinctions in question are not grounded at the syntactical level. This is important, because Quine's challenge to Carnap's pluralism rests on a challenge to its logico-syntactical manifestation. Quine argues that it cannot be more than a rather trivial consideration whether we use different quantiers for numbers, classes, and physical objects, for example, or use a single existential quantier ranging over entities of any of these kinds. I want to argue that we can allow that Quine is right about this, while insisting that it makes no difference at all to the issue that really matters, viz., whether Carnap is right about the underlying functional distinctions, and right about category mistakes. 5. Carnap, Quine, and Ryle on the mixing of spheres. The notion of a category mistake was familiar to the logical positivists of the 1920s and 1930s. In the Aufbau of 1928, Carnap himself uses the term mixing of spheres for, as he puts it later, the neglect of distinctions in the logical types of various kinds of concepts, but for contemporary audiences the notion is particularly associated with Ryle. Ryle is quite clear that it has implications for ontological issues, and in a famous passage in the concept of mind, touches on the question as to whether existence is a univocal notion. It is perfectly proper to say, in one logical tone of voice, that there exist minds, and to say, in another logical tone of voice, that there exist bodies. But these expressions do not indicate two different species of existence, for existence is not a generic word like colored or sexed. They indicate two different senses of exist, somewhat as rising has different senses in the tide is rising, hopes are rising and the average age of death is rising, a man would be thought to be making a poor joke who said that three things are now rising, namely the tide, hopes and the average age of death. It would be just as good or bad a joke to say that there exist prime numbers. Metaphysics after Carnap, the ghost who walks. 331. And Wednesdays and public opinions and navies, or that there exist both minds and bodies. Given Quine's response to Carnap, it isn't surprising that he has little sympathy for Ryle's apparent ontological pluralism. In a section of Word and Object devoted to ambiguity, Quine takes the opportunity to put on record his objection to Ryle's view. There are philosophers who stoutly maintain that true set of logical or mathematical laws and true set of weather predictions or suspects confessions are two uses of an ambiguous term true. There are philosophers who stoutly maintain that exists set of numbers, classes, and the like, and exists set of material objects are two uses of an ambiguous term exists. What mainly baffles me is the stoutness of their maintenance. What can they possibly count as evidence? Why not view true as unambiguous but very general, and recognize the difference between true logical laws and true confessions as a difference merely between logical laws and confessions? And correspondingly for existence. But what is the disagreement between Quine and Ryle? For Quine, matters of ontology reduce to matters of quantification, and presumably Ryle would not deny that we should quantify over prime numbers, days of the week and dispositions. Indeed, Ryle might reinforce his own denial that there are two species of existence by agreeing with Quine that what is essential to the single species of existence is its link with quantification. Ryle simply needs to say that what we are doing in saying that beliefs exist is not what we are doing in saying that tables exist, but that this difference rests on a difference in talk about tables and talk about beliefs, rather than on any difference in the notions of existence involved. So far this is exactly what Quine would have us say. The difference is that whereas Quine's formulation might lead us to focus on the issue of the difference between tables and beliefs per se, Ryle's functional orientation, his attention to the question as to what a linguistic category does, will instead lead us to focus on the difference between the functions of talk of beliefs and talk of tables, on the issue of what the two kinds of talk are for, rather than that of what they are about. Moreover, it is open to Ryle to say that in one important sense, it is exactly the same existential quantier we use in these different cases. It is the same logical device, but employed in the service of different functional, pragmatic or linguistic ends. This move is important, because it goes a long way to defusing Quine's objection to Carnap. By way of comparison, picking up on Quine's own second concern in the passage above, consider the familiar view that the truth predicate is a grammatical device to meet certain logical and pragmatic needs, a device for disquotational or prosentential purposes, say. As a number of writers have noted, this account is compatible with the view that declarative sentences can perform radically different functions, in a way which isn't captured merely by noting differences in content. Consider projectivism about moral or causal claims, for example. A detionist may say that although it is the same deeded notion of truth we use when we say there are moral truths, or that there are causal truths, moral and causal claims have quite different functions. An analogous move seems to provide the best way to preserve the pluralist insights of Carnap and Ryle in the face of Quine's objections. We should concede to Quine that there is a single logico-syntactic device of existential quantification, just as there is a single device of disquotational truth. If Carnap was really committed to the view that there are different existential quantier, one for each framework, then he was wrong about that, but we should insist that this device has application in a range of cases, whose functional origins are sufficiently distinct that naturalism is guilty of a serious error, in attempting to treat them as all on a par. On this view, the subject, predicate form, and indeed the notion of an object itself, have a one, many functional character. In one sense, it is the same tool or set of tools we employ wherever we speak of objects, or whenever we use the subject, predicate form, or what seems part of the same package whenever we use the existential quantier. However, there's no further unitary notion of object, or substance, or metaphysical bearer of properties, but only a subject position in an inite web of discourses. Similarly, it is the same tool or set of tools we use whenever we speak of truth, whenever we make a judgment or an assertion. But in each case, the relevant tool or set of tools may have incommensurable uses, if there are important senses in which the bits of language they facilitate have different functions. Thus the right way to read Ryle seems to be something like this. Terms such as exists and true are not ambiguous, for they serve a single core purpose in their various different applications. In that sense, they are univocal but very general terms, as Quine himself suggests. In virtue of the pre-existing functional differences between the concepts with which they associate, however, the different applications of these terms are incommensurable, in an important sense. Many terms in language seem to tee this pattern, in having a single core meaning or function, with application in several quite distinct cases. A good example is the term Ryle himself offers by way of comparison with exists, namely rising. Rising certainly has a core meaning. It refers to the increase in some quantity over time. But in virtue of the incommensurability of different kinds of quantities, different risings may themselves be incommensurable. It doesn't make sense to ask whether the average age of death is rising faster than the cost of living, for example. Similarly for existence, Ryle seems to want to say. The term has a single core meaning or function, tied to that of the existential quantier. But because the notions of mind and body belong to different logical categories, i.e., as I would put it, have importantly different functions in language, it doesn't make sense to think of the existence of minds as on a par with the existence of bodies. Ryle himself glosses this incommensurability in terms of the oddity of conjunctions such as there are beliefs and there are rocks, but this doesn't seem to get to the heart of the matter. The crucial point is that attempts to make ontological comparisons between entities in the two domains go wrong in just the way that attempts to compare different kinds of risings go wrong. Of course, more needs to be said about the relevant notion of linguistic function. In some sense, talk of chairs serves a different function from talk of tables, simply because chairs and tables are different kinds of furniture. Yet Ryle don't want to say that chair and table belong to different logical categories. So we need a story about which functional differences are the important ones. Indeed, we want a story on two levels. We want an account of the kind of logical and linguistic symptoms that indicate the presence of one of the distinctions in question adjoint between logical categories. And we want to know what underlies and explains those symptoms, what constitutes the distinctions in question. Superscript 1. Whatever the best story about these matters, an appealing thought is that if there are joints of this kind in language to be mapped and explained, they will turn out to line up with what, viewed from a different angle, present as some of the hard cases of contemporary metaphysics: the status and nature of morality, modality, meaning and the mental, for example. Ryle himself certainly thought that proper attention to categorical distinctions could deal such metaphysical issues, and so too, at least to a limited extent, did Carnap. What's striking, from the point of view we imagined at the beginning of the paper, is how invisible this approach became in the later decades of the 20th century. Much of analytic philosophy came to forget about Wittgenstein, Carnap, and Ryle, and to take for granted, once more, that the relevant issues are metaphysical. Are there really entities or facts of the kinds in question? True, some people who began with these questions would go on to ask about linguistic functions. If we want to say that there are no such entities, for example, what account can we give of the language which seems to refer to such things? Even here, however, the linguistic point is subsidiary to the ontological point. It isn't Carnap's point, or Ryle's point, namely that the ontological question itself rests on a philosopher's confusion about language, on a failure to notice the joints. Quine seems poorly placed to reject the suggestion that there might be important functional differences of this kind in language. The issue is one for science. It is the anthropologist, or perhaps the biologist, who asks, what does this linguistic construction do for these people? Quine can hardly argue that the results of such investigations may be known a priori. True, Quine himself often seems to take for granted that language has a well-defined core descriptive function, common to all well-founded assertoric discourse. This assumption underpins his claim that some apparently esoteric discourses, those of intentional psychology or morality, for example, do not serve this function, being rather expressive or instrumental. But as Chris Huquay notes, it is far from clear that this assumption is defensible, in Quine's own terms. For example, given Quine's own minimalism about truth, it is no use his saying that descriptive discourse aims at truth. Why shouldn't a minimal notion of truth be useful in an expressive or instrumental discourse? In other words, why shouldn't a minimalist allow that truth itself is a multifunctional notion, in our earlier sense? And why shouldn't the notion of description be as minimal as that of truth, thus undermining the assumption that description itself comprises a significant functional category? These are difficult matters, but that fact in itself supports the rather weak conclusion I want to draw. Quine's criticism of Carnap and Ryle's ontological pluralism is inconclusive, to say the least, because the issue depends on substantial issues about language on which the jury is still out. Perhaps it would be better to say that the jury has been disbanded, for contemporary philosophy seems to have forgotten the case. I have argued that there is no justification for this amnesia in Quine's response to Carnap and Ryle. We have seen that Quine agrees with Carnap in rejecting an external, non-pragmatic standpoint for metaphysics. Carnap's claim that traditional metaphysics is also guilty of a more local kind of error turns out to rest on foundations which Carnap himself does not supply, in effect, functional foundations for Ryle's notion of a category mistake. Nothing in Quine's criticism of Carnap's and Ryle's pluralism seems to count against the existence of such foundations, and so the verdict on the Carnap-Ryle view must await excavations order scientific inquiries into the underlying functions of language in human life. The importance of this kind of investigation is much less appreciated in contemporary philosophy than it was in the 1950s, I think, and Quine, or at least his interpreters, deserve some of the blame. 6. Saving ontology. I noted at the beginning that there seemed to be two main grounds to hold Quine responsible for the apparent health of metaphysics in contemporary philosophy, of which the RST was the impact of his criticisms of Carnap. The second was the impact of on what there is, with which, as Putnam puts it, Quine single-handedly made ontology a respectable subject. In the remainder of the paper I want to call attention by example to what seems to me a persistent misinterpretation of the significance of Quine's position on ontology, a misinterpretation that has the effect of making Quinean ontology a much more substantial metaphysical program than it really is. I offer 336 examples. Each is associated with one of the major gears of the post-Quinean analytic philosophy, Hilary Putnam and David Lewis, respectively, and perhaps the weight of these giants has contributed to the persistence of the misinterpretation. 7. Is there an argument from indispensability? The RST example comes from philosophy of mathematics. In debates between realists and anti-realists about mathematical entities, both sides commonly concede the force of the so-called Quine-Putnam indispensability argument. Here's a formulation of this argument from Hartree Field, perhaps the leading contemporary writer on the irrealist side of these debates, who attributes it particularly to Putnam. Putnam 1971 is the locus clas siccus for the view that we need to regard mathematics as true because only by doing so can we explain the utility of mathematics in other areas, for instance, its utility in science, and in metalogic. The general form of this Putnamian argument is as follows: we need to speak in terms of mathematical entities in doing science, metalogic, etc. If we need to speak in terms of a kind of entity for such important purposes, we have excellent reason for supposing that that kind of entity exists. Field takes it that in order to avoid the conclusion of this argument, i.e., as he sees it, to avoid mathematical realism, anti-realists need to deny the truth of the RST premise. Here's another formulation of the indispensability argument, this time from Mark Colivan, on the realist side of the debate. For future reference I'll state the Quine-Putnam indispensability argument in the following explicit form: we ought to have ontological commitment to all and only the entities that are indispensable to our best scientific theories. Mathematical entities are indispensable to our best scientific theories. We ought to have ontological commitment to mathematical entities. In my view, as I said, these arguments involve a subtle misinterpretation of Quine, and perhaps also of Putnam, though admittedly a misinterpretation. Metaphysics after Carnap, The Ghost Who Walks? 337. That neither Quine nor Putnam seems to have done much to discourage. Here is Putnam's own version of the argument, from the source cited by Field. So far I have been developing an argument for realism along roughly the following lines: quantification over mathematical entities is indispensable for science, both formal and physical, therefore we should accept such quantification, but this commits us to accepting the existence of the mathematical entities in question. This type of argument stems, of course, from Quine, who has for years stressed both the indispensability of quantification over mathematical entities and the intellectual dishonesty of denying the existence of what one daily presupposes. Let's pay particular attention to Putnam's null remark here, his gloss of Quine. Putnam says that if quantification over mathematical entities is indispensable, it is intellectually dishonest to deny the existence of such entities. The crucial point, a point missed by Putnam himself here, so far as I can see, is that a principled exclusion of arguments against the existence of entities of a certain kind does not in itself comprise an argument for the existence of such entities, of the kind supposedly captured by the above formulations. Point superscript 1 superscript 1. One way to highlight this distinction is to note that if there were an argument usable by ontologists in this vicinity, then by Quine's lights it would also be an argument usable by scientists and mathematicians themselves. After all, Quine insists that philosophy is not separate from science, we're all adrift in the same boat. But think about the argument as used by scientists themselves. To secure premise, they must come to accept that quantification over mathematical entities is indispensable, not merely something that they just happen to go in for as scientists, but something that survives under reaction, something they think that they don't have a choice about, if they are to continue to do science at all. But for Quine, of course, there is no space between ontological commitment, belief that there are mathematical entities, and acceptance of quantification over mathematical entities. So, by Quine's lights, to be in a position to accept is to accept not only that one believes that there are mathematical entities, but that one is justified in doing so, by the lights of best scientific practice. It is to believe not only that there are mathematical entities, but that one ought to believe that there are, having properly considered the alternatives. Imagine our scientists, thus equipped with premise. If they accept premise, they are thus led to the conclusion, that they ought to believe that there are mathematical entities. But they believe that already, by assumption, if ought means something like by the internal standards of science, so the argument could only take them somewhere new if there were some other standards, some other standpoint, from which to assess the question as to whether there are mathematical entities. There are two problems with this last idea. One is that it atly contradicts Quine, who insists that there is no separate standpoint for ontology, outside that of science. The other is that by introducing two standards for ontological commitment, the second-rate as if kind of commitment at the RST stage, as compared to the RST-rate, meaty kind of commitment at the second, it pulls the rug from beneath the entire argument. If there is a second-rate kind of ontological commitment, why should that kind of commitment be a guide to what there is? On the contrary, presumably, what makes it second-rate is that it isn't a guide to what there is. In defense of the argument from indispensability, it might be said that Quine insists that if science reaches that stage of accepting, then there is no philosophical standpoint from which it makes sense to doubt that there are mathematical entities. To ask, but are there really mathematical entities? Doesn't this imply that if science reaches the stage of accepting, then we are justified in affirming that there are mathematical entities after all? Aren't we justified in affirming what it makes no sense to doubt? Well, it depends. Perhaps we are justified in repeating what science says. But even if so, this involves no inference from the fact that science says it, no argument, simply concurrence. The Quinian doctrine that if science reaches that stage of accepting, then there is no philosophical standpoint from which it makes sense to doubt that there are mathematical entities to ask, but are there really mathematical entities? Does put paid to a certain sort of ontological skepticism, or anti-realism. But it doesn't imply that there is an argument from the needs of science to ontological conclusions for realism. On the contrary, it deets or disallows a certain sort of ontological debate, a debate taking place outside science, about whether there are things of the kind science quanties over. After all, think of really as a metaphysician's term of art. The argument that it makes no sense to ask but are there really mathematical entities, does not imply that we should say there really are mathematical entities. Perhaps we should simply forget about really. The difficulty with the argument just given is that our realist opponents will deny that they ever meant anything special by really. A familiar dispute then ensues about whose position is the more modest, about who holds the metaphysical low ground, so to speak. From the Detionist's point of view, the right strategy is to present one's opponent with issues on which she must take a stand, one way or the other. The aim is to show that if she agrees, she is being more Detionist than she wants to be, while if she disagrees, she holds commitments sufficiently innated to be targets. The claimed argument from indispensability provides one such choice point, in my view. Once we distinguish the strong version of the argument from the weak version of the argument, then we Detionist can offer an opponent a choice between the two. If she chooses the strong version, we argue, as above, that she is no true Quinian. While if she insists, instead, that she accepts the argument only in the modest, anti-realist dismissing sense, then we have no reason to disagree. On the contrary, we should welcome her to the anti-metaphysical club, to the enlightened circle who agree with Carnap, in rejecting both the thesis of the reality of the external world and the thesis of its irreality. 8. How metaphysical is modal realism? I now turn to a second appeal to the Quinian recipe for ontology, perhaps the most famous in 20th century metaphysics. It is David Lewis's argument for modal realism. Lewis begins by emphasizing that his modal realism is simply an ontological thesis, while modal realism is simply the thesis that there are other worlds, and individuals inhabiting those worlds, and that these are of a certain nature, and suited to play certain theoretical roles. It is an existential claim, not a thesis about our semantic competence, or about the nature of truth, or about bivalence, or about the limits of our knowledge. For me, the question is of the existence of objects, not the objectivity of the subject matter. 340. Why believe in a plurality of worlds? Lewis asks. Because the hypothesis is serviceable, he replies, and that is a reason to think that it is true. He compares this argument to the mathematical case, cast explicitly in Quinian form. Set theory offers the mathematician great economy of primitives and premises, in return for accepting rather a lot of entities unknown to Homo javanensis. It offers an improvement in what Quine calls ideology, paid for in the coin of ontology. It's an offer you can't refuse. The price is right, the bonnets in theoretical unity and economy are well worth the entities. Philosophers might like to see the subject reconstructed or reconstrued, but working mathematicians insist on pursuing their subject in paradise, and will not be driven out. Their thesis of the plurality of sets is fruitful, that gives them good reason to believe that it is true. In sum, then, Lewis's argument for modal realism comes down to this. Many ways in which systematic philosophy goes more easily if we may presuppose modal realism in our analyses. I take this to be a good reason to think that modal realism is true, just as the utility of set theory in mathematics is a good reason to believe that there are sets. The RST point I want to make about this argument is that it simply ignores the distinction a Carnapian will want to draw between pragmatic and traditional evidential reasons for believing true. Clearly, a Carnapian might accept that the utility of talk of possible worlds is a good pragmatic reason for adopting the vocabulary in question, without reading this as in any sense an argument for the truth of a metaphysical conclusion. To distinguish his position from such a Carnapian case for talk of possible worlds, Lewis needs to interpret the argument in a stronger sense. The question is, does Quine really offer any grounds for doing so? Defenders of the argument from indispensability would answer yes at this point, and see Lewis as an ally in their own cause. But I have argued that this misrepresents Quine. The right conclusions to draw from the appeal to indispensability are simply the illegitimacy of any metaphysical stance, whether positive or negative on the ontological matter in question, coupled with the affirmation of the pragmatic case for continuing to use the vocabulary in question. Once more, this is entirely in keeping with Carnap's pragmatism and metaphysical Decianism. If I am right, then the rather surprising upshot is that Lewis's modal realism, the most visible and controversial thesis of perhaps the most respected guru in late 20th century metaphysics, doesn't really need to be thought of as metaphysics at all, in the sense of the subject that Carnap and his predecessors attacked. I don't claim this as an original insight. Simon Blackburn. Metaphysics after Carnap, The Ghost Who Walks? 341. For one, has long urged that the distinctively metaphysical oomph of Lewis's modal realism is surprisingly hard to pin down. But the message has fallen on deaf ears. Many people think that they are doing metaphysics, in Lewis's footsteps as Lewis himself intended, obviously, when he took those steps in the RST place. Lewis himself was aware of the threat from this quarter, and in one of his last papers, he seeks to equate quasi-realism with a self-consciously metaphysical position, namely Tionalism. (1). He notes that both views endorse the RST order folk claims of a target discourse, but then offer us a second-order qualification. Thus in the modal case, for example, it goes like this: there are ways things could have been, that's the RST order claim, but only in the modal Tion in which we all participate, that's the Tionalist writer. Lewis seems to suggest that Tionalism and quasi-realism are therefore inferior to the view which accepts such statements without qualification, i.e., as he interprets the unqualified view, to realism. Set aside for the moment the question as to whether Lewis is right to interpret quasi-realism as a form of Tionalism, and focus RST on the nature of this unqualified alternative, to which Lewis contrasts Tionalism and quasi-realism. What is this unqualified realism? Is it the view that just says, with the folk, there are ways things might have been? Or is it the view that says there are really ways things might have been, where the capital letters mark some distinctively philosophical claim? If there's a difference between these two possibilities, and if it's the unqualified position we're after, then it must be the weaker position. Why? Because the stronger also requires an additional qualification, though this time of a positive rather than a negative kind. What if there isn't a difference between the weaker and stronger views? That would imply that, as Carnap thought, there isn't any distinctively theoretical viewpoint that philosophy can bring to such matters of ontology. In other words, it implies that there isn't any distinct stronger position. Again, then, the unqualified position is the weaker position. All the same, Lewis's argument may seem to pose a threat to what I am offering as the most attractive version of the Carnapian program, in the following sense. I have suggested that in order to meet Quine's objections to pluralism, a Carnapian needs to emphasize what I called the functional pluralism that already seems implicit in Carnap's view. In other words, the Carnapian needs to emphasize the plurality of the things we do with language. However, this functionalist or genealogical orientation seems to have much in common with Blackburn's quasi-realism. And this raises the possibility that Lewis's argument might be able to establish that my Carnapian position is more metaphysical than I take it to be, metaphysical in the negative sense, in that, like Tionalism, it is committed to metaphysical claims of an anti-realist nature. Lewis's argument turns on the observation that there are qualifications we can add to what would otherwise be an assertion, which have the effect of cancelling the assertoric force. He gives several examples, e.g., I shall say much that I do not believe, starting now, and according to the Sherlock Holmes stories, and notes that an expression of metaphysical Tionalism has the same effect. It amounts to preceding one's moral assertions with the remark that they are not really true. Lewis claims that the same is true of quasi-realism. It, too, amounts to a disowning preface of this kind. That preface is to be found in the endorsement of projectivism that precedes and motivates advocacy of quasi-realism. It is something the quasi-realist says that the realist will not echo. In the present context, the relevant question is whether projectivism, or some other broadly functionalist or expressivist genealogy for a Carnapian domain of existential commitment, does amount to a disowning preface, in a way which creates any sort of difficulty for the combination I have recommended, of functional pluralism and metaphysical Decianism. Can we adopt a domain of existential quantication in a pragmatic Carnapian spirit, and say that that is what we are doing, without cancelling the assertoric force of the claims that we make in that domain? The RST point to note is that such a functional story will certainly count as a disowning preface to some claims that a metaphysical realist might want to make, in particular, claims which entail, explicitly or implicitly, some alternative account of the function and genealogy of the language in question. But no problems here for a Decianist, presumably, who won't be endorsing such claims in the RST place. Point superscript 1 superscript 3 The relevant issue isn't whether quasi-realism disowns what the capital R realist adds when he affirms that there are really moral truths. It is whether it disowns the ordinary unqualified affirmation of moral truths. So, does genealogy amount to taking something back, or merely to adding more? Note, RST, that not all ways of adding more take something back. Consider this case, for example, the butler wasn't at Starbucks on the night of the murder. This shows that there are some ways we can LL in some of the background to an assertion, without disowning that assertion. More interestingly, it appears that there are some ways in which we can diminish the force of an assertion by adding a qualification, without in any sense undermining its truth. It turns out that the butler did it. Here, the addition does indeed seem to diminish the force of the preceding assertion. But the corresponding addition would be true for almost any assertion whatsoever. So, although mentioning it counts as some sort of retraction, that's no reason to doubt the truth of the qualification itself, or to question a straightforwardly realist construal of the original sentence. This shows that there is space for genealogy to be both conversationally disowning, and yet entirely compatible with realism, at least if realism here means simply taking a claim at face value, rather than adding some rival genealogy. The lesson seems to be that we need to distinguish a broad sense of disowning or diminishing the force of an assertion, from a stricter sense which amounts to something like contradicting, or implying the falsity, of the original assertion. The examples above suggest that in some but not all cases, genealogy disowns in the former sense. It is not entirely clear which side of the line quasi-realist genealogy falls on, I think, but for present purposes it doesn't matter. For present purposes the latter kind of disowning implying the falsity, as I put it, is the crucial one. Fictionalism certainly disowns in this latter sense, but quasi-realism does not. One way to convince ourselves of this is to keep a clear eye on the mentioned distinction. Fictionalism needs to use moral vocabulary, in order to deny that there are values, literally speaking, whereas Carnapian or Blackburnian genealogy need only mention it. Quasi-realism talks about the talk, as it were, without actually talking the talk. Hence it simply lacks the vocabulary to say that moral claims are false. If Lewis were right to equate quasi-realism with fictionalism, it would be much harder to be a metaphysical Decianist than Carnap takes it to be. Contrary, clearly, to his own intentions, Carnap's view would be metaphysics in disguise. But Lewis hasn't made a case for the equation. And in a sense, his argument fails precisely because it is blind to the distinction between what we might call a metaphysical stance with respect to a vocabulary, a stance which takes the primary question to be whether the claims distinctive of the vocabulary are true, and a genealogical or anthropological stance, which is interested in why creatures like us come to employ the vocabulary in the RST place. Reactions from the latter stance may not always be neutral with respect to the moves we make within the game, the assertions we make as we employ the vocabulary ourselves. But as long as we keep the stances distinct in the RST place, there's no excuse for confusing this lack of neutrality for the adoption of a position within the game itself. Thus it appears that neither Lewis's own argument for modal realism, nor his late attempt to equate quasi-realism with fictionalism, offers any significant obstacle to a Carnapian combination of metaphysical Decianism and pragmatic functional pluralism. Once again, it turns out to be simply an illusion to think that Quine offers a recipe for any more substantial kind of metaphysics. I conclude that Quine's objections notwithstanding, metaphysics remains where Carnap left it. The challenge of empiricism, semantics and ontology remains unanswered. Superscript 1. References. Beth, E., 1963, Carnap on Constructed Systems, in Skilp, 1963, 469-502. Blackburn, Simon, 1984, Spreading the Word, Oxford, Oxford University Press. 1998a, Wittgenstein, Wright, Rorty and Minimalism, Mind 107, 157-82. 12. On What Grounds What? Jonathan Schaeffer. Substance is the subject of our inquiry, for the principles and the causes we are seeking are those of substances. For if the universe is of the nature of a whole, substance is its RST part. Aristotle. On the now dominant Quinian view, metaphysics is about what there is. Metaphysics so conceived is concerned with such questions as whether properties exist, whether meanings exist, and whether numbers exist. I will argue for the revival of a more traditional Aristotelian view, on which metaphysics is about what grounds what. Metaphysics so revived does not bother asking whether properties, meanings, and numbers exist. Of course they do. The question is whether or not they are fundamental. In 1 I will distinguish 3 conceptions of metaphysical structure. In 2 I will defend the Aristotelian view, coupled with a permissive line on existence. In 3 I will further develop a neo-Aristotelian framework, built around primitive grounding relations. 3 conceptions of metaphysical structure. Contemporary textbooks usually introduce metaphysics through the Quine-Carnap debate, with Quine awarded the victory. The main resistance comes from neo-Carnapians who challenge Quine's laurels. But why start with the Quine-Carnap debate? Why think that the best understanding of metaphysics is to be found in a debate between a positivist teacher and his post-positivist student, both of whom share explicitly anti-metaphysical sympathies? Among the many assumptions Quine and Carnap share is that metaphysical questions are existence questions, such as whether numbers exist. They only disagree on the further issue of whether such questions are meaningful. But why think that metaphysical questions are existence questions of this sort? Return to Aristotle's metaphysics. There are virtually no existence questions posed. The whole discussion is about substances. At one point Aristotle does pause to ask if numbers exist, and his answer is a brief and dismissive yes. It is true also to say, without qualification, that the objects of mathematics exist, and with the character ascribed to them by mathematicians. For Aristotle, the serious question about numbers is whether they are transcendent substances, or grounded in co and sierreta. The question is not whether numbers exist, but how. 1. The Quinian view, on what there is. According to Quine, metaphysics addresses the question of what is there. He notes that the question has a trivial answer, but adds there remains room for disagreement over cases. Among the cases he mentions are properties, meanings, and numbers. Thus Quine sees metaphysics as addressing the question of what exists, by addressing questions such as whether properties, meanings, and numbers exist. This should be familiar. To be more precise about the Quinian view, it will prove useful to begin by distinguishing between the task and method of metaphysics. Thus, Quinian task, the task of metaphysics is to say what exists. What exists forms the domain of quantification. The domain is a set, it has no internal structure. In other words, the Quinian task is to list the beings. The Quinian task of saying what exists is to be achieved by the following method, Quinian method. The method of metaphysics is to extract existence commitments from our best theory. In slightly more detail, the Quinian method is to begin with our best theory and canonical logic, translate the former into the latter, and see what the bound variables must range over for the result to be true. That is, the method is to solve for the domain of quantification required for the truth of an apt regimentation of our best theory. The elements of the domain are the posits of the best theory, and insofar as we accept the theory, these are the entities we get committed to. That is the ontology. The rest is ideology. The Quinian view deserves praise for providing an integrated conception of the discipline. Part of what makes the Quinian task worth assigning is that. On what grounds? What 349. There seems to be a viable method for accomplishing it, and part of what makes the Quinian method worth pursuing is that there seems to be a valuable task it accomplishes. The Quinian view deserves further praise for promising progress. Indeed, Quine himself felt compelled to move from eliminativism about numbers to realism, on grounds that quantification over numbers seems indispensable to formally regimented physics. Thus the Quinian view promises what Yablo calls ontology, the progressive research program. The Quinian view deserves even more praise for its historical role in helping revive metaphysics from its positivistic stupor. Quine was primarily arguing against Carnap, who rejected metaphysical existence claims as meaningless. Superscript 1 Carnap's views developed the anti-metaphysical positivism of his day, as expressed by Schlick. The empiricist does not say to the metaphysician what you say is false, but, what you say asserts nothing at all. He does not contradict him, but says I don't understand you. To consider Quine the victor of the Quine-Carnap debate is to consider this extreme anti-metaphysical position defeated. Yet victory for the Quinian view should not be considered victory for traditional metaphysics. For the Quinian view is revisionary by design. Thus when Carnap criticizes Quine for giving meaning to a word which belongs to traditional metaphysics and should therefore be meaningless, Quine rejoins, meaningless words are precisely the words which I feel freest to specify meanings for. Indeed, though the textbooks cast Quine and Carnap as opponents, Quine is better understood as an anti-metaphysical ally of his mentor. The Quine-Carnap debate is an internecine debate between anti-metaphysical pragmatists. As Quine himself says, Carnap maintains that ontological questions are questions not of fact but of choosing a convenient conceptual scheme or framework for science, and with this I agree only if the same be conceded for every scientific hypothesis. Superscript 2. The Quinian view of the task and method of metaphysics remains dominant. Indeed, the contemporary landscape in metametaphysics may be described as featuring a central Quinian majority, amid a scattering of Carnapian dissidents. Few other positions are even on the map. Superscript 3. 1-2. The Aristotelian view, on what grounds? What there are views of metaphysics other than Quine's or Carnap's. The traditional view what Carnap would dismiss and Quine revise is of course rooted in Aristotle. For Aristotle, metaphysics is about what grounds what. Thus Aristotle leads into the metaphysics with, we must inquire of what kind are the causes and the principles, the knowledge of which is wisdom. He concludes, T is the work of one science to examine being qua being, and the attributes which belong to it qua being, and the same science will examine not only substances but also their attributes, both those above named and what is prior and posterior, genus and species, whole and part, and the others of this sort. Aristotle then characterizes metaphysical inquiry as centered on substance. Substance is the subject of our inquiry, for the principles and the causes we are seeking are those of substances. For if the universe is of the nature of a whole, substance is its RST part. Aristotle's notion of substance, developed in the categories, is multifaceted. But perhaps the core notion is that of a basic, ultimate, fundamental unit of being. This emerges in the passage that Wedin refers to as the grand null of the categories, namely, so if the primary substances did not exist it would be impossible for any of the other things to exist. As Gill aptly summarizes, in the categories the main criterion is ontological priority. An entity is ontologically primary if other things depend for its existence on it, while it does not depend in a comparable way on them. The primary substances of the categories, such as particular men and horses, are subjects that ground the existence of other things. Some of the non-primary things, such as qualities and quantities, exist because they modify the primary substances, and others, such as substantial species and genera, exist because they classify the primary entities. Therefore the existence of other things depends upon the existence of these basic entities. Thus, on Aristotle's view, metaphysics is the discipline that studies substances and their modes and kinds. By studying the fundamental entities and what depends on them, putting this together, the neo-Aristotelian will conceive of the task of metaphysics as Aristotelian task. The task of metaphysics is to say what grounds what. That is, the neo-Aristotelian will begin from a hierarchical view of reality ordered by priority in nature. The primary entities form the sparse structure of being, while the grounding relations generate an abundant superstructure of posterior entities. The primary is all God would need to create. The posterior is grounded in, dependent on, and derivative from it. The task of metaphysics is to limn this structure. What of the method? A very general answer may be given as Aristotelian method. The method of metaphysics is to deploy diagnostics for what is fundamental, together with diagnostics for grounding. Different versions of the neo-Aristotelian view may deploy different diagnostics for what is fundamental as well as for grounding. I will offer specific diagnostics in 3. But for present purposes this general conception of the Aristotelian method will suffice. For present purposes I am interested in how the Quinian and Aristotelian views differ. While Quine is interested in existence questions, Aristotle seems to take a permissive disinterest in such questions. Thus consider how he launches the categories, with a catalogue of types of entity, of things said without any combination, each signes either substance or quantity or qualification or a relative or where or when or being in a position or having or doing or being affected. He simply assumes that all such types of entity exist, without need for further discussion. Indeed, in one of the few places in the Metaphysics where Aristotle even considers an existence question concerning numbers he answers with an immediate affirmative. Thus, since it is true to say without qualification that not only things which are separable but also things which are inseparable exist, for instance, that moving things exist, it is true also to say, without qualification, that the objects of mathematics exist, and with the character ascribed to them by mathematicians. As Corkum explains, the philosophical question is not whether such things exist but how they do. Aristotle elsewhere considers existence questions with respect to time, place, the void, and the inite. But throughout he is primarily concerned with how something exists. Thus he comes to say of the inite, then, exists in no other way, but in this way it does exist, potentially and by reduction. It exists in foulement in the sense in which we say it is day or it is the games, and potentially as matter exists, not independently as what is night does. As Owen summarizes Aristotle's approach, using the example of time, the philosophical query "does time exist?" is answered by saying time is such and showing the answer innocent of logical absurdities. What emerges is that the neo-Aristotelian and Quinian views will differ on at least 2 points. First, while the Quinian will show great concern with questions such as whether numbers exist, the neo-Aristotelian will answer such questions with a dismissive yes, of course. Second, while the neo-Aristotelian will show great concern with questions such as whether numbers are fundamental or derivative, the Quinian will have no concern with this further question. On what grounds? What 353. Existence questions do play a role for my sort of neo-Aristotelian. What exists are the grounds, grounding relations, and the grounded entities. Hence, existence claims constrain the grounds and groundings, to be basis enough for the grounded. So for instance, given that numbers exist, they must either be counted as substances, or else explanation is required for how they are grounded in the real substances. But the existence questions are doubly transformed. First, they no longer represent the end of metaphysical inquiry. For one must still determine whether an existent is a grounding relation, or a grounded entity. Second, there is no longer anything directly at stake. For there is no longer any harm in positing an abundant roster of existents, provided it is grounded on a sparse basis. While the Quine-Carnap debate remains the official starting point of contemporary discussions, vestiges of the Aristotelian view linger. For example, Armstrong makes crucial use of the notion of the ontological free lunch, haedaver supervenes, or, as we can also say, is entailed or necessitated, is not something ontologically additional to the subvenient, or necessitating, entity or entities. What supervenes is no addition to being. But what could this mean? In Quinian terms, whatever supervenes is an addition to being in the only available sense it is an additional entry on the list of beings. But in Aristotelian terms, there is a straightforward way to understand Armstrong: whatever is dependent is not fundamental, and thus no addition to the sparse basis. Thus, Armstrong's notion of an ontological free lunch seems best understood against an Aristotelian background. To take another example, Lewis invokes a naturalness ordering on properties. Some few properties are perfectly natural. Others, even though they may be somewhat disjunctive or extrinsic, are at least somewhat natural in a derivative way. In Aristotelian terms, Lewis is suggesting a hierarchical grounding structure, albeit one restricted to properties. Perhaps the best example of a neo-Aristotelian view is to be found in Fine's constructional ontology, which has a tripartite structure. There are domains for the elements, for the givens, and for the constructors. The elements are the existents, the givens are the grounds, and the constructors are the grounding relations. Fine also speaks of a primitive metaphysical concept of reality, where what count as really the case is settled by considerations of ground. To revive the Aristotelian view is thus to further unearth what is already resurfacing in Armstrong, Lewis, Fine, and all those who would revive traditional metaphysics. There is a tension in contemporary metaphysics. On the one hand, the Quinian view of the discipline remains dominant. On the other hand, there has been a revival of interest in questions of what is fundamental, and a revival of interest in traditional metaphysics. The tension is that the post-positivist Quinian view is unsuited for the traditional questions. The revival of traditional metaphysics demands a revival of the traditional Aristotelian view, which involves concepts one will not nd in Quine or Carnap. 1-3 metaphysical structures, flat, sorted, and ordered. What emerges is that Quine and Aristotle offer different views of metaphysical structure. That is, the Quinian and Aristotelian tasks involve structurally distinct conceptions of the target of metaphysical inquiry. For the Quinian, the target is at. The task is to solve for E equals the set of entities. There is no structure to E. For any alleged entity, the at conception offers two classificatory options: either the entity is in E, or not. For the neo-Aristotelian, the target is ordered. The task is to solve for the pair of fundamental entities and grounding relations, which generate the hierarchy of being. For any alleged entity, the ordered conception offers not two but four major classificatory options: either the entity is in F and G, in neither but generated from F through G, or else in the rubbish bin of the non-existent. Maybe also worth mentioning is a third view of metaphysical structure, on which the target is sorted. The task is to solve for the number of categories n, and solve for the sets E1n of entities in each category. For any alleged entity, the sorted conception offers n plus 1 classificatory options for n many categories: either the entity is in E1 or E2 or n, or else binned as non-existent. Putting all of this together, and moving the sorted view second, flat structure, the target of metaphysical inquiry is an unstructured list of existence. Sorted structure, the target of metaphysical inquiry is the number of categories n and lists E1n of entities in each category. Ordered structure, the target of metaphysical inquiry is an ordered hierarchy generated from a list of the substances F, plus a list of the grounding relations G. In lieu of 3,000 further words: flat, sorted, ordered. Here are three structurally distinct conceptions of metaphysics. Never mind the historical views of Quine or Aristotle. Just ask, which is the best conception of the target of metaphysical inquiry? Flat structure is strictly weaker than sorted structure, which in turn is strictly weaker than ordered structure. First, A at ontology does not subsume a sorted or an ordered ontology. Given a list of entities, there is no guarantee that one can sort or order them. E determines neither E1n nor .next, a sorted ontology subsumes A at ontology determines E, but does not subsume an ordered ontology. EJ does not determine what is basic among entities of that sort, nor does anything determine priority between entities of sorts EJ and EK. Finally, an ordered ontology subsumes A at ontology, and might well subsume a sorted ontology, if the categories are determined by the different grounding relations. I will not be paying further attention to the prospects for the sorted conception, because I think the categories are indeed determined by the grounding relations. That is, categories just are ways things depend on substances. This view is plausibly attributed to Aristotle, for whom categorical distinctions arise from the many senses of being. These many senses are in turn held to derive from a single focal sense, that of being as attributed to a substance. Here are many senses in which a thing is said to be, but all refer to one starting point. Some things are said to be because they are substances, others because they are affections of substance, others because they are a process towards substance, or destructions, or privations or qualities of substance, or productive or generative of substance, or of things which are relative to substance, or negations of some of these things or of substance itself. Thus the categories themselves, the different ways of being, are best understood as different ways of depending on the primary beings. As Cohen explains, substances are unique in being independent things, the items in other categories all depend somehow on substances. That is, qualities are the qualities of substances, quantities are the amounts and sizes that substances come in, relations are the way substances stand to one another. These various non-substances all owe their existence to substances. Thus, a sorting presupposes a prior dependence ordering over the entities. Categories are places in the dependence ordering. Substance, for instance, serves as both root node and focal category. I have not said what substances or grounding relations there are, and so have not offered any schedule of categories. All I have suggested is that the sorting must derive from the ordering. If so, then the sorted ontology can be ignored in favor of the ordered ontology it must derive from. To conclude this section, the question of the task of metaphysics is the question of the target of metaphysical inquiry, and, this question may be made more precise as the question of whether the appropriate target of metaphysical inquiry is at or ordered. 2-3 arguments for ordered structure plus permissivism. So is the appropriate target of metaphysical inquiry at or ordered? I will argue that an ordered conception packaged with a permissive stance on existence proves best. I will begin by arguing that the Quinian existence questions are trivial, while the Aristotelian fundamentality questions are interesting. This will vindicate the neo-Aristotelian conception of the task of metaphysics. I will then turn to matters of method, and argue that the Quinian method is inextricably interwoven with questions of grounding. Grounding questions will emerge as both deep and unavoidable. 2-1 Permissivism, the triviality of existence questions. Contemporary metaphysics, under the Quinian regime, has focused on existence questions such as whether properties, meanings, and numbers exist, as on what grounds. What 357? Well, as whether possible worlds exists, whether and when mereological composites exist, etc. I will glance at the debates over whether numbers exist, whether properties exist, whether mereological composites exist, and whether tional characters exist, and will use these examples to suggest that the contemporary existence debates are trivial in that the entities in question obviously do exist. Start with the debate over numbers. Here, without further ado, is a proof of the existence of numbers. 1. There are prime numbers. 2. Therefore there are numbers. 1 is a mathematical truism. It commands Murian certainty as being more credible than any philosopher's argument to the contrary. Any metaphysician who would deny it has ipso facto produced a reductio for her premises. And 2 follows immediately, by a standard adjective drop inference, thus numbers exist. End of story. I anticipate 3 replies. First, one might reply by paraphrasing one. For instance, one might hold that it is only according to the Shin of numbers that there are prime numbers. I reply that this does not touch the argument. One does not make any claims about Shins. So presumably this is a way of saying that one is false, and only some suitable paraphrase is true. But one is obviously true, as stated. Whatever philosophical concerns might motivate this paraphrasing Shinalist have met their reductio second. One might reply that the sense of R has shifted from 1 to 2, perhaps from some sort of number framework internal meaning, to some sort of distinct framework external meaning. I answer that there is no shift in meaning. There is no linguistic evidence of any ambiguity in our idioms of existential quantification. Indeed, if there were such meaning shifts, then no adjective drop inference would be valid. One could not automatically infer there are roses from there are red roses for fear of meaning shift. But one can. Likewise, one can automatically infer there are numbers from there are prime numbers. Third, one might reply that all quantification is ontologically neutral, and thus accept 2 while denying that numbers exist. To my mind, 2 just says that numbers exist. There is no gap. Indeed, the neutralist seems committed to the following unfathomable conjunction: numbers do not exist, and there are numbers. Obviously, the committed rejecter of numbers can continue the debate on all these fronts. I lack the space for further discussion. I am not suggesting that impermissivism is completely indefensible. What I am trying to suggest is that permissivism is very plausible, and quite unobjectionable. Turn to the debate over properties. Here is a proof of the existence of properties. 3. There are properties that you and I share. 4. Therefore there are properties. 3 is an everyday truism. And 4, like 2, follows from its preceding premise. Thus properties exist. Just as with the question of numbers, one might reply by offering a paraphrase of 3. But likewise the paraphrase is irrelevant. 3 itself remains true, as stated superscript 1. Similarly, one might reply by claiming a meaning shift with respect to the quantification in 3 and 4. But likewise there is no meaning shift. There is just plain old existential quantification all the way through, and it is existentially committal. Shift to the debate over mereology. Here is an anti-nihilist proof of the existence of mereological composites. 5. My body has proper parts. 6. Therefore there are things with proper parts. 5 is a biological banality, and 6 follows. Thus mereological nihilism is false. Point superscript 1 superscript 1. On what grounds? What 359. As to the debate over Shinal characters, here is a proof of the existence of a particular Shinal character. 7. Arthur Conan Doyle created Sherlock Holmes. 8. Therefore Sherlock Holmes exists. 7 is a literary fact, and 8 follows, given that to create something is to make it exist. Point superscript 1 superscript 2. So I would suggest that the contemporary existence debates are trivial. While I obviously cannot speak to every contemporary existence debate here, perhaps it will suffice to speak to one other debate that may stand in as a best case for a metaphysical existence question, namely the question of whether God exists. I think even this is a trivial yes. The atheistic view is that God is a Shinal character. The atheist need not be committed to the claim that there are no Shinal characters. God is a Shinal character, and Shinal characters exist, hence God exists. But obviously that is no defense of theism. Hence the theism debate is not about existence. Point superscript 1 superscript 3, so I recommend a broad permissivism about existence. Note that I have not attempted to state the limits of permissivism. I certainly do not mean to suggest that every candidate entity should count as an existent. For instance, if a candidate entity is described in such a way as to entail grounding information, or so as to engender contradictions, one need not remain permissive. My point is only that one should be permissive about those very entities quinians typically consider most controversial. Note also that the permissivism suggested is not Meiningian. I draw no distinctions between what exists, what subsists, and what there is. I am not introducing new quantities. Rather, I am invoking the one and only sense of existence, and merely holding that very much exists. Note Manley that this permissivism is not lightweight, at least in the sense in which the lightweight realist treats existence claims as analytic, grounded in allegedly analytic ampliative conditionals such as if there are particles arranged table-wise, then there is a table. I take no such Detionist stance on existence, offer no analytic claims, and say nothing of particles. Rather, I take entities like tables to be full-blown heavyweight entries on the roster of entities, and merely add that their existence is obvious. I anticipate three objections. First, one might object that there are perfectly good proposals, such as that of Field 1980, that allow us to eliminate such spooky creatures as numbers. I answer that one should distinguish such proposals from any Quinian gloss that might accompany them. If Field's construction works, for instance, I say it shows how numbers do exist in a world of concrete substances, as grounded in certain features of such substances. This is a better interpretation of the Field construction than Field's own Quinian eliminativist interpretation, because it reconciles Field's view with the obvious fact that there are prime numbers superscript 1 second. One might object that there are countervailing intuitions of unreality. Indeed, with fictional characters like Santa Claus, it is often natural to say that Santa is not real. But real is used exably in ordinary English to mark a multitude of distinctions. For instance, it can be used to mark the existent/non-existent distinction, the objective/subjective distinction, and the basic/derivative distinction, inter alia superscript 1 further. Even intuitions directly targeted to non-existence can be explained away via quantier domain restriction. When the nominalist denies that numbers exist, and when the atheist denies that God exists, what both are denying is that the entities in question are among the mind independent. Entities superscript 1. When the mereological nihilist denies that fusions exist, what she is denying is that such entities ultimately exist. She is denying that such entities are fundamental superscript 1/3. One might object that permissivism violates some crucial methodological, epistemological, or metaphysical dictum. For instance, permissivism might be said to fall afoul of Occam's razor in multiplying entities, or violate empiricist scruples in admitting things beyond what our senses reveal, or connect with nominalistic demands by countenancing spooky abstracta. I answer that there need be no connect with any reasonable dictum. Occam's razor should only be understood to concern substances. Do not multiply basic entities without necessity. There is no problem with the multiplication of derivative entities. They are an ontological free lunch. Indeed, a better methodology would be the bang for the buck principle. What one ought to have is the strongest theory on the simplest basis. Empiricist scruples and nominalistic demands may be met if the entities in question are grounded. For instance, if numbers are indeed grounded in the concrete realm, then they may be known via their concrete grounds, and they would be brought down to earth. So do not be alarmed. Permissivism only concerns the shallow question of what exists. One can and should still be restrictive about the deep question of what is fundamental, and one still owes an account of how these very many things exist in virtue of what little is fundamental. I conclude that contemporary metaphysics, insofar as it has been inspired by the Quinian task, has confused itself with trivialities. Hofweber 2005 speaks of a puzzle about ontology, namely how it could be that metaphysics seems to ask deep and difficult questions, when the existence questions seem shallow and trivial. This is only a puzzle on the Quinian assumption that metaphysics is asking existence questions. The deep questions about numbers, properties, and parts are not whether there are such things, but how. 2. Ordering, the importance of dependence structure. The philosopher raised on the Quine-Carnap debate who turns to the central metaphysical questions will leave confused. She will end debates such as, metaphysical realism versus idealism, realism about numbers versus constructivism, realism about universals versus nominalism, substratum versus bundle theories of objects, dualistic versus materialistic theories of mind, substantival versus relational theories of space, and monistic versus pluralistic theories of the cosmos. She will end little disagreement about what exists, but profound dispute over what is fundamental. Starting with the debate over metaphysical realism, both the realist and idealist accept the existence of rocks superscript 1. There is no dispute about what exists. Rather, the dispute is over mind dependence. Are entities like rocks grounded in ideas, or independent of them? The debate between the realist and constructivist about numbers likewise concerns mind dependence. The question is whether numbers are independent of the mind, or based on our concepts superscript 1. Turning to the debate over universals, both the realist and nominalist accept the existence of general properties. The dispute is over whether properties are fundamental, or whether they are derivative. For the predicate nominalist who treats properties as shadows cast by predicates, the issue is once again not one of existence but one of mind dependence. Moving to the debate over substrata as for, both the substratum and bundle theorists accept the existence of objects and properties. The dispute is over priority. For the substratum theorist, objects are prior, and properties are dependent modes. Thus, Descartes says, we should notice something very well known by the natural light: nothingness possesses no attributes or qualities. It follows that, whenever we nd some attributes or qualities, there is necessarily something or substance to be found for them to belong to. For the bundle theorist, properties are prior, being what Campbell calls the independent, primitive elements which in combination constitute the variegated and somewhat intelligible world in which we nd ourselves. Objects are then bundled out of compresent property complexes. Likewise, debate over the mind is not a dispute over whether mind or matter exists, but rather over whether mind is based in matter. The debate over substantival space is not a dispute over whether there is space, but rather over whether space is grounded in its occupants. And, Manley, debate over monism is not a dispute over whether wholes or parts exist, but rather over which is prior. The core monistic thesis is that the whole is prior to its parts. I thus submit that a metametaphysics that would make sense of these central questions must make sense of claims of grounding. These central metaphysical questions are not questions about whether entities exist, but only about how they do. I anticipate 3 replies. First, one might reply that there are other central metaphysical questions which are existence questions superscript 2. I answer that the Neo-Aristotelian need not contest this, since she has room for both grounding and existence questions. Recall that the Aristotelian view subsumes the Quinian view. There is no problem making room for existence questions on the Aristotelian view. Rather, the problem is ending any room for grounding questions on the Quinian view. That said, I also doubt that there are many important metaphysical existence questions. Or at least I would maintain that the usual candidates fail, and would ask the provider of this RST reply for better examples. The second reply I anticipate is that grounding questions can be analyzed into existence questions, via supervenience claims. For instance, take the debate over the mind. The Quinian might maintain that she can understand this as a dispute over whether mental states supervene on physical states, where supervenience is analyzed in terms of patterns of existences. Supervenience is invoked to fake ordering structure within a ontology. Many contemporary Quinians do in fact claim to be interested in limning the ultimate structure of reality. But when pressed on what they mean by this, they retreat to supervenience. Point superscript 2 superscript 1. My answer to this second reply is that the supervenience analyses of grounding all fail. There are 2 evident and systematic problems with using supervenience to simulate grounding. The RST is that supervenience has the wrong formal features. Supervenience is reaxive and non-asymmetric, while grounding is ereaxive and asymmetric. The second problem is that supervenience is an intentional relational while grounding is hyperintentional. For instance, there are substantive grounding questions for necessary entities, but supervenience claims go vacuous for necessary entities. Point superscript 2 superscript 2 supervenience is mere modal correlation. As Kim suggests, it is the supervenience correlation that should be explained via grounding. Supervenience itself is not an explanatory relation. It is not a deep metaphysical relation, rather, it is a surface relation that reports a pattern of property covariation, suggesting the presence of an interesting dependency relation that might explain it. There is an interesting question about the modal consequences of grounding. This opens up the prospect of using supervenience for something. The right sort of supervenience failure can show grounding failure. Modal correlation is at best a symptom. There have been other attempts to analyze grounding, including those centered around existential dependence counterfactuals. Point superscript 2 superscript 3, but such counterfactuals are problematically contextually variable, and the analysis goes vacuous on necessary entities. Obviously, I cannot address all further analyses here, but suffice it to say that I know of none that succeed. Grounding should rather be taken as primitive, as per the Neo-Aristotelian approach. Grounding is an unanalyzable but needed notion. It is the primitive structuring conception of metaphysics. It is the notion the physicalist needs to explicate such plausible claims as the fundamental properties and facts are physical and everything else obtains in virtue of them. It is the notion the truth-maker theorist needs to explicate such plausible claims as, must there not be something about the world that makes it to be the case, that serves as an ontological ground, for this truth? The third reply I anticipate is that grounding questions can be rephrased as existence questions, by packing grounding information into the description of a candidate entity. For instance, take the debate over whether numbers are abstract substances, grounded in concrete instances, or grounded in the mind. Now deem a transcendent number as a number that is an abstract substance, deem an immanent number as a number that is independent of the mind but grounded in the concrete realm, and deem a conceptual number as a number that is grounded in the mind. Then the classical debate about numbers can be rephrased in terms of whether there exist transcendent numbers, immanent numbers, or only conceptual numbers. Likewise, the debate between the metaphysical realist and idealist can be rephrased in terms of whether there exist mind-independent rocks. My answer to this third reply is that, RST, the existence questions this reply invokes are not the ones the Quinian considers. There is still no question of whether such things as properties, meanings, and numbers exist. There is only a question of whether such beasts as substantial universals, fundamental meanings, and transcendent numbers exist. Second, metaphysics is still not about existence questions per se. The most this third reply can show is that metaphysics can be framed as concerning existence questions of a specific sort, namely those that pack grounding information into the description of the entity in question. To answer such questions, one still needs to determine what grounds what. Really, virtually any question can be rephrased as an existence question. Suppose I wonder whether the whole cosmos is a single integrated substance, or a mere aggregate of particles. Then my question can be rephrased as the question of whether there is an entity such that it is the cosmos and it is fundamental. Likewise, suppose I wonder whether this rose is red. Then my question can be rephrased as the question of whether there is an entity such that it is this rose and it is red. With sufficient perversity, every branch of human inquiry can be characterized as inquiry into what exists. Just don't be misled. What is characteristic of the most central metaphysical questions, however perversely they may be phrased, is that they concern grounding. 366 Jonathan Schaeffer. 2-3 Substantial presuppositions. The Quinian method presupposes Aristotelian structure. Having argued that the Quinian task is philosophically trivial and misses the most central metaphysical questions, it remains to reconsider the Quinian method. It will prove useful to divide this method into VE stages. First, one must identify the best theory and canonical logic. Quinian method, Stage 1, identify the best theory. Quinian method, Stage 2, identify the canonical logic. Then one must translate the theory into the logic, determine what domain is needed for the result to be true, and read the entity commitments off this domain. Quinian method, Stage 3, translate the best theory into the canonical logic. Quinian method, Stage 4, determine the domain of quantification required to render this translation true. Quinian method, stage 5, read the entity commitments off the elements of the required domain. I will be arguing that the Quinian method requires presuppositions about ordering structure at every single stage. Starting with the RST stage, I ask, what makes a theory best? One's conception of what is fundamental impacts this question. To illustrate, suppose one is choosing from among the following three candidates: Bohmian mechanics, the many minds interpretation of quantum mechanics superscript 2, and Bohmian mechanics plus geology. Presumably one will want to eliminate at the start, and then select between and. But note that both and are incomplete, in the sense that they won't say a word about geology, simply because they haven't got the terms. Note also that and are empirically equivalent. I suggest that a good reason for eliminating would be that geology is not fundamental. Geological features are grounded in physical features. I further suggest that one good way to select between and would be to consider whether mind is fundamental. If one has reason to be a materialist about minds, then one has reason to prefer Bohmian mechanics to the many minds view. Or if one has reason to be a dualist, then one has reason to prefer the many minds view to Bohmian mechanics. So it seems that the question of what makes a theory best is interwoven with the question of what is basic, in the following way: Aristotelian presuppositions at stage 1, the best theory is a theory of the fundamental. It may be worth noting that Quine himself took physics to provide the best theory, for reasons that seem to concern what is basic. Thus Quine speaks of physics as investigating the essential nature of the world, defends behaviorism by speaking of limning the true and ultimate structure of reality, and defends physicalism by invoking the dependence of all else on the physical. Why, Goodman asks, this special deference to physical theory? This is a good question, and part of its merit is that it admits of a good answer. The answer is not that everything worth saying can be translated into the technical vocabulary of physics, not even that all good science can be translated into that vocabulary. The answer is rather this: nothing happens in the world, not the utter of an eyelid, not the ichor of a thought, without some redistribution of microphysical states. Aristotelian metaphysics is thus built into the Quinian method from the RST stage. Part of what makes a theory best is that it is a theory of what is fundamental. Turning to the second stage of the Quinian method, I ask, what makes a logic canonical? One's conception of what is fundamental impacts this question. To illustrate, suppose one is choosing from among the following three candidates: RST order classical logic, RST order intuitionist logic, and RST order dialetheist logic. This can affect what one quantities over. For instance, RST order dialetheist logic allows for the existence of contradictory states of affairs. Consider the dispute over intuitionism. Perhaps the key motivation for intuitionism is the Kantian view of numbers as mind-dependent. In this vein, Dummett considers the celebrated thesis that mathematical statements do not relate to an objective mathematical reality existing independently of us. He continues, "E have RST to resolve the metaphysical question whether mathematical objects, natural numbers, for example, are, as on the constructivist view, creations of the human mind, or, as on the Platonist view, independently existing abstract objects." Superscript 2. Or consider the debate over dialetheism. One motivation for dialetheism is the view that there are impossible worlds superscript 2, and one of the issues that then arises is whether worlds are basic entities, or some sort of set theoretic constructions. In this vein, Nolan argues that the set theoretic account can reconcile impossibilia with classical logic. Possible worlds for Lewis, notoriously, are just large objects much like our own cosmos, so the worlds where there are blue swans are just cosmoi with blue swans in them. Extending this approach to impossible objects produces literal impossibilities. Abstract impossibilia would not pose the same risk of incoherence as impossibilia which literally had the features associated with them. Someone who took possible worlds to be sets of propositions, or sets of sentence-like representations, is probably already committed to sets of sentences which are not maximal, or consistent. Thus questions about the substantiality of entities such as numbers and worlds are intertwined with the foundations of logic. Aristotelian presuppositions at stage 2, the canonical logic turns on what is fundamental. And so fundamentality questions remain unavoidable, even when deciding on a logic superscript 2. Moving to the third stage of the Quinian method, I ask, which are the apt translations? One's conception of the substances impacts this question. To illustrate, suppose our best theory says that the Big Bang exists. Plausibly an apt translation should involve existential quantification over the Big Bang. But consider the following three rivals: the functories translation, which packs all seeming reference to individuals into adverbial modifications of the copula; the Shinalist translation, which praxis and according to the Shin operator; and the inverted translation, which runs any Quinian paraphrases in the unintended direction. The functories translation replaces individual variables with predicate functors. Functories may be developed with individual terms only for places, so that the Big Bang exists would be translated as there exists a place that is Big Bang-ish, or functories may deploy only a single individual term for the world, there exists a world that is Big Bang-ish here-ish, or functories may even go without individual terms altogether, producing, it is Big Bang-ish here-ish, where the it is a semantically empty syntactic reax superscript 2. Quine himself develops functories in his 1960 band 1963b, noting that his criterion of ontological commitment is of course inapplicable to discourse constructed by means of. His conclusion on this matter was a further defusal of metaphysics, to entertain the notion of an ontology at all, for the speakers of would be an unwarranted projection on our part of a parochial category appropriate only to our linguistic circle. Thus I do recognize that the question of ontological commitment is parochial, though within a much broader parish than that of the speakers and writers of symbolic logic. The Shinalist translation praxistive operators. Thus the Big Bang exists might be translated as according to the Shin of cosmology, the Big Bang exists. The prext operator blocks any direct ontological commitment. So Yablo maintains, someone whose sentences are committed to so an SOS need not share in the commitment if the sentences are advanced in ational or make-believe spirit. Superscript 2. Yablo thus concludes, the more controversial of these are equipoised between literal and metaphorical in a way that Quine's method is powerless to address. It is not out of any dislike for the method, on the contrary, it is because I revere it as ontology's last, best hope that I conclude that the existence questions of most interest to philosophers are moot. If they had answers, would turn them up, it doesn't, so they don't. So unless constraints are placed on translations involving predicate functors and tive operators, there is no constraint whatsoever on which references will survive translation. Inverted translations pose a different threat, that of reversing paraphrases. To illustrate with an example from Alston, suppose the following are equivalent: there is a possibility that James will come, and the statement that James will come is not certainly false. Paraphrasing into might seem to remove commitment to possibilities, but as Alston notes, T is puzzling to me that anyone should claim that these translations show that we need not assert the existence of possibilities. For if the translation of into, for example, is adequate, then they are normally used to make the same assertion. Hence the point of the translation cannot be put in terms of some assertion or commitment from which it saves us. Some basis for the direction of analysis is needed. If paraphrase is licensed by a symmetric notion like synonymy, or even by some non-asymmetric relation, then there will be at least some opportunities for inversions. I suggest that a good way to constrain the application of predicate functors and tive operators, and to impose direction on paraphrasing, is via the asymmetry of grounding. One should translate groundwords, Aristotelian presuppositions at stage 3, the apt translations are into talk of the fundamental. Thus consider functories, and suppose for the sake of argument that what is fundamental are point particles, and a few physical magnitudes. Then there will be symmetry between the particle positing translation of the best theory that assigns the physical magnitudes to the point particles, and the functories translation that locates being particle-like in such and such ways at various places. The fundamental structure of the world breaks the linguistic symmetry, and blocks the functories translation. Thus the question of what counts as an apt translation is interwoven with the question of what counts as fundamental superscript 3. Continuing on to the fourth stage of the Quinean method, I ask, which are the required domains? The required domain is the domain of the fundamental. Formally speaking, all equinumerous domains can render the same formulae true. Indeed, by the Lowenheim-Skolem theorem, any formulae that have a true interpretation in a non-empty universe have a true interpretation in the universe of positive integers. Some constraints on proper domains are needed. Recall Quine's own conclusion that ontology is doubly relative, both to a manual of translation and a background theory. The manual of translation tells us whether, for instance, Gavagai is to be rendered as rabbit or as undetached rabbit part or as rabbit stage. The background theory tells us whether one of these options, say rabbit, is to be interpreted as designating Peter Cottontail, the whole cosmos minus Peter, or Peter's singleton, since, reinterpreting the rest of our terms for bodies in the corresponding fashion, we come out with an ontology interchangeable with our familiar one. The different background theories are isomorphic and thus contribute the same neutral nodes to the structure of the theory. I am suggesting that substantiality considerations play a role in determining the right domain. Some domains are metaphysically privileged. Here I am following Lewis, who suggests, among all the things and classes that there are, most are miscellaneous, gerrymandered, ill-demarcated. Only an elite minority are carved at the joints. Only these elite things and classes are eligible to serve as referents. The world, any world, has the makings of many interpretations that satisfy many theories, but most of these interpretations are disqualified because they employ ineligible referents. So for instance, if singletons were perfectly natural, then the referent of Gavagai would gravitate to Peter's singleton. The Lewisian notion of naturalness is already a notion of an ordering. Lewis himself vacillates on whether the ordering extends only over the properties, over both objects and properties, or more widely still. But there is no reason whatsoever to restrict priority relations in any way. By extending priority generally, one gets a better account of reference magnetism that covers all sorts of reference, and one can formulate interesting theses about priority between various entities. Point superscript 3 superscript 1. Thus, the Quinean method needs guidance in choosing a domain, on pain of the twofold relativity Quine embraced. I suggest turning to the priority ordering for such guidance, as follows. Aristotelian presuppositions at stage 4, the right domain is the domain of the fundamental. Substantial metaphysics is thus entangled with issues of domain choice. As to the FTH and null stage of the Quinean method, I ask, where are the tables and chairs? The Quinean method is eliminativist by design. After all, if one regiments physics into RST order classical logic, all one will have to quantify over will be whatever particles or elds or whatnot the physics invokes. One will certainly not have any people and horses, tables and chairs, or apples and pebbles. When more intones here is one hand, and here is another, such a Quinean must demur. This is madness. There may be a method to such madness, but madness it remains. The thing to say about people, tables, pebbles, and their ilk is that these are derivative. Suppose for the sake of argument that what is basic is the spatio-temporal manifold and a handful of fundamental elds that LL it. Nevertheless, the way the elds LL space-time grounds the existence of various pieces of furniture, inter alia. Were all the previous objections somehow surmounted, the best the Quinean method could claim to produce would be the basic entities. Grounding would still be required to preserve the method from the madness of eliminativism. What I am suggesting is that the commitments of the regimented translation of the best theory are to the fundamental entities. The existence commitments are not just to these ultimate grounds, but also to grounding relations and what is grounded. Aristotelian presuppositions at stage 5, the ontic commitments are to the fundamental grounds plus grounding relations and what is grounded. Putting this together, I have suggested that the Quinian method will only deliver decent results if one brings to it Aristotelian presuppositions concerning what is fundamental. If one supposes that being forms a hierarchy with foundations, then one will be in a better position to determine the best theory, the canonical logic, the apt translations, the required domains, and the existence commitments of what results. I am not suggesting that the Aristotelian account is enough to save the Quinian method, but only that it helps. The question of what is the canonical logic, for instance, remains underdetermined even by the invocation of ordering. On what grounds? What 373. Structure. Nor I am suggesting that the Aristotelian questions of grounding are prior to the Quinian existence questions. I am merely suggesting that they are interwoven. What I am trying to suggest is that traditional metaphysics is so tightly interwoven into the fabric of philosophy that it cannot be torn out without the whole tapestry unraveling. Substantial metaphysics is unavoidable. One might at least try to do it well. 3. Towards a neo-Aristotelian framework. I have argued for a revival of a neo-Aristotelian metametaphysics, targeting a structured hierarchy rather than a at-list. So far the focus has been on distinguishing the Quinian and neo-Aristotelian views, and arguing for the latter. I will conclude by further developing the neo-Aristotelian framework, in 3 interrelated ways. I will begin by using grounding as a primitive to analyze a family of useful structural concepts. I will then turn to clarifying this primitive via intuitive exemplars and formal constraints. Finally, I will illustrate one particular neo-Aristotelian approach. 3.1 The grounding family. Part of what makes grounding a useful notion is that it can be used to dean a cluster of useful metaphysical notions. In this respect, grounding is like proper parthood, which can be used to dean a cluster of useful mereological notions. To begin, the key notions of a fundamental entity and derivative entity can both be deemed in terms of grounding, as follows: fundamental, x is fundamental equals df nothing grounds x. Further, derivative, x is derivative equals df something grounds x. Point superscript 3 superscript 2. Given these definitions, the categories of being fundamental and being derivative come out exhaustive and exclusive. So one gets the following material equivalence: existent, x is an existent if x is fundamental or x is derivative. Note that this is not intended as a definition of existence. I take that term to be too fundamental to be deanable, and in any case have already appealed to it by using existential quantiers to dean the previous notions. This is merely an informative equivalence. The notion of grounding may be put to further use to capture a crucial mereological distinction between an integrated whole which exhibits a genuine unity, and a mere aggregate which is a random assemblage of parts. Thus, Aristotle speaks of that which is compounded out of something so that the whole is one, not like a heap, however, but like a syllable. This intuitive distinction may be deemed via integrated whole. X is an integrated whole equals dfx grounds each of its proper parts. Mere aggregate, x is a mere aggregate equals df each of x's proper parts ground x. Obviously mixed cases are possible as well. What it is for two entities to be interdependent may now be deemed interdependence. X and y are interdependent equals df. There is an integrated whole of which x and y are both proper parts. This has the correct result that if the universe is an integrated whole, then all its proper parts would turn out interdependent. I leave off further exploration of the grounding family at this point. But I would note that at least one other alternative primitive would equally serve my definitional purposes, that of improper grounding. Improper grounding may be deemed via grounding as improper grounding, x improperly grounds y equals df x grounds y or x equals y. But the definition may equally be run in the other direction, since grounding, x grounds y if x improperly grounds y and x equals y. In this sense the grounding family is even further akin to the mereological family. Further parallels will emerge below. On what grounds? What 375. 3.2 Grounding itself. So far I have attempted to show that a family of notions may be constructed around the relation of grounding. To the extent these notions were antecedently comprehensible, the notion of grounding may be comprehended by its denotative role. But I think that there is more to be said about the notion of grounding itself. Grounding is a natural and intuitive notion, for which there exist clear examples, and clear formal constraints. To show how natural and intuitive the notion of grounding is, it may be most useful to work historically. Plato brings the notion of natural priority to prominence in the Euthyphro dilemma, asking, "Is what is holy holy because the gods approve it, or do they approve it because it is holy?" Many of us teach this dilemma to our RST year students. They get it? Priority then resurfaces in the metaphor of the cave in Republic, where the form of the good is compared to the sun, and declared ultimately prior, the objects of knowledge not only receive from the presence of the good their being known, but their very existence and essence is derived to them from it. Aristotle then codies the notion of priority in nature, characterizes substances as ultimately prior, and conceives of metaphysics as the study of such substances. These notions reverberate through the history of metaphysics. For some clear examples of grounding, consider the relations between the entity and its singleton, the Swiss cheese and its holes, natural features and moral features, sparse properties and abundant properties, and truth makers and truths. Thus with respect to set theory it is natural to think that O is basic, and that the other pure sets are founded on it. For wholes, a plausible position is that the material host is prior, with the wholes formed from it. And for truth, the intuition that truth is grounded in being comes to us from Aristotle himself. If there is a man, the statement whereby we say that there is a man is true, and reciprocally, since if the statement whereby we say that there is a man is true, there is a man. And whereas the true statement is in no way the cause of the actual thing's existence, the actual thing does seem in some way the cause of the statement's being true, it is because the actual thing exists or does not exist that the statement is called true or false. As to the logical features of grounding, it is best modeled as a two-place predicate, which I will write as \. Thus x\y means that x grounds y. As with the identity sign, terms for entities of arbitrary ontological category. 376 Jonathan Schaeffer. May Ank the grounding sign point superscript 3 superscript 3. This notion of grounding is that of partial and relative grounding. It is partial in that x\y is compatible with z\y. Entities may have a plurality of grounds. X\y just means that x is one among y's grounds. Superscript 3. It is relative in that x\y is compatible with y\z. Entities may be grounded in entities that have still deeper grounds. Grounding is then irreaxive, asymmetric, and transitive. It thus induces a partial ordering over the entities, with foundations. Superscript 3. Formally this may be modeled by a directed acyclic graph, for which every path has a starting point. In its formal structure, grounding is similar to causation and proper parthood, in that both are irreaxive, asymmetric, and transitive. It differs from both in requiring minimal elements. Grounding is, however, exactly like the classical mereological relation of having as a proper part, which is irreaxive, asymmetric, and transitive, and whose ordering provably is well founded. So I say that grounding passes every test for being a metaphysical primitive worth positing. It is unanalyzable. It is useful. And it is clear what we mean. I digress to consider a possible objection, according to which there are many distinct notions of grounding, united only in name. Whereas Aristotle claimed that there were many notions of priority, singling out priority in nature as foremost among them, this objector goes further, holding that priority in nature is itself said in many ways. By way of reply, I see no more reason to consider this a case of mere homonymity, than to consider various cases of identity as merely homonymous. In both cases, there is a common term, and the same formal structure. This is some evidence of real unity. At the very least, I would think it incumbent on the objector to provide further reason for thinking that the general term grounding denotes no unit notion. Perhaps the mere homonymity objection will be more pressing for some implementations of the Aristotelian view than others, depending on how diverse a roster of grounding relations they adduce. For what it is worth, On my preferred view, all the grounding relations are relations of abstraction. The concrete whole is always prior in nature to its abstracted aspects. Perhaps this evinces a still deeper unity to the notion of grounding. 3.3 Illustration, a Neo-Aristotelian metaphysic. I conclude with an illustration of a Neo-Aristotelian metaphysic. This is intended to further explicate the general Neo-Aristotelian framework, to be suggestive of the tremendous diversity of specific views compatible with such a framework, and perhaps even to hold independent interests. Superscript 3. Recall that the Aristotelian method involves diagnostics for what is fundamental as well as for the grounding relations. Here are 3 diagnostics I would provide for the fundamental substances. Minimal completeness, the substances are minimally complete. A set S of entities at W is complete for W. IFFS serves to characterize W by providing a supervenience space for W. S is minimally complete for W. IFFS is complete for W, and no proper subset of S is complete for W. Metaphysical generality, the substances have a form that TS all metaphysical possibilities. The form of a collection is its most general features, and a form TS all metaphysical possibilities. IFF these features exist at all metaphysically possible worlds. The ways the substances could be just are the ways the world could be. Empirical speciability, the substances have a content informed by fundamental physics. The content of an inventory is its most specific features, and the content is empirically speciable. IFF these features T those found in fundamental physics. Here are 2 diagnostics for the grounding relations. Permissiveness, the grounding relations generate very many entities. In other words, the grounding relations should provide a lot of bang for very little substantial buck. This is intended to mesh with the permissivism about existence espoused in 2. Abstraction, the grounding relations are relations of abstraction. The derivative entities, in order to be an ontological free lunch and count as no further addition, ought to be already latent within the substances. In other words, the grounding relations should just be ways of separating out aspects that are implicitly present from the start. Superscript 3. Here is the sort of picture of substances that these diagnostics converge upon. Priority monism, there is exactly one substance, the whole concrete cosmos. Insofar as there can be no difference in the world without a difference somewhere in the cosmos, priority monism delivers a complete roster of substances. Superscript 3. This roster is trivially minimal, since the only proper subset of the cosmos is O, which obviously is not complete. Moreover, this roster is clearly metaphysically general. The ways the cosmos could be just are the ways the world could be. Superscript 3. And this roster is empirically speciable, since advanced physics is ELD theoretic physics, and ELD theory has a natural monistic interpretation in terms of a space-time bearing properties. These diagnostics also converge on thick particularism. Substances are thick particulars. That is, substances have both a that aspect, the thin particular, the substratum, and a what aspect, the thickening features, the modes. Plugging in priority monism, the that aspect of the cosmos is space-time, and the what aspect of it is its ELDs. So among the derivative categories are those of substratum and mode, substratum and mode as derivative, substratum and mode are abstractions from thick particulars. Another derivative category will be the partialia, abstracted via universal decomposition. The cosmos may be arbitrarily decomposed into parts. From priority monism plus universal decomposition, the entirety of the actual concrete mereological hierarchy of thick particulars is generated. Wholes are complete and concrete unities, and partialia their incomplete aspects, arising from a process of one-sided abstraction. With the partialia thus grounded, it remains to ground abstracta in the actual concrete realm. Here matters are too complicated to discuss further within the scope of this paper. But perhaps I have said enough to illustrate how at least one of the many possible Neo-Aristotelian programs might look. To conclude, metaphysics as I understand it is about what grounds what. It is about the structure of the world. It is about what is fundamental, and what derives from it. Superscript 1. 13. Ontological realism. Theodore Sider. 1. The Ontology of Composite Material Objects. In 1987, Peter van Inwagen asked a good question. He asked, what do you have to do to some objects to get them to compose something to bring into existence some further thing made up of those objects? Glue them together or what? Superscript 1. Some said that you don't have to do anything. Superscript 2. No matter what you do to the objects, they'll always compose something further, no matter how they are arranged. Thus we learned of the fusion of the coins in our pockets with the Eiffel Tower. Others said that the objects have to be fastened together in some way, the way the parts of the things we usually think about are. But van Inwagen taught us of people stuck or glued or sewn or fused to each other. Such entanglements, van Inwagen thought, create no new entities. Others said that nothing you could do to the objects would make them compose something further. According to these mereological nihilists, tables, chairs, computers, molecules, people, and other composite objects, simply don't exist. All that exist are simples, entities without further parts, subatomic particles presumably, which are arranged table-wise, superscript 3 arranged chair-wise, and so on. Van Inwagen himself also dispensed with tables and chairs, but departed from the nihilists by admitting people and other living things into his ontology. This debate in ontology then got connected to other debates about material objects, especially those concerning persistence over time. For instance, the nihilists have a very quick solution to the old puzzle of the statue and the lump of clay: neither exists. 2. Losing one's nerve. Then some people lost their metaphysical nerve. Whispers that something was wrong with the debate itself increasingly were heard. Worries about contemporary ontology begin as worries about its epistemology. Today's ontologists are not conceptual analysts. Few attend to ordinary usage of sentences like chairs exist. Their methodology is rather quasi-scientific. They treat competing positions as tentative hypotheses about the world, and assess them with a loose battery of criteria for theory choice. Match with ordinary usage and belief sometimes plays a role in this assessment, but typically not a dominant one. Theoretical insight, considerations of simplicity, integration with other domains, and so on, play important roles. Several epistemic worries then arise. The main ontological positions seem internally consistent and empirically adequate, so all the weight of theory choice falls on the criteria, but are the criteria up to the task? What justify the alleged theoretical insights? Are criteria that are commonly used in scientific theory choice applicable in metaphysics? How can these criteria be articulated clearly? And what hope is there that the criteria will yield a determinate verdict, given the paucity of empirical input? You'd think this would lead to ontological skepticism, despair of knowledge of the truth about ontology. But that's not what the critics have generally said. These critics, ontological detentionists, I'll call them, have said instead something more like what the positivists said about nearly all of philosophy, that there is something wrong with ontological questions themselves. Other than questions of conceptual analysis, there are no sensible questions of ontology. Certainly there are no questions that are to debate in the manner of the ontologists. To return to the case at hand, when some particles are arranged table-wise, there is no substantive question of whether there also exists a table composed of those particles, they say. There are simply different and equally good ways to talk. Superscript 1. On the other hand, accept a very strong realism about ontology. I think that questions about the existence of composite objects are substantive, just as substantive as the question of whether there are extraterrestrials, and I think that the contemporary ontologists are approaching these questions in essentially superscript 1 the right way. But I'm not going to try to get you to accept this realism, at least not very hard, and not until the end of the essay. My primary aim is to clarify what is at stake. 3 forms of ontological detionism. Many ontological disputes breed detionism, but let's continue to focus on the ontology of composite material objects. Consider a 3-way dispute between 2 ontologists, call them PVI and DKL, and an ontological detionist, DKL. There exist tables. PVI, there do not exist tables. The detionist, something is wrong with the debate. We can distinguish a few complaints that the detionist might have in mind, Equivocation. PVI and DKL express different propositions with their exist tables, each makes claims that are true given what he means, so the debate is merely verbal indeterminacy. Neither PVI nor DKL expresses a unique proposition with their exist tables, in their mouths. This sentence is semantically indeterminate over various candidates, some of which make PVI's claims true, others of which make DKL's claims true. So the debate is formulated. Obviousness. PVI and DKL express the same proposition with their exist tables, but it is obvious by linguistic/conceptual reaction what its truth value is, so the debate is silly. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Skepticism. PVI and DKL express the same proposition with their exist tables, but we have no evidence concerning its truth value, so the debate is pointless. I will set skepticism aside. The Detianism I have in mind is metaphysical/semantic, not epistemic. Equivocation will be my main focus because it is simplest, though what I say will generally carry over to indeterminacy and obviousness as well. Thus, my target Detianist thinks that when DKL says there exist tables and PVI says there do not exist tables, each speaks the truth given what he means by his sentence. Notice that my list does not include forms of Detianism that are based on idealism, pragmatism, verificationism, or other forms of global anti-realism. The Detianists I have in mind are not opposed generally to metaphysics, and they share the robust realism, so ubiquitous among analytic philosophers, according to which the world is the way it is independent of human conceptualization. Point Superscript 1 Superscript 3 Their beef is just with ontology. Note also that the dictionary positions are formulated in terms of propositions. As is often the case, nominalistic reformulation is tedious but possible, and at any rate, nominalism is not the issue here. For blame the predicates or the quantiers. So, our Detianist thinks that PVI and DKL mean different things by the sentence there exist tables. DKL and PVI agree on the syntax of this sentence, so they must mean something different by the predicate table or by the quantier. Superscript 1 There exist. Which is it? If it's the former, if the alleged equivocation is merely over a predicate, then PVI and DKL's dispute is in one respect like a dispute over whether geese live by the bank, in which one disputant means river bank and the other means Nanchal bank. That kind of verbal dispute is quite familiar, but it's not what's going on in ontology. PVI and DKL are not tacitly employing different standards for what it takes to be a table. They agree on the condition phi that a thing must meet in order to count as a table. Their disagreement is over whether there exists anything that meets that condition. Getting absolutely clear about this issue is the absolutely crucial RST step in meta-ontology, so I will belabor the issue a bit. Superscript 1 Here's something one sometimes hears, from someone who learns that PVI claims that there are no tables. PVI denies the sentence there exist tables while admitting that there do exist simples arranged table-wise. But table just means a collection of simples arranged table-wise. That's what I mean by table, anyway, and presumably that's what DKL means by it as well. Given this meaning of table, it is true by definition that if there exists simples arranged table-wise, then there exist tables is true. So PVI's rejection of there exist tables must be due to his meaning something different by table. This very confused paragraph is worth examining closely, in particular the claim that the truth of there exist tables follows from the definition of table. The paragraph suggests that anyone who accepts the following definition of table is committed to the truth of there exist tables. X is a table equals dfx is a collection of simples arranged table-wise. Now, the following sentence is a logical truth: for all x, if x is a collection of simples arranged table-wise, then x is a collection of simples arranged table-wise. Given the definition, the following sentence expresses the same proposition as the logical truth: for all x, if x is a collection of simples arranged table-wise, then x is a table. So PVI, in particular, must accept this null sentence, when table is deemed as suggested. But this doesn't yet commit him to the existence of a table in the deemed sense. The existence of a table follows from the null sentence only given the added premise that there exists something that counts as a collection of simples arranged table-wise. But PVI does not admit this added premise, at least, not given the interpretation of collection under which DKL's table is plausibly taken as meaning collection of simples arranged tablewise. That interpretation is mereological, a collection of things that phi is a thing whose parts phi. Since PVI thinks that there are no composite material. Superscript 1 compare the wise rant in the introduction to Van Inwagen. Ontological Realism 389. Objects whatsoever. Superscript 1 he thinks that there simply are no collections of simples arranged tablewise. To be sure, he admits simples arranged tablewise, but he rejects the existence of collections of them. Could the author of the paragraph intend collection in a set theoretic rather than mereological sense? PVI may still reject the collections, for he may not believe in sets. But even if he does believe in sets, the paragraph would still fail in its intent, for it's clear that DKL does not mean by table, set theoretic collection of simples arranged tablewise. DKL is perfectly clear on the distinction between parthood and set membership, and so is perfectly clear on the distinction between mereological collections and set theoretic collections. When DKL says that there are tables, he is clear that he means, there are things whose parts are simples arranged tablewise. Superscript 1 by collection of simples arranged tablewise, could the author of the paragraph mean simply, simples arranged tablewise? In that case the denition is ungrammatical, X is a table if X is simples arranged tablewise. Superscript 1 perhaps the author of the paragraph has in mind this denition instead, there exist tables equals df there exist particles arranged tablewise. If there exist tables is deemed in this way, then PVI cannot coherently deny there exist tables while accepting that some particles are arranged tablewise. But this denition does not achieve the stated goal of showing that PVI's denition of table differs from DKL's, for the simple reason that the denition isn't a denition of table. It is a denition of the entire sentence there exist tables. Indeed, it is hard to know how to take this denition. The denition clearly isn't an explicit denition of table, since it does not have the form X is a table equals df. It purports to deem the entire string there exist tables. Are we being told to ignore the grammar of there exist tables, ignore the occurrences of the words there exist and tables therein, and take the entire string there exist tables as shorthand for there exist particles arranged tablewise? That would be perverse. There exist and tables would then be semantically inert in there exist tables, like the occurrence of 9 in K9. In addition to being perverse, the denition thus understood would be ineffective. The author of the paragraph was trying to show that the appearance of ontological disagreement arises from PVI's idiosyncratic use of table, but the uses of table in question are in semantically significant contexts. Are we instead to take the grammatical structure of there exist tables as significant, hold xed the meaning of one of the words in the sentence, and then interpret the other in such a way that the whole sentence becomes synonymous with there exist particles arranged tablewise? That is, are we to take the proposed denition as an implicit denition of one of the contained words? If the denition is to achieve its goal, then the term that must be held xed is there exist. We must hold there exist xed, and interpret tables so that there exist tables is synonymous with there exist particles arranged tablewise. But what ensures that there is any such way to interpret tables? A review of our earlier options reveals no such way. Interpreting table as thing whose parts are simples arranged tablewise does not secure the synonymy between these sentences. Interpreting table as set whose members are simples arranged tablewise is clearly not what DKL means by table. Interpreting table as simples arranged tablewise violates grammar. Here is a further reason not to blame table for the alleged equivocation. PVI and DKL also disagree over sentences not containing table. Consider a world in which there exist exactly two material simples. Of that world, DKL would accept, while PVI would reject. XYZ that is, there exist at least three things superscript 2 but the sentence contains only quantiers, truth functional connectives, and the identity predicate. There is clearly no equivocation on the truth functional connectives or the identity predicate. That leaves only the quantiers. The detionist must claim that the participants in ontological debates mean different things by the quantiers. and so, the Detionist must accept that quantiers can mean different things, that there are multiple candidate meanings for quantiers. In Hirsch's phrase, Detionist must accept quantier variants. 5 quantier variants are formulation of quantier variants needs to be rend. Interpreted atfootedly, the claim that there are multiple candidate meanings for quantiers is trivially correct, since language is conventional. We could have treated the bare words there exists as a sign for negation, or a predicate for faculty of Harvard University, or a name for Rudolf Carnap. To avoid triviality, a RST step is to restrict our attention to meanings with a shape that matches the grammar of quantiers. We may achieve this indirectly, as follows. Understand a candidate meaning henceforth as an assignment of meanings to each sentence of the quantificational language in question, where the assigned meanings are assumed to determine, at the least, truth conditions. Point superscript 2 superscript 1 candidate meanings here are located in the RST instance at the level of the sentence. Subsentential expressions can be thought of as having meaning insofar as they contribute to the meanings of sentences that contain them. Thus quantiers are assured to have meanings whose shape suffs to generate truth conditions for sentences containing quantiers. A second step is to lay down a requirement of inferential adequacy. Point superscript 2 superscript 2 call a candidate meaning inferentially adequate if the core inference rules of quantification theory come out truth-preserving under the truth conditions it determines. For example, inferentially adequate candidate meanings that count John is a philosopher as true must also count something is a philosopher as true. Even thus interpreted, quantier variance remains trivially correct. Imagine a person who is logically perfect, maximally opinionated, and totally nuts. His beliefs are logically consistent. For every proposition, he either believes it or believes its negation, and he believes that the moon is made of green cheese, that robots are stealing his luggage, and that Ludwig Wittgenstein was history's greatest philosopher. A candidate meaning on which an arbitrary sentence phi means the same as the English sentence according to the beliefs of the opinionated person, phi is then inferentially adequate. The inference rules of quantification theory come out truth-preserving because our opinionated person, being logically perfect and maximally opinionated, believes every logical consequence of everything he believes. Likewise for an interpretation according to which an arbitrary sentence phi means the same as the English sentence at W phi where W is any chosen possible world. Point superscript 2 superscript 3 inferentially adequate candidate meanings are cheap. Superscript 2 we might require a sort of material as well as inferential adequacy, by requiring each member of a certain specied set of sentences to come out true under every candidate meaning. Might include sentences like the moon is not made of green cheese, it's not the case that robots steal luggage, and there exist electron sentences about subject matters thought to be more substantive than philosophical ontology. This gets us nowhere. We can let our opinionated person agree with the sentences of but go loopy otherwise. Superscript 2 clearly there are multiple interpretations of quantiers. As I see it, the real issue is whether any of these interpretations is metaphysically distinguished, whether any of them uniquely matches the structure of the world, whether any carves nature at the joints better than the others. The core of quantier variantism, in my view, is the rejection of the existence of such a metaphysically distinguished candidate meaning. Some quantier variantists will resist this talk of joint carving. They will be unwilling to accept claims about their candidate meanings carving nature at its joints. I will argue that their resistance is misguided. But in any event, even these quantier variantists must reject the claim that some candidate meaning best carves nature at the joints. They must reject this claim by rejecting the relation of carving better at the joints. For the quantier variantists' intuitive picture is that describing the world using one quantier meaning is just as good as, gets at the facts just as well as, describing the world using another quantier meaning. Admitting that there is a relation of carving better at the joints, and that one candidate is maximal with respect to this relation, would mean giving up on this picture. So I continue to construe the core of quantier variance as the rejection of a distinguished candidate quantier meaning. A further needed refinement is to distinguish the multiple candidate meanings that quantier variantists accept from the multiple possibilities for contextual quantier domain restriction. The quantier variantist's candidate meanings must be in some sense unrestricted, they must be meanings appropriate to uses of quantier expressions by people who have the concept of quantier domain restriction and who insist that their uses are to be interpreted unrestrictedly. Superscript 2. Summing up, quantier variants, there is a class, C, containing many inferentially adequate candidate meanings, including two that we may call existence PVI and existence DKL. PVI's claims are true when exists means existence PVI and DKL's claims are true when exists means existence DKL. Further, no member of C carves the world at the joints better than the rest, and no other candidate meaning carves the world at the joints as well as any member of C either, because there is no such notion of carving at the joints that applies to candidate meanings, or because there is such a notion and C is maximal with respect to it. What are these candidate meanings? Great care must be taken here. The natural tendency is to think of the variety of candidate meanings as resulting from different choices of a domain for the quantiers to range over. But this is a mistake. Suppose the quantier variantist is speaking a language, call it PVish, in which the quantiers express existence PVI. He cannot then say, existence DKL results from letting the quantiers range over a larger domain, one that contains tables. For saying this would presuppose that there exists a domain that contains tables is true in the language he is speaking PVish. But this sentence logically entails there exists a table, which is false in PVish. More generally, no speaker of any language can say truly that there exists a domain corresponding to a larger quantier meaning, for the simple reason that in any language, the sentence D is a domain containing everything, and some domain contains an object that is not contained in D is a logical falsehood. Superscript 2. For more on this, and more arraignment of quantier variants, see Sider. 394 Theodore Sider. The quantier variantist might instead characterize the candidate meanings by translation. Superscript 2. For each existence A, we can imagine a language, Li, in which exists means existence A. The quantier variantist might then provide a translation function try, that maps the sentences of Li to sentences of his own language that allegedly express the same propositions. He could then characterize existence A by saying in his own terms what sentences about it mean. He could, that is, say that an arbitrary sentence, phi of Li means the same as his sentence try. How might a PVish-speaking quantier variantist construct a translation function, THIRD-WORLDISM, for DKLish? The quantier of DKLish is more expansive than that of PVish, so THIRD-WORLDISM cannot operate in the simplest way, namely by simply restricting DKLish's quantier. That is, THIRD-WORLDISM cannot use any rule of the following form. Restriction THIRD-WORLDISM equals X. Eli Hirsch suggests that DKLs there exists a fusion of the F and the G might be translated by PVI as, the F and the G each exist. But this suggestion is incomplete, since it doesn't provide a general recipe for translating DKL's expression there exists. It tells us what to do with one particular form of sentence containing there exists, but it doesn't tell us what to do with arbitrary sentences containing there exists. For instance, it doesn't tell us what to do with there exists an F, or there exist an F and a G standing in relation R. To achieve greater generality, the quantier variantist needs a generally applicable translation function. One approach uses plural quantification. Superscript 2. Some examples. THIRD-WORLDISM equals there exists some simples arranged tablewise. THIRD-WORLDISM equals there exists some simples arranged tablewise, and there exists some simples arranged bookwise, and the second simples rest on the RST simples. More generally, one would replace singular quantiers over composites with plural quantiers over simples, and replace each predicate, F of composites with its irreducibly plural form PL is or arranged tablewise, PL is the X restant YS. How will this plural approach translate sentences of DKLish that are themselves plurally quantied? As Gabriel Uzquiano points out, plural quantiers over simples will be needed. Superscript 2. THIRD-WORLDISM equals there are some impulses, the XXS, such that each YS that are one of the XXS are arranged computer-wise, and if any such ys communicates with any distinct z's, then the z's are distinct from the ys and are one of the xx's. What about most computers are fast, innately many computers are fast, and so on? I suppose we could invent plural versions of these. Alternatively, we could use plural quantification and introduce new predicates, as in, THIRD-WORLDISM equals there are some xx and some yy's such that some z's are one of the xx if the z's are arranged computer-wise and are fast, and some z's are one of the yy's if the z's are arranged computer-wise and are not fast, and there are more of the xx's than the yy's. An alternate approach to translation would pick up on a suggestion by Kian Dor, and translate DKL's sentence phi as PVIs if composition were unrestricted. Then it would be the case that phi superscript 3. These approaches to translation share a feature in common: they violate logical form. Unlike restriction, each translates sentences whose major connective is the existential quantier into sentences without that feature. For example, Hirsch translates DKL's existentially quantied sentence "there exists something that is composed of the F and the G" into PVI's conjunctive sentence "the F exists and the G exists." On the face of it, the second sentence leaves out the RST sentence's claim that a third thing exists in addition to the F and the G. As a result, the translations do not look like they are meaning-preserving, and the translations would emphatically be rejected as correct translations by both DKL and PVI. The Desionist nevertheless maintains that they are meaning-preserving. They are hostile translations. The Desionist must therefore concede a disanalogy between the PVI/DKL dispute and paradigmatic merely verbal disputes. A merely verbal dispute over whether geese live by the bank can be resolved by a shift in vocabulary. One side will be happy for her word bank to be translated as river bank. The superscript 2. See also sides. See Hazen on plural quantification. Superscript 3. Dor does not defend Desionism. 396 Theodore Sider. Other for his word bank to be translated as Nanchal bank, and each will agree that geese live only by the river bank. These non-hostile translations are mutually acceptable to the disputants, and the dispute evaporates once they are introduced. The fact that the Desionist's translations are hostile certainly means that he cannot use them as an offensive weapon, to force PVI and DKL to concede that they do not genuinely disagree. But nor does this fact give the realist an offensive weapon against the Desionist. For it is no part of the Desionist's position that warring ontologists be able to tell from the inside that they are talking past one another. The Desionist thinks, rather, that there simply are no questions like those that the ontologists are trying to ask. They are trying to X on a single distinguished quantier meaning, but the attempt does not succeed. The translations assign the only sensible contents to the words of the misguided warring parties. 6. Other ways to be shallow of Section 3's 4 dictionary theses. I have focused on equivocation, and argued that it rests on quantier variance. Indeterminacy and obviousness also rest on quantier variance. Point superscript 3 superscript 1. An argument like that of Section 4 shows that the candidate semantic values of which indeterminacy speaks must result from variation in the interpretation of quantiers. As for obviousness, there is only one hope for it being obvious by linguistic/conceptual reaction. That there are tables is true. There must exist a multiplicity of equally good candidate meanings for what that sentence means, some rendering it true, others rendering it false. If the multiplicity exists, then which candidate meaning is the actual meaning of the sentence would, plausibly, be determined by our use of the sentence, and hence the truth value of the sentence might be ascertainable by linguistic reaction. But if the multiplicity of equally good candidate meanings does not exist, if, for example, there is a single metaphysically privileged candidate meaning for the sentence, then that privileged candidate might be what we mean by the sentence, even if it does not perfectly tell how we use the sentence. In that case, linguistic/conceptual reaction on our use of "there are tables" would not be a reliable guide to its truth. So, obviousness requires a multiplicity of equally good meanings for "there are tables." But then an argument like that of Section 4 again shows that this multiplicity must result from a multiplicity of interpretations of the quantiers. This is certainly the way that the leading defender of obviousness, Eli Hirsch, views the matter. Now, unlike defenders of equivocation and indeterminacy, Hirsch claims that ontological questions have determinate answers. Setting aside vagueness, English usage of sentences like "there are tables" singles out a unique meaning for quantiers from among the equally good candidate meanings, and hence XES the truth values of ontological sentences. There is, therefore, a veneer of agreement between Hirsch and the contemporary practitioners of ontology. But Hirsch's semantic/metaphysical picture leads to a very different methodology. For Hirsch, since conceptual analysis reveals which candidate meaning TS English usage, it conclusively settles ontological disputes. That's not the approach of the current crowd of ontologists. So, quantier variance remains the crux. The central question of meta-ontology is that of whether there are many equally good quantier meanings, or whether there is a single best quantier meaning. Point superscript 3 superscript 2 It is a question about nature's joints, it is a question of how much quantificational structure the world contains. To put my cards on the table, I think that there is indeed a single best quantier meaning, a single inferentially adequate candidate meaning that carves at the joints. Point superscript 3 that is, I accept ontological realism. But what's all this about joint carving and structure? 7. Structure. We ought to believe in an objective structure to reality. Goodman expressed his skepticism about objective structure by saying that similarity is sharing a property, any property. That makes any two things similar, since where one object is F and another is G, each has the property being F or G. Of course, we tend to focus on some dimensions of similarity and not others, but that's just a fact about us. There's nothing objectively special about those dimensions on which we focus. It is true that our talk of similarity is pretty exible. In the right context we are apt to count the sharing of nearly any property as a similarity. We might count people as similar based on their looks, the size of their bank accounts, or the voting districts in which they live. But it's hard to believe that that is all there is to it. For one thing, there is perfect intrinsic similarity, what Lewis calls duplication. Duplication seems neither arbitrary nor context dependent. It is objective, something to be discovered, out in the world rather than projected onto it by us. Thoroughgoing Goodmanian skepticism about similarity is a breathtakingly radical metaphysical hypothesis, and is utterly unbelievable. Just try to believe that every grouping of objects is just as good, objectively speaking, as every other, that no objects go together simply because of the nature of things. I predict you will fail. If all groupings are equally good, then the world is an amorphous collection of objects. Any linguistic community is free to choose any groupings they like for their predicates, describe their surroundings in those terms, and formulate laws of nature using those groupings. Provided they say true things in the resulting language, they succeed as inquirers just as well as any other linguistic community. We can describe the world of color using the familiar predicates, but we would lose nothing beyond convenience and familiarity by shifting to the language of Grew and Bleen. Superscript 3 Surely that is wrong. The world has an objective structure, truth seekers must discern that structure, they must carve at the joints. Communities that choose the wrong groupings may get at the truth, but they nevertheless fail badly in their attempt to understand the world. If we must admit that, although the electrons go together because they're all electrons, the electron orbiting or dinner jacketor dogs also go together because they're all electron orbiting or dinner jacketor dogs, and that there's nothing objectively better about the RST grouping than the second, then the world would, really, be just a structureless blob. There is more to be discovered, more that is mandatory for inquirers to think about. The world has objective streaks in it, it has structure. Imagine that the world is a solid plenum, red on one half of a certain dividing plane, blue on the other. That's its structure. But of course, for any plane, P, there is the property of being on the one side of P, and the property of being on the other side of P, and so there are facts involving these properties. But isn't there something special about the blue/red dividing plane, and the facts that involve this plane? These facts give the distinguished structure of the world. You can state truths if you don't speak in terms of this structure, but you miss out, you are descent along one of the main axes of cognitive success. Think of the structure of space-time. Thought of as a bare set of points, space-time has no structure at all, no topological structure, no affine structure, no metric structure. It is a mere blob superscript 3. This is a far cry from the picture one gets from a naive and natural reading of space-time physics. On that reading, space-time has a distinguished structure, which we discover empirically. Once we believed what Euclid told us about this structure, now we believe Einstein instead. Pace geometrical conventionalists like Reichenbach, there is a factual question here, is space-time really at or curved? But what could the really amount to, other than something about distinguished structure? We can't just say space-time is Euclidean if the spatio-temporal relations over the points of physical space-time are Euclidean, because we would need to say which relations over points of space-time are the spatio-temporal relations. As any model theorist will point out, so long as there exist enough points one can always interpret geometric predicates over points so that the axioms of Euclidean geometry come out true, and one can also interpret them so that axioms appropriate to curved space-time come out true. And as Reichenbach points out, one can give a coordinative definition of spatio-temporal predicates under which space-time is at and universal forces systematically distort objects, or one can give an alternative coordinative definition according to which there are no universal forces and space-time is curved. Neither definition is better than the other according to Reichenbach. It is thus a convention whether to speak of space-time as curved or at. To ask after the real, objective, intrinsic structure of space-time, we must reject Reichenbach's coordinative definitions and the interpretations of the model theorist, and consult only those interpretations of geometric predicates that assign them relations that carve space-time at the joints. It is these relations that are the spatio-temporal relations, and the pattern in which they hold determines the structure of space-time. There are various ways one might try to make sense of this talk of structure. But what's important is that we really must make sense of it somehow. A certain core realism is, as much as anything, the shared dogma of analytic philosophers, and rightly so. The world is out there, waiting to be discovered. Superscript 3. Not even that, blobs have a distinguished topology. 400 Theodore Sider. It's not constituted by us all that good stuff. Everyone agrees that this realist picture prohibits truth from being generally mind-dependent in the crudest counterfactual sense, but surely it requires more. After all, the GRU things would all have turned blean at the appointed hour even if humans had never existed. Under one of Reichenbach's coordinative definitions one can truly say that space-time would still have been Euclidean even if humans had never existed. The realist picture requires the ready-made world that Goodman ridiculed. There must be structure that is mandatory for inquirers to discover. To be wholly egalitarian about all carvings of the world would give away far too much to those who view inquiry as the investigation of our own minds. To solidify this notion of structure, let me say a bit more about its broader significance. We may begin with David Lewis's ideas. Lewis thinks of the structure of the world as given by the distribution of what he calls natural properties and relations. He thinks of natural properties and relations as similarity determiners. Perfectly similar objects, for example, are those objects over whose parts the natural properties and relations are isomorphically distributed. He also thinks of the natural properties and relations as content determiners. Imagine an ideal interpreter trying to determine what my words mean. What information would she consult in order to decide? In part, the interpreter would look at how I use the words. Think of this as determining a set of sentences, such that the interpreter ought, other things being equal, to interpret my words so that the members of come out true. Perhaps the sentences in are those that are analytic for me, perhaps they are just a certain subset of the sentences I believe. Either way, as Hilary Putnam's model theoretic argument and Saul Kripke's Wittgenstein show us, the constraint that my words must be interpreted so that the sentences in come out true is not strong enough. The interpreter needs more information. Take any intuitively false sentence F that is consistent with, if there are enough objects then there will be an interpretation that makes all the sentences of plus F as well true. This is a misinterpretation of my words, but if the ideal interpreter has only the facts of use to go on, nothing will tell her this. So, what else beyond my use of words must the interpreter consult? Lewis's answer is, the facts of naturalness. Other things being equal, the ideal interpreter must assign natural properties and relations to my predicates. Natural properties and relations are reference magnets. The ideal interpreter should project my observed usage of language to new cases by interpreting me as going on in the same way. Naturalness is a way to cash out the idea of going on in the same way, it supplies Wittgenstein's rails invisibly laid to unity. Ontological Realism 401. Lewis and others also connect naturalness to gnomic and causal notions. On one view, for instance, the natural properties and relations are those that play a role in the laws of nature. Lewis's conception of objective structure is important, but I want to highlight other connections. First, structure has an evaluative component. The goal of inquiry is not merely to believe many true propositions and few false ones. It is to discern the structure of the world. An ideal inquirer must think of the world in terms of its distinguished structure. She must carve the world at its joints in her thinking and language. Employers of worse languages are worse inquirers. Imagine divvying up the world in terms of Gru and Bleen, or electron or building or dinner jacket or dogs. Second, acknowledging the notion of distinguished structure lets us make sense of claims that this or that feature is merely projected onto the world, rather than being really there. Many want to say that aesthetic features are projections of our standards of evaluation, rather than being really out there. This should not be taken to require mind dependence of aesthetic qualities, in the sense that the mountain would not be beautiful if no one ever saw it. It should rather be taken to deny that there is any distinguished aesthetic structure. A language omitting aesthetic predicates would not thereby be worse, in the sense described in the previous section. A society employing aesthetic predicates with very different meanings from our own would not thereby carve the world at its joints less well than we do. Superscript 3 Third, this notion of structure is central to metaphysics. The central task of metaphysics is illuminating the fundamental structure of reality. Are laws of nature fundamental, inherent to reality's structure? Are dispositions fundamental? Is modality? Tense. Morality. To be sure, metaphysics is also concerned with the question of how to tie laws, dispositions, and the rest into a given conception of what is regarded as fundamental, but the most basic question is that of what is fundamental. Superscript 3/4, this notion of structure is central to the sciences. As we saw, physics seeks to discern the structure of space-time. When Minkowski denies that there is any distinguished relation of simultaneity, he is denying that simultaneity structure is part of space-time's distinguished structure. There are of course ways to foliate Minkowski space-time, but none is distinguished, none carves space-time at the joints. The choice of the right concepts is crucial to the beginning of a science. It is just as important as the discoveries that come later, which are phrased in terms of those concepts. If the initial choice misses reality's joints, subsequent progress in terms of the ill-chosen concepts is unlikely. Freya's focus on the now familiar quantiers, and Chomsky's focus on native speakers' non-prescriptive judgments of grammatically, were conceptual choices that led to progress where before there had been stagnation. Finally, amidst all these applications, let's not miss something right at the surface. The very idea of distinguished structure itself, once grasped, is one that must surely be acknowledged. 8. Regimentation of talk of structure. Granted that we should take talk of structure seriously, how should such talk be regimented? I will discuss several ways. But let me not raise false hopes. By regiment I mean canonically formulate, I do not mean reduce. Each proposal I will consider makes use of an unexplained notion of structure. Indeed, I doubt that any reductive account is possible. Superscript 3 First there is Lewis's method, which is to speak of the naturalness of properties and relations. This method presupposes the existence of properties and relations, and its fundamental locution is a predicate over these properties and relations, is natural. Lewis's properties and relations are abundant in the sense that there is a property for each class of possible individuals and a relation for each class of possible n-tuples, so only a few properties and relations count as natural. The predicate for naturalness, for Lewis, is undient. It is at the very foundation of his metaphysical system. A closely related approach does away with the abundant properties and relations, and posits a property or relation only when its instantiation contributes to the world's distinguished structure. The most familiar view of this sort is D. M. Armstrong's, according to which these properties and relations are universals in the traditional sense. Lewis's and Armstrong's ways of speaking of structure presuppose the existence of properties and relations. But there are nominalistic ways to speak of structure. A simple way, though not fully satisfying, would be to introduce a distinction, call it betterness, as applied to entire. Ontological Realism 403. Languages are better or worse depending on how closely they cleave to the structure of the world. A language with primitive predicates for electron or building or dinner jacket or dogs would be worse, other things being equal. A Lewisian could deem betterness in terms of the naturalness of the properties and relations expressed by the language's primitive predicates, but a nominalist could instead take better as an undeemed predicate. Another route that avoids refying meanings appeals to a more complex locution of comparative naturalness. Consider, to be an electron is more natural than to be an electron or a quark. Rather than regarding the phrases to be an electron and to be an electron or quark as denoting entities, and regarding is more natural than as a two-place predicate, a nominalist could regard is more natural than here as an operator. In English it would be a word that turns a pair of inative phrases into a sentence. In a formal regimented language, the core locution of naturalness could be regarded as a two-place sentence operator, n, where phi and psi may have free variables, both are st and higher order. Think of n informally as follows. When a sentence phi has free variables, think of its meaning as its contribution to determining the proposition expressed by phi relative to a given choice of values for its free variables. This contribution will come from its non-variable constituents, its constant expressions, whether logical or non-logical, plus its grammar. Thus, think of the meaning of x is tall as the contribution that is tall makes to propositions. Think of the meaning of ted is f, where f is a predicate variable, as the contribution ted makes to propositions. Think of the meaning of p and q, where p and q are sentence variables, as the meaning of and. And nally, think of nas saying that phi s meaning is more natural than psi s. All that was informal. Actually, n is a primitive sentence operator, and in effect binds them. Thus, to regiment to be an electron is more natural than to be an electron or a quark, we write, n. 9. Logical structure. We should extend the idea of structure beyond predicates, to expressions of other grammatical categories, including logical expressions like quantiers. Logical expressions can be evaluated for how well they mirror the logical structure of the world. Just as with a predicate, one can ask of a logical expression whether it carves the world at the joints. Why might one accept the notion of structure, but resist its application to quantiers and other logical expressions? I can think of a few reasons. First, one might think, I admit talk of structure only when it is discoverable by science. But structure is never discoverable by science in any direct way. Rather, we have defeasible reason to think that the predicates of successful theories match the structure of the world. But this generalizes beyond predicates, to logical vocabulary. Our logical notions have been developed and rend for centuries, and are indispensable both in folk theories and scientific ones. That gives us reason to think that they carve at the joints. They are wildly successful theoretical posits. Second, one might be in the grips of logical conventionalism. Here is a picture. Logical expressions do not concern features of the world. They are rather vehicles we use to conventionally render sentences of certain forms true, conditional on sentences of other forms being true. In the limiting case, certain sentences, the logical truths get their truth by convention alone. Logical expressions are not contentful, their semantic contribution is purely formal, and is therefore radically unlike the semantic contributions made by predicates and other words, which concern the world. This picture is exceedingly vague, so vague that it is hard to see exactly what the consequences of accepting it would be. Nevertheless, I suspect that something like it is partly responsible for mistrust of applying the notion of structure to logic. I therefore think that it is at least psychologically useful to remember that logical conventionalism was refuted by Quine long ago. Superscript 1/3, one might argue that certain criteria or tests for carving at the joints do not apply to the logical expressions. As we saw, Lewis thinks of his natural properties as being properties whose sharing makes for similarity. But, one might think, this criterion does not smoothly apply to logical words. And insofar as it does apply, it yields uninteresting verdicts. For example, it might be thought that the similarity test counts the meaning of the existential quantier as unnatural, since even very dissimilar things share existence in common. This argument misapplies the similarity criterion. Perhaps it shows that the predicate exists does not carve at the joints. But the question is whether the quantiers carve at the joints. To answer, we should look to similarity between facts, not similarity between particulars. When each of the following sentences is true, Ted is sitting, John is sitting. We have similarity between the facts, between the fact that Ted is sitting and the fact that John is sitting. Now, in this case there happens to be a further similarity, a similarity between the particulars Ted and John. But not in other cases. Ted is human, Ted is located in North America. Here there is but one particular, and so we have no similarity between particulars, but we do have similarity between the facts expressed by these sentences, in virtue of the recurrence of the particular Ted in each fact. And now, consider, something is human, something is located in North America. If the existential quantier carves at the joints, we again have fact similarity. There is some genuine commonality between cases in which something is human and cases in which something is located in North America. Each is a case of something being a certain way, and that is a genuine similarity. Superscript 2. A quantier variantist, on the other hand, would say that the recurrence of the word something in our sentences for describing these facts marks no particular similarity between them, just as the applicability of the word grew to multiple things marks no particular similarity. Superscript 3. And if the similarity criterion did fail us, we could always leave it behind. When speaking of expressions other than predicates, we could lean instead on the other facets of the notion of distinguished structure. Since those other facets generalize smoothly beyond the case of predicates, we may speak of language users as going on in the same way when they apply old words in new situations, of meanings as being mandatory, of speakers getting at reality as it really is, and of discovering rather than projecting, even if the words in question are not predicates. Fourth, one might worry that, unlike predicates, quantiers do not mean or stand for entities, hence, there are no quantier meanings to compare for naturalness. The premise of this argument is questionable. Montague treats quantier meanings as properties of properties. But even granting the premise, the conclusion does not follow. Even if quantier meanings are not entities, we may speak of the naturalness of quantiers in some nominalistic way. Fifth, one might worry that if quantiers have natural meanings then every object must be a natural object, contrary to the otherwise attractive view in RST order ontology that every collection of objects, however scattered, composes some further object. But ontological realism is in fact compatible with scattered objects. Consider the fusion of the coins in our pockets plus the Eiffel Tower. This scattered object is indeed unnatural in the sense that it has no very natural properties. But that does not imply that quantiers have unnatural meanings, or fail to carve at the joints. Intuitively speaking, what is unnatural about this object is its nature, not its being. Finally, logical structure seems necessary to avoid semantic indeterminacy for logical expressions. Recall Kripkenstein's semantic skeptic, who doubts that anything about my use of the word plus ensures that it means plus rather than quas. Lewis answers him by saying, nothing about my use of plus ensures this. What ensures it is that plus is a more natural meaning than quas. But now imagine that the skeptic turns his attention to the logical constants, and asks, what about my use of everything ensures that it means universal quantification, rather than something that acts like universal quantification for sentences I have uttered in the past, but behaves bizarrely in new sentences? It won't do to say that this meaning violates the inferential role I stipulate that everything is to obey. For my stipulation will take the form of a universally quantified sentence, for any sentences S1. If phi is true, then psi is also true, which may be rendered true by a bent interpretation of the quantifier any. Further, as we saw in section 5, it is easy to construct inferentially adequate candidate meanings which match our prior usage of quantified sentences, but which go haywire for new sentences. What rules out rampant semantic indeterminacy for quantifiers is just what rules out indeterminacy for predicates reality structure. Other things being equal, joint carving interpretations of quantifiers are better interpretations. And note that quantifier variantists have as much need for structure here as do ontological realists, if their ontological Detianism is to be restricted to philosophical questions of existence. For they will then want to say that a non-philosophical quantified sentence there exists a God, say, or there exists a quark has a determinate truth value, even if prior usage of quantifiers is consistent with both a set of candidate meanings that render it true and a set of candidate meanings that render it false. Excluding the candidate meanings that fail to carve at the joints, they will say, cuts out all of the members of one of these sets, and thereby secures a determinate truth value for the sentence. The remaining set will still contain many members. These agree on the truth value of the determinate sentence but differ over the truth values of philosophical quantified sentences. 10. Quantificational structure. Ontological realism is the claim that the world's distinguished structure includes quantificational structure. How exactly should we understand this claim? If we are willing to treat quantifier meanings as entities, then we can follow Lewis's strategy for regimenting talk of structure, and say that the absolutely unrestricted quantifier has a natural meaning. Suppose for example that the meaning of a quantifier is a property of properties. The meaning of all is the property had by P if everything has P, the meaning of some is the property had by P if something has P, and so on. The claim that quantifier meanings are natural then amounts to the claim that, whereas each of the following is natural, being a property P such that everything has P, being a property P such that something has P. None of the following is natural, being a property P such that the opinionated person believes that something has P, being a property P such that there are some XS that instantiate PL, being a property P such that if composition were unrestricted, then something would have P. Moreover, there is only a single natural meaning in the vicinity of existence. Vicinity of means, TSR use of quantifier expressions, in particular, their core inferential role. Suppose instead that we are reluctant to refi quantifier meanings. We must then turn to the nominalistic options for regimenting talk of structure. The RST nominalistic option was to employ a predicate better, as applied to entire languages. In this case, we could formulate ontological realism as the claim that there is a class of best languages, and in any two members of this class, the quantifiers have the same semantic function. The second nominalistic option was to employ the sentence operator and recall its informal gloss. Think of the meanings of open sentences phi and psi as the semantic contributions of their non-variable components, and think of n as meaning that phi s meaning is more natural than psi s. Now consider the open sentence xfx, where f and x are both variables. The only non-variable component is, thus we may think informally of the meaning of xfx as the meaning of the existential quantifier. Claims of the form and therefore may be thought of as saying that the meaning of the existential quantifier is more natural than that of psi. Sao may express some of the upshots of the doctrine that quantifiers carve at the joints thus, and for there to exist an f is more natural than for there to have existed an f if composition had been unrestricted. And for there to exist an f is more natural than for there to exist some things that are PL. In fact, we can say something more general, in effect that unrestricted quantication is the unique natural meaning in its vicinity, and naturalness of, for any phi in our language that TSR use of xfx, either phi is synonymous with xfx or the following is true, n. One way or another, we can regiment the claim that quantiers carve at the joints. But it's important not to get too zated on regimentation here, just as it's important not to get too zated on regimenting claims about structure generally. The core claim is that quanticational structure is part of the distinguished, objective structure of the world. One can understand and accept this claim while being agnostic about its precise regimentation. 11. Reply to the Detionists suppose that ontological realism is true. Just as electron carves the world at the joints, the quantiers also carve the world at the joints. In that case, the answers to questions of ontology are objective, substantive, and out there, just like the answers to questions about the nature of electrons. If quanticational structure is part of the objective structure of the world, then ontological Detionism is wrong in all its forms. First, let's consider the thesis of equivocation, according to which PVI and DKL each makes true ontological claims given what he means by there exists. Now, both PVI and DKL are willing to put in the following performance: here in the philosophy room, by there exists I mean absolutely unrestricted existence. My words are not to be deviously reinterpreted. When I ask whether there exist tables, I am speaking precisely and carefully and non-loosely. Contrast my current austere intentions for there exists with my rough and ready quantication in everyday speech, such as when I say there are many ways to win this chess match, Jones and I have nothing in common, and so on. I regard those uses as loose talk, not so for my current usage. Perhaps in ordinary speech the sentence there are tables is in some sense equivalent to there exist simples arranged table-wise, or if composition had been unrestricted then there would have existed a table, but not under my current usage. After they make this performance, what do their uses of there exists mean? First, assume that quantier meanings are entities, and that the Lewisian story about content determination is correct. There are a number of candidate meanings that the English inferential role of there exists, existence, counterfactual existence DKL, plural existence DKL, and so on. The defender of the dictionary thesis of equivocation will say that, because of their differing uses of there exists, DKL means one of the existence DKLS and PVI means something else. But consider the candidacy of existence. It is of an appropriate logical category to be meant by there exists, and it ts the core inferential role of PVI and DKL's use of there exists. Moreover, it ts their use of there exists perfectly when applied to simples. Now, existence cannot exactly t the use of there exists by both PVI and DKL. Suppose, for the sake of argument, that existence ts PVI's use of there exists perfectly, and therefore fails to t DKL's use. Does this mean that DKL does not mean existence by there exists, and rather means plural existence DKL instead? Surely not. Surely existence's superior naturalness outweighs its failure to t DKL's use of existence perfectly, especially given the performance DKL made to clarify his use of there exists. Similar remarks apply if existence ts DKL's use rather than PVI's, or if it ts neither. Thus, both PVI and DKL mean existence by there exists, and the dispute is not merely verbal, the thesis of equivocation is false. Similar arguments can be given against the dictionary theses of obviousness and indeterminacy. Indeterminacy says that there exists in English is semantically indeterminate over various candidates, but if existence is a reference magnet then there exists determinately means existence. Obviousness says that there exists means whatever candidate meaning ts our ordinary usage of there exists, and that we should therefore approach ontology by doing conceptual analysis, but if existence is what we mean by there exists because of its reference magnetism, not because of its t with ordinary use of there exists, then conceptual analysis needn't be a guide to the truth values of English statements of existence. These arguments against Decianism assume that the force of reference magnetism is strong enough to outweigh a failure of existence to match the use of there exists. Put less metaphorically, they make an assumption about the true theory of content determination, that this theory weights naturalness heavily enough to overcome any mismatch there may be between existence and the use of there exists. Whether this assumption is correct depends on the strength of the magnetic force, and also on the degree to which the sentences whose use existence does not match are meaning constitutive, but in fact, it does not matter whether this assumption is correct. To see this, suppose for the sake of argument that the magnetic force is weak, too weak to compensate for any significant mismatch with use. If the magnetic force is weak, then a defender of the thesis of equivocation might, I concede, justly claim that PVI and DKL mean different things by there exists. And a defender of indeterminacy might justly claim that there exists in English is indeterminate over many candidates. And a defender of obviousness might justly claim that there exists in English determinately means a certain candidate meaning whose nature is best revealed by conceptual analysis. None of these concessions undermines the spirit of ontological realism. Let us explore the null possibility in a little more detail. Suppose English use of there exists ts a certain candidate meaning existence which we may describe as follows. Let OO be a statement of the principles of ordinary ontology, certain tacit principles that allegedly govern our existential talk. OO bans the existence of scattered objects and objects with bizarre persistence conditions in cars and outcars, while allowing cars, people, planets, and so on. Existence may then be deemed thus, there exists if iff. The defender of obviousness now argues as follows. Since the force of reference magnetism is weak, and English usage of there exists ts existence there exists in English means existence Since PVI and DKL are speaking English, they each use there exists with this meaning, and so there is an answer to the question that they are debating. But their debate is misguided. DKL and PVI's quasi-scientific search for a simple theory of what exists, which makes no appeal to ordinary linguistic intuitions about there exists, is perhaps appropriate to discern the correct theory of existence but not to discern the correct theory of the meaning of there exists in English, i.e., existence. For each accepts all the candidate meanings in question, existence existence DKL, existence, etc. By hypothesis, the naturalness of existence is not enough to trump a bad tea with use. So each can agree, that the truth about existence is given by the candidate that best matches ordinary English usage of there exists. So each should forsake neo-Quinian scholastic mumbo-jumbo and start doing conceptual analysis. In this case, obviousness would be true. Thus, if existence is insufficiently magnetic to trump a poor tea with use, equivocation, obviousness, or indeterminacy might well be true about the English quantier there exists. But in that case, PVI and DKL can simply recast their dispute directly in terms of existence. They can introduce a new language in which to conduct their debate, using the following performance: let's give the speakers of ordinary English there exists, let us henceforth conduct our debate using. We hereby stipulate that is to express an austere relative of the ordinary English notion of existence. We hereby stipulate that although the meaning of is to obey the core inferential role of English quantiers, ordinary, casual use of disputed sentences involving there exists are not to affect at all what we mean by. We hereby stipulate that if there is a highly natural meaning that satisfies these constraints, then that is what we mean by. Perhaps the resulting has no synonym in English. Fine, we hereby dub our new language ontologies. In this new language, equivocation, obviousness, and indeterminacy will all be false. Early on in philosophy we are taught not to abandon ordinary language locutions on the battlefield. Otherwise, the debate evaporates. Is freedom compatible with determinism? If free means undetermined by the laws and past, then there is nothing worth debating. Freedom thus understood is obviously incompatible with determinism. If free means not in chains, then again we have nothing worth debating. Freedom thus understood is obviously compatible with determinism. So what can we mean by free? In order for there to be debate worth having, we can mean freedom, freedom in the ordinary sense. Once we stop meaning that, freedom is not worth debating. Cf. Doerr's discussion of the language of ontology. Ontological Realism 413. Abandoning ordinary language is indeed often a bad idea, but when it is, that is because there is no other way to anchor the debate, no other way to explain the term under dispute without trivializing the debate. In the present case, existence gives us another anchor. While it is not worth debating whether determinism is compatible with freedom under stipulative definitions of free, it is worth debating whether there exist tables when there exist is stipulated to mean existence. In fact, if there exists in English does not express existence, then a debate over existence is much more worth having than a debate over existence. The goal of inquiry is to discern the distinguished structure of the world, and we would do that more directly by investigating existence than by investigating existence. The move to ontologies was designed for the eventuality of a weak force of reference magnetism. If Lewis's doctrine of reference magnetism were false, that would be a sort of limiting case of weak reference magnetism. Thus, opponents of reference magnetism can simply regard ontologists as speaking ontologies. My response to the Detionist has assumed that there are such entities as quantier meanings. How can this all be recast in more nominalistic terms? Where phi is an open sentence of our language and sigma is an open sentence used by some person S, say that phi tss's use of sigma iff enough of s's meaning constitutive uses of sigma come out true when sigma is assigned phi s meaning. Note that phi need not vindicate all of s's meaning constitutive uses of sigma in order to ts's use of sigma, it must merely vindicate enough of them. Then, using the operator and from section 8 we can formulate the following nominalistic version of Lewis's doctrine of reference magnetism. N magnetism, for any open sentences phi and psi, for any person S, and for any open sentence sigma of S's language, if phi tss's use of sigma and if n then psi is not synonymous with sigma. Intuitively, if phi is as described, then phi is a better candidate than psi to be meant by sigma, in which case it can't be that sigma means psi rather than phi. Now, consider a defender of equivocation who claims that PVI and DKL mean different things by their quantiers. In particular, suppose that the Detionist says that DKL means counterfactual existence DKL by there exists, that is, DKL's open sentence XFX is synonymous with PVI's open sentence composition is unrestricted XFX. Here is how PVI could use, and the principle of described above, to rebut this Detionist. Suppose for reductio that the Detionist is right, DKL's sentence XFX is synonymous with my sentence composition is unrestricted XFX. Then, given these two premises, my sentence XFX TS DKL's use of his sentence XFX2, and we get a violation of contradiction. Further, if the Detionist is right that DKL and I mean different things by XFX, then no sentence of my language is synonymous with DKL's XFX. For suppose otherwise, suppose that for some open sentence phi in my language, A, phi is synonymous with DKL's XFX. B, phi is not synonymous with my sentence XFX since DKL and I agree on the core inferential role of phi ts my use of XFX. So, by B, and, N. But then given I, from the previous paragraph and, phi is not synonymous with DKL's XFX, contradicting A. DKL could make parallel arguments. He could argue, for example, that if PVI's XFX is not synonymous with his XFX, then it is not synonymous with anything in his language. Thus, PVI and DKL can rebut particular claims of synonymy made by the defender of equivocation, and can make a more general argument that if the Detionist is right that they are talking past each other, then neither of their languages contains the means to express both what PVI means and also what DKL means by XFX. This is not quite a full rebuttal of the Detionist, since the Detionist might claim that each language's quantier is unstatable in the other language. But this is an unstable position, since the Detionist has no principled reason to deny either PVI or DKL the ability to introduce a synonym in his own language for the other's quantier superscript 1. As for the move to ontologies, that move was designed to answer the worry that the force of reference magnetism is too weak to draw the English word there exists to existence. A nominalistic version of this worry may be put as follows: superscript 2 in addition to containing, could English contain some expression that is I, not synonymous with, 2, TSR use of, and 3, carves at the joints at least as well as? Not if the force of reference magnetism is strong, for in that case would have meant the same as this other expression all along. But this scenario is allowable if the magnetic force is weak. In n-theoretic notation, English might contain some open sentence phi such that phi is not synonymous with xfx, 2, phi tsr use of xfx, and 3, it's not the case that, n. But then, would be false. So, if the magnetic force is weak, we cannot assume that is true. To answer the worry, we must introduce a new language, ontologies, in which is guaranteed to be true, even if the magnetic force is weak. The way I introduced this language above was to stipulate that isto stand for a natural meaning, but the n-theorist cannot put the stipulation this way, since she refuses to quantify over meanings as entities. She must instead say the following: any person obeying the following instructions will succeed in speaking a language in which is meaningful and univocal, and in which is true. Instructions for introducing ontologies: I. Introduce a symbol, with the grammar of the familiar existential quantier. 2. Stipulate that no philosophically contentious sentences count toward your use of only its core inferential role counts. 3. Have the concept of a restriction on a quantier and explicitly disavow all such restrictions. 4. Intend by using to speak as fundamentally as possible. Explain what this means by contrasting your austere intentions for with your rough and ready everyday use of English quantificational language, such as there are many ways to win this chess match, Jones and I have nothing in common, and so on. One might analogously recast the rebuttals of obviousness and equivocation in terms of the n operator. Finally, consider the nominalistic strategy for regimentation in which we speak of better and worse languages. The rebuttal of the Detionist proceeds as follows. If the force of reference magnetism is strong, then English is a language in which there exists is univocal, and, moreover, is a better language than carves nature at its joints better than any otherwise similar language in which expressions ting the core inferential role of there exists behave differently than they do in English. If, on the other hand, the magnetic force is weak, then one can introduce a much better language than English by following the instructions for introducing ontologies given above. 12. What should we believe? I have given a model of how ontological disputes could be genuine. If quantiers carve at the joints, then ontology is as factual and deep as can be. But is the model correct? Do quantiers really carve at the joints? What should we believe about meta-ontology? Some are initially so disposed to take ontological disputes seriously that they regard Detionism as a non-starter. As a frontal assault on these natural-born metaphysicians, the Detionist's case is weak. The Detionist's hostile suggestions for what ontologists mean by there exists fail badly by ordinary standards of sameness of meaning. The Detionist might yet be right. The ontologist's equivocation needn't be transparent to them, but is unlikely to convince. Others are RMLY in the Detionist camp, and are unrelentingly opposed to all realism about structure, let alone realism about quantificational structure. My thesis that reality's fundamental structure includes quantificational structure will not impress these hardliners. But many are somewhere in the middle. We are comfortable with neither verificationism nor a naive trust of metaphysics. What should we think? I think we should remember something that often gets lost in these debates. Everyone faces the question of what is real and what is the mere projection of our conceptual apparatus, of which issues are substantive and which are mere bookkeeping. This is true within science as well as philosophy. One must decide when competing scientific theories are mere notational variants. Does a metric system physics genuinely disagree with a system phrased in terms of Ontological Realism 417. Feet and pounds? We all think not. Superscript 3. Was Reichenbach wrong? Is there a genuine question of whether space-time is at or curved? We mostly think yes. Are there genuine differences between the traditional, Hamiltonian, and Lagrangian formulations of classical mechanics? A harder question. These are questions of structure. How much structure is there in the world? Unless one is prepared to take the verificationist's easy way out, and say that theories are the same when empirically equivalent, one must face difficult questions about where to draw the line between objective structure and conceptual projection. The ontological realist draws the line in a certain place. Part of the world's distinguished structure is its quantificational structure. Those who regard ontological realism as overly metaphysical should remember that they too must draw a line. And in fact, the ontological realist can give a pretty convincing argument for his choice of where to draw the line. Quine's criterion for ontological commitment is good as far as it goes: believe in those entities that your best theory says exists. But in trying to decide how much structure there is in the world, I can think of no better strategy than this extension of Quine's criterion: believe in as much structure as your best theory of the world posits. The structure posited by a theory corresponds to its primitive notions, its ideology in Quine's terminology, which includes its logical notions as well as its predicates. This criterion is as vague as Quine's. It gives us no mechanical procedure for deciding when two theories differ genuinely. It will not on its own tell us whether Reichenbach was right. But notice this: every serious theory of the world that anyone has ever considered employs a quantificational apparatus, from physics to mathematics to the social sciences to folk theories. Quantification is as indispensable as it gets. This is defeasible reason to think that we're onto something, that quantificational structure is part of the objective structure of the world, just as the success of space-time physics gives us reason to believe in objective space-time structure questions framed in indispensable vocabulary are substantive, quantiers are indispensable. Ontology is framed using quantiers, so ontology is substantive. If you remain unconvinced and skeptical of ontology, what are your options? First, you could reject the notion of objective structure altogether. I regard that as unthinkable. Second, you could reject the idea of structure as applied to logic. I regard that as unmotivated. Third, and more plausibly, you could accept the idea of structure as applied to logic, but deny that there is distinguished quantificational structure in particular. This is in effect quantier variance, but there are some interesting subcases. For example, you might reject the need, and perhaps even the possibility, of a sufficiently expressive language in which all of the expressions carve perfectly at the joints of fundamental language. I will say, there are many languages one can speak that carve at the joints equally well, but no language both carves perfectly and enables one to describe all the facts. There is no way for God to write the book of the world without slumming it. There can be no Russellian logically perfect language. This, I suspect, is Hirsch's picture. Alternatively, you might try to develop a quantier-free fundamental language. But what would such a language look like? The stuff gambit is tempting. Perhaps the language that best limns the world will mention stuff, not things. The challenge will be to develop a stuff language that is sufficiently expressive, but which doesn't reintroduce the structure you are trying to avoid. How could such a language be sufficiently expressive without the means to say that there is some stuff of such and such a type, and that this stuff is part of that stuff? But if you admit these locutions into your fundamental language, substantive questions about the ontology of composite stuff will reappear. Yet another alternative would be to claim that in the fundamental language, all quantification is restricted. But this threatens to reintroduce the questions of ontology. For instance, we could ask, is there any context in which it would be true to say there are tables and chairs? It is hard to see how you could block the legitimacy of this question, and if it is phrasable in your fundamental language, it is substantive and nonverbal. Anal alternative would be to admit quantification in your fundamental language, but to claim that the logicians have mischaracterized that notion in some way or other. You might, For instance, claim that the fundamental quanticational notions combine tense and quantication there were, there will be and do not reduce to untensed quantiers and tense operators. This has little impact on the debate over mereology, but it does make it hard to raise questions about temporal ontology, another goal of the usual ontological Detionist. Or you might claim that the fundamental quanticational notion is a British amalgam of quantication and predication. There is an F such that, where F must be replaced by a sortal predicate, rather than the bare quantier of predicate logic, but that would not make all the ontological questions go away. First, we could ask what the range of sortals is. We might ask, is there any sortal F such that there is an F that is composed of me and the Eiffel Tower is true? Second, the question, granted that there exist subatomic particles that are arranged person-wise, do there exist people in addition, is phrasable in this language, since person and subatomic particle are surely sortals. If this British quanticational language is fundamental, these questions have nonverbal answers, and neither a no nor a yes answer could be refuted on purely conceptual grounds. There are, then, various alternatives to ontological realism, various alternative views about reality's quanticational structure. And my argument for ontological realism that the track record of standard predicate logic makes its ideology the best bet is by no means conclusive. But if you remain tempted by one of the alternatives, think about one null thing. Is your rejection of ontological realism based on the desire to make unanswerable questions go away, to avoid questions that resist direct empirical methods but are nevertheless not answerable by conceptual analysis? If so, none of these proposals will give you what you desire. None of them lets you bypass debate over the ultimate structure of the world. Far from it, each is simply an alternate proposal about what that structure is like. Given each proposal, there remain substantive metaphysical questions, namely those that can be raised in what the proposal grants to be fundamental terms. Furthermore, the very assertion that the proposed variety of structure, as opposed to the quanticational structure that I support, is part of reality's objective structure seems itself to be incapable of being established by either straightforward empirical means or conceptual analysis. In fact, even a negative thesis such as quantier variance itself is a claim about the extent of the world's structure, and as such is as epistemologically problematic as any thesis in RST order metaphysics. Quantier variance is just more metaphysics. The point of metaphysics is to discern the fundamental structure of the world. That requires choosing fundamental notions with which to describe the world. No one can avoid this choice. Other things being equal, it's good to choose a set of fundamental notions that make previously intractable questions evaporate. There's no denying that this is a point in favor of ontological Detionism. But no one other than a positivist can make all the hard questions evaporate. If nothing else, the choice of what notions are fundamental remains. There's no detour around the entirety of fundamental metaphysics. 14. Ontology, analyticity, and meaning, the Quine-Carnap dispute. Scott Soames. In the middle of the 20th century, a dispute erupted between the chief architect of logical empiricism, Rudolf Carnap, and logical empiricism's chief reformer, Willard Van Orman Quine, who was attempting to save what he took to be its main insights by recasting them in a more acceptable form. Though both eschewed metaphysics of the traditional a priori sort, and both were intent on making the investigation of science the center of philosophy, they disagreed about how to do so. Part of the disagreement involved the nature of ontological disputes. The central documents in the debate are Quine's 1948 article, On What There Is, which tells us how to discern ontological commitments, what such commitments amount to, and how to evaluate them, superscript 1 Carnap's 1950 article Empiricism, Semantics, and Ontology, which with the help an ambitious analytic/synthetic distinction attempts to reconcile his promiscuous commitment to a rich ontology of abstract objects with his puritanical devotion to empiricism by distinguishing scientifically tractable ontological issues from the unintelligible pseudo-questions of traditional ontology. Superscript 2 Quine's 1951 Article 2 Dogmas of Empiricism, which attacks Carnap's analytic/synthetic distinction, and offers a holistic reconstruction of logical empiricism. Point superscript 3. Although these documents make up the core of the debate, they don't exhaust it. For example, in 1951, Quine responded briefly on Carnap's views of ontology in meaning and synonymy in natural languages. 1955, Carnap criticized Quine's rejection of intension over extension, arguing that the former is legitimate, if the latter is in word and object. 1960, Quine conceded the point, noting that indeterminacy of reference goes hand in hand with the indeterminacy of translation and meaning. Though I will touch on this later material, I will mainly focus on the three core documents. The debate in these papers is about how to understand ontological commitment, and what ontology to adopt. The central dispute is over abstract objects. Though both Quine and Carnap recognize the existence of numbers, Quine is unhappy with Carnap's commitment to properties, propositions, and meanings. Even in the case of numbers, Quine's acceptance is grudging. Since they are abstract, he takes commitment to them to be a regrettable form of Platonism. Though inherently suspect, numbers are apparently unavoidable, since they seem to be required by our best physical theory. The same cannot, he thinks, be said for other abstract objects. Carnap disagrees. For him, properties and propositions are no more problematic than numbers. Each is scientifically useful, and commitment to them doesn't involve any form of Platonism. On the contrary, when properly understood, these commitments are nothing more than uncontentious consequences of an optimal theoretical framework for science. Philosophers haven't seen this because, he believes, they have approached ontology in a confused and unscientific way, failing to distinguish theoretical questions that arise within a framework for describing the world from practical questions about which framework is best. This is his famous distinction between theory internal and theory external questions. Since his use of the distinction depends on a strong doctrine of analyticity, it is subject to Quine's critique. Although Carnap has a response to the critique, I will argue that it is not enough to save his ambitious conception of analyticity. How much this matters to his ontological views depends on whether his account of the cognitive content of empirical theories is retained. At the time, both he and Quine were varicationists about such contents, despite disagreeing over whether the content of a theory could be parceled out to its individual statements. In the presence of their shared varicationism, the essence of Carnap's ontological position survives the loss of analyticity, and Quine's victory is Pyrrhic. However, that isn't the end of the story. If varicationism about the contents of theories is dropped, the ontological import of Quine's critique of analyticity is reinstated. Though Carnap's ontology is still attractive, the argument for it must be mooted. That, in brief, is what I will argue. Ontological commitment and abstract objects in On What There Is. The opening shot in the connect was Quine's On What There Is, the RST part of which sets out his criterion of ontological commitment. One is not, he argues, committed, merely by using a name, to there being a referent of the name. Nor is one committed, merely by using a meaningful term, to there being an entity that is its meaning. It is a substantive theoretical position which Quine sees no reason to accept, that words are meaningful only if there are entities that they mean. In using the predicate is read or the adjective 7, one is not thereby committed to the existence of colors or numbers, though one is committed when one says that there are primary colors from which the others can be generated, or that there are prime numbers between 6 and 12. In general, one is committed to the existence of fs when, and only when, one says that there are fs. This is the simple idea behind Quine's slogan, to be is to be the value of a bound variable. The point is not that to exist amounts to nothing more than being the value of a bound variable, but that to commit oneself to the existence of something is nothing more than to say that there is such a thing. To commit oneself to things that are f is to say something the proper regimentation of which is, or entails, a quantificational sentence xfx, the truth of which requires the existence of at least one object O that makes fx true when O is assigned as value of x. The qualification about regimentation is a crucial device Quine uses to avoid unwanted ontological commitments that violate his preference for desert landscapes. He has no problem, for example, saying that there is a possibility that S, without thereby committing himself to the existence of possibilities. The justification of his ontological nonchalance is that the proper regimentation of the remark involves no quantification over possibilities, but simply the recognition that it may be true that S. With flexibility provided by this kind of philosophically motivated regimentation, Quine holds that the only way to commit oneself to the existence of so-and-sos. Ontology, Analyticity, and Meaning 427 is by asserting something the proper regimentation of which is, or entails, the existentially quantified claim that there are so-and-sos so far. It might appear that there is nothing in Quine's position to which Carnap could object. However, toward the end of the essay, when illustrating potentially problematic ontological commitments, Quine gives us a hint that things might be otherwise. He starts out uncontroversially, noting that in saying that some dogs are white, one commits oneself to their being dogs and white things, but not to the existence of doghood or whiteness. On the other hand, he says, when we say that some zoological species are cross-fertile, we are committing ourselves to recognizing as entities the several species themselves, abstract though they are. We remain so committed at least until we devise some way of so paraphrasing the statement as to show that seeming reference to species on the part of our bound variable was an avoidable manner of speaking. His next illustration of commitment to abstract objects involves mathematics, classical mathematics, as the example of primes larger than a million illustrates, is up to its neck in commitments to an ontology of abstract entities. Thus it is that the great medieval controversy over universals has aired up anew in the modern philosophy of mathematics. The three main medieval points of view regarding universals are designated by the historians as realism, conceptualism, and nominalism. Essentially, these same three doctrines reappear in 20th-century surveys of the philosophy of mathematics under the new names logicism, intuitionism, and formalism. Realism, as the word is used in connection with the medieval controversy over universals, is the Platonic doctrine that universals or abstract entities have being independently of the mind may discover them but cannot create them. Logicism, represented by Freya, Russell, Whitehead, Church, and Carnap, condones the use of bound variables to refer to abstract entities known and unknown, speciable and unspeciable. Quine here suggests that Carnap's commitment to numbers is a form of Platonism. On the one hand, the label seems apt. After all, Carnap does say there are numbers, while admitting that they are abstract, and not limited to those we can specify. On the other hand, he cannot have liked being called a Platonist, since Platonism is among the traditional metaphysical views he had consistently dismissed as cognitively meaningless nonsense. It was Carnap who, in the logical syntax of language, proclaimed that philosophy is to be replaced by the logic of science, that is to say by the logical analysis of the concepts and sentences of the sciences. Superscript 1. His logical empiricism was supposed to leave traditional metaphysics behind, replacing it with something better. If someone as sympathetic as Quine could misread Platonism into his project, he would have to state his position more clearly, and explain why he wasn't guilty of metaphysical backsliding. Ontology and the rejection of metaphysics in empiricism, semantics, and ontology. This was the task of empiricism, semantics, and ontology, which begins as follows. Empiricists are in general rather suspicious with respect to any kind of abstract entities. As far as possible they try to avoid any reference to abstract entities and to restrict themselves to what is sometimes called a nominalistic language, i.e., one not containing such references. However, within certain scientific contexts it seems hardly possible to avoid them. Recently the problem of abstract entities has arisen again in connection with semantics. Some semanticists say that certain expressions designate certain entities, and among these designated entities they include not only concrete material things but also abstract entities, example properties as designated by predicates and propositions as designated by sentences. Others object strongly to this procedure as violating the basic principles of empiricism and leading back to a metaphysical ontology of the Platonic kind. It is the purpose of this article to clarify this controversial issue. The nature and implications of the acceptance of a language referring to abstract entities will be discussed in general. It will be shown that using such a language does not imply embracing a Platonic ontology but is perfectly compatible with empiricism and strictly scientific thinking. Superscript 1. The message here is as clear as it is perplexing. Despite his acceptance of abstract objects, Carnap is no Platonist. Instead, he sees himself as an unreconstructed empiricist, who rejects metaphysics in favor of science, and wishes to transform the misguided metaphysical debate between realists and nominalists into scientifically tractable terms. Doing so will, he believes, show why his commitment to abstract objects is unproblematic. His key thesis is that ontological questions are intelligible only within a scientific framework for describing the world. Such a framework is a formalized language, with semantic rules interpreting its expressions, and assigning truth conditions to its sentences. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. Among these expressions are terms and predicates referring, or applying, to postulated objects. For example, our ordinary language contains terms for observable physical objects and events. Carnap assumes that the rules constituting their meanings specify possible observations that would confirm or disconfirm sentences containing them. Superscript 1. Superscript 3. The question of whether there are things of a given sort, therefore, reduces to the question of whether observable events occur that would, as a matter of linguistic rule, confirm the relevant sentences. Since these internal questions can, in principle, be answered by appeal to evidence, they are empirical, rather than metaphysical. For example, the internal question of whether there are physical objects is answered by consulting the semantic rules of our ordinary theoretical framework, and noting the occurrences of experiences needed to justify physical object sentences. Superscript 1. Carnap contrasts internal ontological questions which he takes to be about the possible evidence that would answer them with external ontological questions which can't be settled by evidence, while nevertheless purporting to be about the world. Traditional questions of metaphysics, including questions about the reality of the external world, are of this sort. From these questions we must distinguish the external question of the reality of the thing world itself. In contrast to the former questions, this question is raised neither by the man in the street nor by scientists, but only by philosophers. Realists give an affirmative answer, subjective idealists a negative one, and the controversy goes on for centuries without ever being solved. And it cannot be solved because it is framed in the wrong way. To be real in the scientific sense means to be an element of the system, hence this concept cannot be meaningfully applied to the system itself. Superscript 1. Although imperfectly put, the message is clear. The question "Are there FS?" is properly understood by everyone except philosophers to be an internal question, resolvable by empirical evidence of the kind given by the semantic rule governing F. Philosophers, on the other hand, have traditionally misunderstood the question as not being settled by this evidence. Their mistake has been to divorce the application of F from the evidential rules that constitute its meaning. As a result, they have been led to ask cognitively meaningless pseudo-questions that can't be answered. This mistake is compounded by another one, that serves to disguise it. Philosophers are prone to run together the proper, though often trivial, internal theoretical question "Are there FS?" with the non-trivial practical question of whether to adopt a theoretical framework incorporating F, as opposed to other terms. Regarding physical objects, Carnap says, those who raise the question of the reality of the thing world itself have perhaps in mind not a theoretical question as their formulation seems to suggest, but rather a practical question, a matter of a practical decision concerning the structure of our language. We are free to choose to continue using the thing language or not. In the latter case we could restrict ourselves to a language of sense data and other phenomenal entities. If someone decides to accept the thing language, there is no objection against saying that he has accepted the world of things. But this must not be interpreted as if it meant his acceptance of a belief in the reality of the thing world. There is no such belief or assertion or assumption, because it is not a theoretical question. To accept the thing world means nothing more than to accept a certain form of language, in other words, to accept rules for forming statements and for testing, accepting, or rejecting them. The acceptance of the thing language leads, on the basis of observations made, also to the acceptance, belief, and assertion of certain statements. But the thesis of the reality of the thing world cannot be among these statements, because it cannot be formulated in the thing language, or, it seems, in any other theoretical language superscript 1. The contrast is striking. We are asked to imagine a choice between our ordinary physical object framework and a Berkeleyan alternative that speaks only of minds and sense data. We are told that this is simply a choice between two linguistic schemes for describing experience. There is, we are told, no belief or assertion or assumption in the reality of the thing world that one adopts when one opts for the thing, rather than the phenomenal framework. How are we to understand this? Part of the point is that the metaphysical pseudo-statement that physical objects exist in reality has no intelligible content superscript 1. Hence, there is nothing in that statement to believe or assume. But there is more to the position than this. According to Carnap, there is no assertion whatsoever that one makes, or belief or assumption one adopts, in opting for theories in the thing language rather than in a suitably elaborated Berkeleyan framework. If there were, what would it be? Not a pseudo-statement, since they lack cognitive content superscript 1. It would have to be an empirical statement of some sort. But then the assertion, belief, or assumption would require empirical justification, in which case, the choice between the frameworks would be a genuine theoretical matter, rather than the purely practical decision he takes it to be. As Carnap puts it, we take the position that the of the new ways of speaking does not need any theoretical justification because it does not imply any assertion of reality superscript 1. From here it is a short step to the conclusion that the cognitive contents of empirically equivalent theories couched in the two languages are the same. Since they have the same content, there is no objective fact of the matter on which they differ, and no genuine claim about the world made by one of them that isn't made by the other. This is why Carnap insists that the choice between the two theories is purely pragmatic, not cognitive in nature, and to be made solely on practical grounds superscript 2. We are justified in adopting the physicalistic theory because we find it simpler and more efficient to use than the phenomenalistic one, and it doesn't make any contentious claims about the world beyond those made by the phenomenalistic theory. Abstract objects and the role of analyticity in empiricism, semantics and ontology. Ontological questions about abstract objects are treated similarly. When F is a predicate applying to physical objects or events, Carnap takes its meaning to supply analytic truths specifying empirical evidence that would confirm, or disconfirm, statements attributing F to something. The internal question, are there Fs? Is answered by gathering this evidence, while the external ontological question is dismissed as a metaphysical pseudo-question. By contrast, when F is a predicate of abstract objects, empirical evidence is often irrelevant, and the meaning of F is given by rules specifying logical properties of sentences containing it. In these cases, the answer "there are Fs" to the internal question "are there Fs?" is analytic, while the external question is cognitively meaningless, as before. Numbers and properties are good examples. About the former, Carnap says, here again there are internal questions, e.g. is there a prime number greater than 100? Here, however, the answers are found, not by empirical investigation based on observations, but by logical analysis based on the rules for the new expressions. Therefore the answers are here analytic, i.e. logically true. Point superscript 2 superscript 1. As for the external question about the reality of numbers, philosophers who raise this question are guilty of essentially the same fallacy pointed out earlier, namely, of divorcing the application of F from the rules that constitute its meaning. As a result, their external ontological question about numbers lacks clear sense. Point superscript 2 superscript 2. The case of properties is similar. The thing language contains words like red, hard, stone, house, etc., which are used for describing what things are like. Now we may introduce new variables, say f, g, etc., for which those words are substitutable, and furthermore the general term property. New rules are laid down which admit sentences like red is a property, red is a color, these two pieces of paper have at least one color in common. The last sentence is an internal assertion. It is of an empirical, factual nature. However, the external statement, the philosophical statement of the reality of properties, a special case of the reality of universals, is devoid of cognitive content. Superscript 2 Superscript 3. For Carnap, the ontological status of properties is on a par with that of numbers. In this case, the internal statement he cites, these two pieces of paper have at least one color in common, is empirical, rather than analytic. To Conremit, it is sufficient to establish, example, these two pieces of paper are white. It follows analytically from this that there is a color that the pieces of paper share. The same framework internal rules governing property words that generate this entailment also render his other examples red is a property and red is a color analytic, along with the overtly ontological statements there are properties and there are colors. There is, however, a puzzle here. How can the mere of words, with rules governing their meaning, guarantee the existence of entities, properties and colors required to make these ontological statements true? Superscript 2 For Carnap, the answer lies in a proper understanding of analyticity. Since the truth of an analytic statement is supposed to be due entirely to its meaning, whatever facts there may be in the world are irrelevant. An analytic truth places no constraints on the way the world is, and therefore makes no genuine claim about it, including no claim about what exists in it. Hence, it can't be ontologically worrying. This is the classical Tractarian doctrine of analyticity, which identifies the necessary and the a priori with the analytic, while maintaining that such statements tell us nothing about the world. It had been Carnap's doctrine since the early 1930s. Superscript 2. For logical empiricists, this doctrine functioned not only to fend off worries about abstract objects, but also to accommodate necessary and a priori truths to their uncompromising empiricism. On their view, all knowledge of the world comes from, and is justified by, experience. Thus, if there are necessary truths about the world, the necessity of which is knowable, this knowledge must somehow come from, and be justified by, experience of the world as it actually is. This presented a problem. It is easy to see how experience provides knowledge of which features the world actually has. But how could it provide knowledge that the world has certain features in every possible circumstance? In the face of this apparent mystery, the logical empiricists concluded that necessary truths must not be about the world in any genuine sense. After all, a priori truths were, of course, in the same boat. Superscript 2 This was the context in which analyticity was used to explain and legitimate necessity and a priority. If all necessity and a priority is linguistic, then, it was thought, the truth of such statements is due to their meaning, rather than the world. Since this truth doesn't constrain the way the world is, these statements are not, it was concluded, about the world. In addition, knowledge of them seemed to pose no problems for empiricism. Since we can surely know both what meanings we have assigned to our words, and what follows from those assignments, it was assumed that explaining a priori knowledge of necessity would be no problem. Unfortunately, the explanation was never worked out in detail, with the result that serious problems were overlooked. Superscript 2 For our purposes, the most important problem dates back to Quine's incisive, but at the time underappreciated, article Truth by Convention. There, he questions the idea that one can know a sentence to be true simply by knowing the linguistic conventions that govern it, and thereby understanding it. Superscript 2 His point, in a nutshell, is that often the passage from understanding meaning to knowing truth must be mediated by reasoning that involves tacit knowledge of the principles of logic which are known a priori, if anything is. For believers, like Carnap, in the linguistic explanation of all a priori knowledge, this objection is fatal since, if Quine is right, Carnap's explanation tacitly appeals to what he takes to be a kind of a priori knowledge that is conceptually prior to the linguistic knowledge being explained. This objection, to which no effective response was ever given, remained in the background of Quine's dispute with Carnap in the 40s and 50s superscript 2. Two Dogmas and Beyond, Quine and Carnap on Meaning, Reference, and Analyticity. What takes center stage is Quine's attack on analyticity in Two Dogmas of Empiricism. The circle argument, in the RST4 sections of the paper, is aimed precisely at the ambitious conception of analyticity Carnap uses to explain an legitimate necessity and a priority. The persuasive point of the argument is that analyticity can't play this role because the analytic/synthetic distinction presupposes the very notions it is supposed to explain. Although this argument may have little effect on other, less philosophically ambitious, conceptions of analyticity, this concession is of little help to Carnap, whose version of empiricism requires a linguistic explanation of necessity and a priority, and a dictionary understanding of the allegedly analytic truths used to assert the existence of abstract objects. This is what Quine effectively argued that Carnap cannot have. Superscript 3. Carnap replies in Meaning and Synonymy in Natural Languages, where he argues that meaning and reference play comparable, and complementary, roles in empirical theorizing about natural language. Although facts about them are not strictly determined by observational facts about how speakers use words, this isn't required in order for a notion to be scientifically respectable. Point superscript 3. Superscript 1. Taking it to be obvious that reference is respectable, he argues that meaning is equally so. Point superscript 3. Superscript 2. His strategy is to show that the meanings of coextensive predicates are often empirically distinguishable, e.g., horse/horse or unicorn, and goblin/unicorn. His method is to ask speakers to apply the words to merely possible circumstances, pictorially or verbally represented. Since one can often use this method to determine that coextensive words mean different things, he concludes that there is more to meaning than extension. But if words have meanings, then the notion of sameness of meaning must be empirically legitimate, and analyticity can be deemed. Thus, Carnap says, two expressions are synonymous if they have the same intention, and a sentence is analytic if its intention comprehends all possible cases. Superscript 3. Superscript 3. Much of this is surely right. We often bring empirical evidence about speakers to bear on hypotheses about both reference and meaning. If the former hypotheses are empirically respectable, then the latter are too. Quine himself came to see this in word and object but drew the wrong conclusion from it, going down the disastrous path leading to his essentially eliminativist theses, the indeterminacy of translation and inscrutability of reference. Superscript 3. However, the fact that Carnap was on the right side of that issue does nothing to blunt Quine's successful attack on his philosophically ambitious notion of analyticity. Since Carnap's defense of intention rests heavily on modal claims about what a predicate would apply to, or what truth value a sentence would have, were certain possible circumstance to obtain, it is not even clear that his definition of analyticity escapes the circle argument. A more promising strategy would be to give up the attempt to reduce necessity and a priority to analyticity, and try to formulate a narrower conception of analyticity according to which many non-analytic, necessary truths are made true by essential features of things, and much of our a priori knowledge isn't a species of knowledge of meaning. The problem for Carnap is that although one might thereby salvage a narrow notion of analyticity, it is dubious that it could be used to legitimate his ontology of abstract objects. On the new picture, the fact that statements asserting the existence of such objects may be necessary or a priori, if true, won't confer on them the uncontentious status he requires. It would have to be shown both that these statements are analytic in the new sense, and that this renders them philosophically unproblematic. That is a tall order. What Carnap needs is for statements proclaiming that there are abstract objects to be empty of content, and so to say nothing about the world once necessity is allowed to outstrip analyticity, the familiar Carnapian staple. The idea that statements that don't distinguish between different possible ways the world could be say nothing about it is no longer available to support this dictionary idea about content. He could, in principle, appeal to a straightforwardly verificationist account of analyticity according to which truths immune from falsifying experience say nothing about the world. However, the difficulties with the statement-by-statement form of verificationism underlying this account had become legion by the time of two dogmas superscript 3. It is to the alleged lessons of these difficulties that Quine turns in sections 5 and 6. The relevance of Quine's holism to the dispute over analyticity and ontology. He begins section 5 by summarizing the history of Carnap's reductionist project, as a prelude to his own holism about confirmation. Radical reductionism sets itself the task of specifying a sense-datum language and showing how to translate the rest of significant discourse, statement by statement, into it. Carnap embarked on this project in the Aufbau. Carnap did not seem to recognize, however, that his treatment of physical objects fell short of reduction not merely through sketchiness, but in principle. Carnap seems to have appreciated this point afterward, for in his later writings he abandoned all notion of the translatability of statements about the physical world into statements about immediate experience. But the dogma of reductionism has, in a subtler and more tenuous form, continued to influence the thought of empiricists. The notion lingers that to each synthetic statement there is associated a unique range of possible sensory events such that the occurrence of any of them would add to the likelihood of truth of the statement, and that there is associated also another unique range of possible sensory events whose occurrence would detract from that likelihood. The dogma of reductionism survives in the supposition that each statement, taken in isolation from its fellows, can admit of confirmation or infirmation at all. My counter-suggestion is that our statements about the external world face the tribunal of sense experience not individually but only as a corporate body superscript 3. Quine makes two significant points here. The RST is a variant of the Duhamian idea that what counts as confirmation or disconfirmation of a hypothesis H depends on the background hypotheses we hold XED in testing it. Because he thinks that we often have a wide range of choice both in deciding which background assumptions A to appeal to, and in selecting which claim to give up when a plus H yields an empirical falsehood, Quine rejects Carnap's supposition that the conventional meaning of H dictates the evidence that would confirm, or disconfirm, it. This criticism is of a piece with Quine's rejection of Carnap's ambitious conception analyticity. If Carnap were right, then the very meaning of H would generate analytic truths telling us which experiences count as confirming, and which disconfirming, it. However, if simply understanding H were sufficient to determine when it was confirmed, and when disconfirmed, we wouldn't have the range of theoretical choice regarding when to hold onto it, and when not, that we know we have. Quine's second point is more dubious, namely, that what is confirmed or disconfirmed by evidence is not individual hypotheses, but entire theories. Though it is easy to see why he says this, the fact that it's not the way that those who produce empirical hypotheses normally think, or talk, about them might well give us pause. Not Quine, however. For him, holism about confirmation is a mere way station on the way to holism about meaning or, as the logical empiricists put it, empirical significance, or cognitive content. We lately reacted that in general the truth of statements does obviously depend both upon language and upon extra-linguistic fact. The factual component must, if we are empiricists, boil down to a range of confirmatory experiences. My present suggestion is that it is nonsense, and the root of much nonsense, to speak of a linguistic component and a factual component in the truth of any individual statement. Taken collectively, science has its double dependence upon language and experience, but this duality is not significantly traceable into the statements of science taken one by one. The unit of empirical significance is the whole of science superscript 3. Elsewhere, I have explained Quine's holistic verificationism more fully, while documenting the problems with its superscript 3 here. I limit myself to how it undermines his ontological critique of Carnap. It is striking that, in two dogmas, Quine has no problem with Carnap's identification of the empirical contents of our theories with their observational consequences, or even more radically with his willingness to take those consequences to be statements about sense experience. Although Quine objects mightily to parceling out cognitive content to sentences one by one, he agrees with Carnap about the contents of whole theories. Thus, he agrees that there is no genuine theoretical difference between empirically equivalent theories with different so-called ontologies. Since they have the same cognitive content, they make the same claims about the world. There is, therefore, no objective matter of fact on which they differ, and the choice between them is, as Carnap insisted, purely practical. It's no wonder that Carnap, while puzzled about being labeled a proponent of Platonic realism, expresses condens in empiricism, semantics, and ontology, that, in the end, Quine agreed with him about the fundamental nature of ontological disputes. Superscript 3. The contrast between physicalist and phenomenalist ontologies is a case in point. It is clear, for Carnap, that physicalist and phenomenalist theories compatible with the same sense experience have the same content, and so make the same claims about the world. Since there is no fact of the matter on which they differ, the choice between them is to be made entirely on practical grounds in two dogmas. Quine agrees. He says, as an empiricist I continue to think of the conceptual scheme of science as a tool, ultimately, for predicting future experience in the light of past experience. Physical objects are conceptually imported into the situation as convenient intermediaries, as irreducible posits comparable, epistemologically, to the gods of Homer. And point of epistemological footing, the physical objects and the gods differ only in degree and not in kind. The myth of physical objects is epistemologically superior to most in that it has proved more efficacious than other myths as a device for working a manageable structure into the ux of experience. Superscript 1. Quine stresses that the myth of physical objects, though useful, is not indispensable for making predictions about sense experience. The same predictions could, in principle, be made by a phenomenalistic theory. He makes this point with an analogy in which the phenomenalistic theory of nature is said to stand to the physicalistic theory as the algebra of the rational numbers stands to the algebra of the reals. He notes that in the algebra of the rationals, functions like square root sometimes go undesigned, complicating the laws. Then, Quine says, it is discovered that the rules of our algebra can be much simplified by conceptually augmenting our ontology with some mythical entities, to be called irrational numbers. All we continue to be really interested in, are st and last, are rational numbers, but we nd that we can commonly get from one law about rational numbers to another much more quickly and simply by pretending that the irrational numbers are there too. Now I suggest that experience is analogous to the rational numbers and that the physical objects, in analogy to the irrational numbers, are posits which serve merely to simplify our treatment of experience. The salient differences between the positing of physical objects and the positing of irrational numbers are, I think, just two. First, the factor of simplification is more overwhelming in the case of physical objects than in the numerical case. Second, the positing of physical objects is far more archaic, being indeed coeval, I expect, with language itself. Superscript 2. Colorfully put, Quine's point is that the phenomenalistic theory tells us the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth about nature, that the elements it talks about are all that we are really interested in are st, and last, and that since the physical theory adds nothing new about the world, the only reason to prefer it to the phenomenalistic theory is that it makes the needed predictions about sense experience more simply and conveniently. Carnap couldn't have put it better. So, where does Quine differ with Carnap about ontology? Here is how he sums it up: ontological questions are on a par with questions of natural science. Consider the question whether to countenance classes as entities. Carnap has maintained that this is a question not of matters of fact but of choosing a convenient language form, for science. With this much I agree, but only on the proviso that the same be conceded regarding scientific hypotheses generally. Carnap has recognized that he is able to preserve a double standard for ontological questions and scientific hypotheses only by assuming an absolute distinction between the analytic and the synthetic, which I reject. Superscript 3. According to both Quine and Carnap, it makes no difference to the empirical contents of whole theories, and hence to their truth or falsity, how they differ on any non-observational statements, so long as their observational consequences are the same. Hence, it makes no difference what their ontologies are. Theories that posit numbers, sets, physical objects, propositions, and properties do not differ on any fact of the matter from theories that don't, as long as the theories are observationally equivalent. This is the stunningly counterintuitive bedrock of ontological agreement between Carnap and Quine. Their only difference is over whether individual sentences asserting the existence of various objects are analytic in Carnap's ambitious sense and so, empty of content. Though one can imagine philosophical systems in which different answers to this question would have significant consequences for ontology, the shared commitment of Carnap and Quine to a version of holistic verificationism about theories obliterates such consequences. If a total Carnapian theory is observationally equivalent to a total Quinian one, then, by holistic verificationism, Carnap's expansive ontology has, as he insists, zero effect on the claims his theory makes about the world. In this way he wins the ontological battle, despite suffering a minor setback in the skirmish over analyticity. Extracting positive lessons about ontology from the debate, the situation changes, if we drop holistic verificationism, and suspend judgment on grand theories of the cognitive contents of entire theories. Then, Quine's view that ontological questions are on a par with questions in natural science, and his opposition to Carnap's contention that statements asserting the existence of abstract objects are analytic is an advance. If Carnap were right, such statements would be empty of significant content, and so would not require theoretical justification. Since they do, in fact, require such justification, Quine's point is reinstated. What kind of justification, and how much they require, are vexing matters. Think again about numbers, properties, and propositions. Quine wants to know if they are eliminable, if talk about them can be paraphrased away without significant loss. But loss of what? Suppose it were shown that physics could, by highly complex and technical reconstruals, be reformulated without quantification over numbers. Would this justify abandoning our commitment to them? I don't see why. If the complexity of the numberless theories precluded their actual use by physicists, a case could be made that the simplicity achieved by positing numbers constituted evidence of their existence. Alternatively, one might put aside physics altogether, and base the case on arithmetic alone. Forget about reconstrual. Can there be any serious doubt that there are prime numbers greater than 1,000,000, and hence that there are numbers? Surely not. Perhaps, then, what needs to be abandoned is the idea that the existence of abstract objects is especially questionable, requiring an unusually demanding justification. This idea was, I would argue, one of Quine's central unexamined presuppositions. It, Ontology, Analyticity, and Meaning 443, is worth re-examining. Here, my sympathies are with Carnap. Though wrong in thinking that statements asserting the existence of numbers, properties, and propositions are trivially analytic, he was, I suspect, right in thinking that our ready appeal to them in mathematics and semantics is all the justification they need. Pinpointing precisely why this is so is something that we very much need an explanation of. 15. Answerable and unanswerable questions. Amy L. Thomason. While GHTS about ontology rage on in the ring, there's long been a suspicion whispered in certain corners of the stadium that some of the GHTS aren't real. Granted, the disputants all think they are really disagreeing. It's not the sincerity of the serious ontologists that's in question, but rather their judgment that they are engaged in a real debate about genuine issues of substance. I will discuss two types of debates here: debates about the identity and persistence conditions and ontological category of various sorts of things, and debates about what really exists, e.g., are there organisms, artifacts, mereological sums, and the like. According to the participants, such deep ontological debates cannot be resolved by ordinary empirical investigations such as journalists or scientists might engage in, and all the participants in such debates generally take pains to argue that their conclusions are not inconsistent with anything the normal person would want to say. Nonetheless, they are supposed to connect with things other serious ontologists say, and they are supposed to be resolvable by philosophical argumentation rather than by investigative journalism or science. Most importantly, they are supposed to be substantive factual debates about the world, not shallow disputes about the meanings of our terms or pragmatic disputes about what conceptual scheme we should adopt. I will try to give grounds for suspecting, however, that the debates among serious ontologists cannot be understood in this way. I will do so by proposing a diagnosis of where many debates in contemporary metaphysics go wrong. At bottom, I will argue, many metaphysical debates turn out to be mere pseudo-disputes that arise from attempts to respond to defective, unanswerable questions. Say that a question is unanswerable if no straightforward answer to it, stated in the same terms as the original question, is truth evaluable where. Answerable and unanswerable questions 445. This failing is in principle, not a reaction of mere epistemic shortcomings but of deficiencies in meaning. The proposed diagnosis relies on a certain view about reference, and I will begin in section 1 by very brief sketching this position and some reasons for believing it. I will then draw out in sections 2 and 3 the implications of this view of reference for which metaphysical questions are answerable, and by what methods they are to be answered. The positive considerations in the RST3 sections will be brief, however superscript 1 for the main point of interest here is the way in which this view can provide a unit diagnosis of where numerous metaphysical debates go wrong, and can rid us of a great many apparently irresolvable puzzles. It also yields an alternative picture of metaphysics that provides a straightforward method of resolving those metaphysical questions that really are answerable, a method in which conceptual analysis plays a central role. One problems about reference: some might think that the very idea that conceptual analysis should play a central role in metaphysics is implausible, as causal theories of reference show that our terms may refer without the need for speakers to have any concept in mind about what kind of thing is to be referred to, making conceptual analysis irrelevant to the real truths about the natures of the objects and kinds referred to. But as I have argued elsewhere, while causal theories of reference may have persuasively established that causal and contextual relations play a key role in establishing reference, we have good reason to think that that can't be the whole story. Causal theories of reference were introduced with a rather narrow range of examples. It does seem highly plausible that which person, or which biological kind, a term refers to is a matter of what person or sample the naming practice may be traced back to in grounding situations. But, as those who have raised the qua problem have made clear, the difficulties for pure causal theories become evident when we note that our terms may purport to refer to many different sorts of things, e.g. artifacts, lumps of matter, spatial or temporal parts of objects, events, kinds, and so on. Point superscript 2. So, suppose a new term, lo, is introduced. Even if grammar makes it clear that lo is to be a noun rather than an adjective or adverb, it may remain completely indeterminate whether lo is to refer to a piece of copper, some of copper atoms, a sculpture, an exhibition, a location, etc., unless speakers somehow disambiguate the ontological type of entity to be referred to. In the standard cases considered by causal theories of reference, in which we ask what determines which person or which species a term refers to, this problem is hidden, since in formulating the question this way we already presupposed that the term is, example, a name for a person. Now it might be suggested that, at least in cases like that imagined above, it simply is indeterminate which of these entities lo is to refer to. But notice that if it is or wherever reference is ontologically indeterminate in this way, many standard metaphysical questions stated using the term lo will be unanswerable. Would lo survive if a few small parts were removed? If it were melted down? Could lo be in Cincinnati? If it is indeterminate whether lo is a term for a lump of copper, a sculpture, a sum of particles, an exhibition, a location, etc., then all claims made in response to these questions will lack truth value owing to the indeterminacy of reference for the key noun. As a result, questions apparently about the identity and persistence and other modal features of lo would simply be unanswerable questions. In general, I think, it is not quite so indeterminate what our terms refer to. But if the causal and physical structure of the world alone cannot disambiguate among potential referents, this ontological disambiguation must come from us. Superscript 3. As I have argued elsewhere, two sorts of rules of use for our nominative terms aid in ontological disambiguation. First, there are what I have called frame-level application conditions associated with our terms, certain very basic conditions under which the attempted grounding would or would not be successful in establishing reference. In learning to use a nominative term properly, we learn in what situations it is properly applied, and where it is to be refused. So we learn, example, that the term lump may be applied wherever there is a cohesive, medium-sized quantity of tangible stuff, but that sculpture may only be applied where the stuff was also intentionally arranged by someone with artistic intentions. The application conditions in question are merely frame-level conditions. They simply specify conditions that are conceptually relevant to whether or not reference is established, not all the conditions that may be empirically discovered as relevant. In fact, the frame-level application conditions may defer to further empirical conditions to be eshed out, e.g. on some uses lo may only apply if there is a cohesive lump of stuff, but what physical conditions are necessary for stuff to cohere may only be discoverable empirically. The second sort of rule of use that contributes to disambiguation involves what I have elsewhere called coplication conditions, rules for using nominative terms which establish under what conditions we may use the term to refer again to the same entity. If lo is a term for a sculpture, it may not be properly reapplied after a melting, but if it is a term for a quantity of copper, it may be. Again, the rules of use in question provide only frame-level coplication conditions, those that are conceptually relevant to whether the term may be successfully reapplied to one and the same thing, not all of those that may be empirically discoverable. The coplication conditions must be distinguished from application conditions, since two terms may share a set of sufficient application conditions while diverging in coplication conditions. Thus, for example, book and book apply in the same circumstances, but the coplication conditions vary, as the second, but not the RST, may be successfully reapplied even where there is lack of spatio-temporal continuity. The term sortal is commonly reserved for general nouns that are associated with rules of these two types, so where a general noun is a genuine sortal term, it is guaranteed to come with both of the sorts of rules that aid in ontological disambiguation. Names, too, may acquire the relevant disambiguation through association with a sortal term. So I will have occasion to speak of sortal terms below, as shorthand for speaking of terms that come associated with both of these sorts of rules of use. But while it is sufficient for ontological disambiguation that a term is a sortal, what is really doing the work of ontological disambiguation is at bottom the presence of these two basic types of rules of use: application conditions and coplication conditions. For, as we will see shortly, it is these that help X the ontological category of entity the term is to refer to. Two questions about identity and persistence. This hybrid view of reference has important consequences for metaphysics. For on this view, the reference of our nominative terms is only ontologically determinate to the extent that these terms are associated with disambiguating application and coplication conditions. And these in turn determine the most basic, frame-level, conditions of existence, identity, and persistence, and therewith also the basic ontological category of the object the term is to refer to, should the term succeed in referring. Assuming that our language contains the general noun lo, lo applies just in case a lo exists, and so the conditions under which lo applies are those conditions in which it is true to say a lo exists. Thus, the conditions of application for the term may be transformed into object language expressions of conditions under which an object of the kind exists. On the same assumption, supposing the term lo to be successfully applied on two occasions, the conditions under which it is true that lo is applied to one and the same object X, the conditions under which the RST is the same lo as the second. Thus, the coplication conditions for a sortal term may be transformed into object language expressions of identity conditions for objects of the kind referred to. Moreover, since a member Cn of a category C persists from time t1 to time t2 only if AC1 exists at t1, AC2 exists at t2 and C1 is identical to C2, persistence conditions for entities of a given category may be derived from their existence conditions and identity conditions, and thus are also ultimately xed by the application and coplication conditions associated with the relevant term. It is in this way that the rules of use for the terms of our language yield a categorial conception determining what ontological category of object is to be referred to by the term. Categorial conceptions may be expressed in categorial terms, which are just highly general sortal terms. The resulting view of reference is a hybrid view that takes reference to be ontologically disambiguated only to the extent that those who attempt to ground the reference of their terms associate these terms with frame-level conditions of application and coplication. But it should not be mistaken for a purely descriptive theory of reference, which person, lump, or sum of particles we refer to remains determined by the chain of reference that reaches back to a causal relation to an entity baptized, and even if it is xed by the rules of use that Godel, say, is a person name, speakers may still be ignorant or in error about any of the referent's personal characteristics, achievements, history, etc. if we accept this sort of hybrid theory of reference. Then where or to the extent that the rules of use for our terms do not yield such a categorial conception, the reference of the terms in question is indeterminate, and metaphysical questions stated using these terms are unanswerable. Moreover, where they are answerable at all, questions about the most basic identity and persistence conditions for entities of various kinds may be answered by a kind of conceptual analysis. The properly metaphysical side of answering questions about identity and persistence conditions simply involves uncovering frame-level identity and persistence conditions by way of analyzing the rules of use for the terms used in stating the question, and their application and coplication conditions, and expressing these in the object language, using rather than mentioning the terms in question. While there may be other factors entering into the full, detailed, empirical identity and persistence conditions, these are questions for the natural sciences, not metaphysical questions proper. Questions about what ontological category a certain sort of thing belongs to, or about whether things of one kind may be reduced to things of another also centrally involve the question of whether the identity and persistence conditions for things of the former sort are the same as those for things of the latter sort. For if they aren't, then, say, a body might survive while a person does not, preventing the two from being identical. Thus, these metaphysical questions, too, must be approached by beginning from a conceptual analysis of the rules for coplication of the terms in question and drawing out the consequences for the metaphysical status of the object referred to. Some may fear that this places implausible demands on speakers, objecting that we can't expect competent speakers to know enough metaphysics to ontologically disambiguate what sort of object their terms are to refer to. But this is a misunderstanding. The relevant conditions of existence, identity, and persistence for the objects to be referred to are determined by the application and coplication conditions for the terms speakers use. All that is required of speakers is competence with these rules of use for their terms, not knowledge of the metaphysical conditions that may be read off of them. Yet, the objector might continue, the same problem arises here, for we cannot suppose speakers to have in mind these application and coplication conditions for their terms, since normal speakers can't recite any such conditions. This, too, is a misunderstanding. Competent speakers must only be able to follow those rules and enforce the following of them by others through training children by encouraging them to use the terms in some circumstances but not in others, correcting or expressing puzzlement to those who misuse the terms, etc. They need not be able to state these rules. And they are capable of following these rules as long as they are capable of determining, in various actual and hypothetical situations, whether or not the term would apply. Just as competent speakers must be able to follow and enforce rules of grammar, but are seldom able to explicitly state those rules, so must competent speakers be able to follow and enforce the rules for when nominative terms may be applied and reapplied, but they need not be able to explicitly state these rules. Indeed, there may be such rules even if they are not statable at all. The work of making explicit what these rules are, and making explicit what the correlative existence, identity, and persistence conditions of the objects referred to are, is left to metaphysicians. And even where the relevant rules cannot be fully stated in other linguistic terms, metaphysicians often can offer insight into at least some of the relevant conditions, so that elucidation and application to novel cases is often possible even where reductive analyses are not. In any case, the view on offer is not the implausible view that we cannot speak until we do metaphysics. On the contrary, it is to suggest that the truths properly uncovered by metaphysics are just ways of making explicit the ontological implications of the rules we master in learning to use expressions. While this view does hold that certain rules of use for our terms are established by the normative practices of speakers, it does not entail that these rules of use for our expressions are entirely arbitrary or merely conventional. It may be that members of our species naturally begin from certain default categories, intending their original or basic terms to refer, example to organisms or artifacts, and perhaps interpreting the terms of others as terms for entities of these sorts, unless there are clues suggesting otherwise. It may also be that the conditions of application and/or coplication for some terms are built upon others, making some more basic than others. But even if some categorical conceptions may be default, more natural, or more basic, that does not undermine the point that reference is only determinate to the extent that a term is associated with a categorical conception determined by the application and coplication conditions associated with our terms, even if that association comes quite automatically for creatures like us. But if the application and coplication conditions for our terms are just those embedded in the rules of use mastered by competent speakers, others may object that this simply is not enough to generate answers to all of our metaphysical questions. This, I think, is true. The conditions for application and coplication, at least for most of our ordinary or common sense terms, are typically vague, and often highly incomplete. Even supposing lo to be a term for a sculpture, it may be indeterminate whether lo could be reapplied after a loss of 10,000 particles or 100,000. So to say that these conditions do some work in disambiguating is not to say that they fully or uniquely disambiguate among all of the possible referents of the term, only that they narrow things down somewhat from where we would be without any such categorical conception, and make at least some metaphysical questions answerable. What, then, about the more detailed metaphysical questions about identity and persistence conditions that cannot be answered by this kind of conceptual analysis? Can't we allow that metaphysics may make genuine discoveries there? I think not. For if it is indeterminate which of various possible referents our term lo refers to, then there will be no determinate answer to questions about which of the precise conditions of identity and persistence the term's referent has. Those will simply be unanswerable questions. We can, of course, offer various proposals about how the term might be precised in ways that would make these questions answerable, and those proposals might have various virtues in terms of clarity, consistency with other practices, etc. There is room for genuine debate about what the best way might be of precifying the application or coplication conditions for our terms in order to serve various possible purposes, though these debates are generally the province of lawyers, judges, and legislators. Nonetheless, there is no reason philosophers cannot weigh in and 452 Amy L. Thomason. Make recommendations that may or may not be adopted. In any case, such debates are clearly pragmatic debates about how we ought to revise the rules of use for our terms, not factual debates that can legitimately purport to yield discoveries about what the relevant detailed conditions really are. In general, on this view, many questions about the frame-level identity conditions, persistence conditions, and ontological category of entities of various kinds are answerable, but not by looking deep into the world, but rather by way of conceptual analysis where this is understood as a matter of making explicit the rules of application and coplication for our terms, and transforming these into object language statements of the existence, identity, and persistence conditions for the things referred to by our terms, if our terms refer at all. Where questions about identity and persistence conditions are so ingrained that analysis of our ordinary conceptions can provide no answer, they are simply unanswerable questions, and claims made in answer to them are indeterminate in truth value, a point that can explain why attempts to state detailed identity conditions for persons or persistence conditions for works of art yield such radically different responses, and seem to promise so little hope of resolution. Or rather, these detailed metaphysical questions are not answerable in the sense that some fact of the matter may be discovered and stated, though they may be answerable in the sense that various proposals may be offered about how we could precisify our terms in ways that would provide answers to these questions. In short, then, disputes about the frame-level identity or persistence conditions of things of various sorts must be understood either as shallow verbal disputes arising from disagreements about what conditions are associated with the relevant term, as pseudo-disputes based in attempts to answer unanswerable questions, or as practical disputes about what conditions should be associated with it. Questions about the derivative, empirical persistence conditions of different sorts of things may be answerable, but these are to be answered by combining the conceptual analysis that gives us the only possible insight into frame-level conditions with empirical investigations into non-modal facts, investigations that are the task of science, not metaphysics. 3 questions about existence. Of course, not all metaphysical questions revolve around issues of identity, persistence, and ontological kind. Perhaps the most central metaphysical, answerable and unanswerable questions 453. Questions are questions simply about what exists. I will divide these into 2 sorts. Specific existence questions concern whether entities of a given sort, say, tables and chairs, sticks and stones, animals and persons, exist. These of course have been the subject of substantial controversies in recent years. Beyond these are what I will call generic existence questions, questions about what things/objects/items/individuals exist, where the sort of thing at issue is left completely open. But claims about existence and more particularly non-existence have long posed philosophical problems. Singular non-existence claims such as Santa Claus doesn't exist seem pre-theoretically to be meaningful and true. But if we take them to be simple subject-predicate sentences, it seems that direct reference theorists must hold that for them to be meaningful at all, the singular terms in question must refer to some entity. But then it seems all singular non-existence statements must be false if they are meaningful, since we can't meaningfully deny the existence of an entity unless that entity exists so that we can refer to it. Similarly, it seems that a general term like goblin would have to refer for a general non-existence claim such as goblins don't exist to be meaningful, but then it, too, would be false. The standard response to this problem for direct reference theorists has generally been to take a metalinguistic approach to non-existence statements, according to which n doesn't exist is true just in case n doesn't refer on causal theories of reference. Traditionally understood, a term fails to refer if the name-use chain leads back to a situation in which the attempted grounding failed, or, in Keith Donnellan's terms, the history of the uses ends in a block. But this just raises another puzzle for pure causal theories of reference. There is always something with which a speaker is causally in contact, so how can an attempted grounding fail, and a term fail to refer? Donnellan simply says that a referential chain ends in a block when it ends with the of a name in a work of fiction, a mistake, an act of imagination, etc. But why should we not in those cases still allow that a term refers, and just insist that it refers to something else that is present at the grounding, example to a story, a brain state, or the speaker's clothing? The answer seems obvious, but its very obviousness again suggests the need for a hybrid, as opposed to purely causal, theory of reference. If I attempt to ground the name Harry as a term for the bear outside my tent last night and there were only rustling leaves, then Harry doesn't refer to the rustling leaves, my brain state, or my pajamas, even though each of those are present at the attempted grounding, since those aren't the sort of thing I intended to infer to. Put more precisely, if we adopt a hybrid theory of reference according to which our nominative terms are associated with basic, conceptually relevant, application conditions, then, despite the fact that a speaker may be causally in contact with plenty of things, an attempt to ground the reference of a term may fail if the frame-level application conditions the speaker associates with the term are not met. As mentioned above, the frame-level application conditions for a term n yield frame-level existence conditions for n, since n refers just in case n exists. So the application conditions for a nominative term yield the truth conditions for a simple non-existence claim made using that term. Simple non-existence claims made using a term n are true just in case the frame-level application conditions for n are not met in the grounding situations on this model. Then, we can determine the truth value of claims of existence or non-existence using two steps, RST, undertaking conceptual analysis to determine what the associated frame-level application conditions for the term in question are, second, establishing whether or not they are fooled. If they are, the existence claim is true, if not, it is false. Thus, if we accept a hybrid view of reference like that advocated above, it turns out that, whether the questions concern the identity and persistence conditions for entities of various sorts or the existence of entities of a given kind, conceptual analysis plays a key role in addressing metaphysical questions. This is of course not to say that conceptual analysis alone can give us answers to existence questions, for there is also the factual issue of whether or not the relevant application conditions are fooled. Nor does it alone yield answers to all possible questions about identity and persistence conditions. Some questions may require that we combine the frame-level conditions accessible through conceptual analysis with empirical inquiry, and others may simply be unanswerable. Nonetheless, the philosopher's share of work on each of these metaphysical topics is based on undertaking a form of conceptual analysis. For specific existence questions in Section 3 I offered a view about what the truth conditions are for existence claims, and how their truth values are to be established. I have tried to suggest that this is a view that is independently motivated by problems with reference, and have argued for this approach to existence claims more extensively and defended it against various objections elsewhere. I will leave that further defense and explication to the side here, since here I wish to focus on the ability of this hypothesis about existence claims to show where many of the core ontological debates that occupy contemporary metaphysicians go wrong. First, if we accept this general understanding of the truth conditions of existence claims, we may be led to re-evaluate apparent debates among metaphysicians about whether or not artifacts, organisms, mereological sums, and the like exist. For on this view, evaluating the truth of specific existence claims that use a nominative term involves determining whether the history of uses of that term leads back to a grounding situation in which the term's application conditions are fooled. If they are, then the existence claim is true. So consider an apparent disagreement about a specific existence question, e.g. that between the common-sense ontologist and the eliminativist about whether or not tables exist. This question must be answered by RST determining what application conditions are associated with the sortal table, and then examining whether or not they are fooled. If they are, then tables exist, since the frame-level application conditions for the term table establish the existence conditions for tables. And if the dispute between the eliminativist and common-sense ontologist is to be a substantive dispute, they must both associate table with the same application conditions, for otherwise they are not really disagreeing, but merely talking past each other, when the former denies and the latter affirms that there are tables. Yet if the eliminativist and the realist use the same term table and each associate it with the same application conditions, it becomes difficult to see a difference between their views. For the eliminativist accepts that there are situations in which well-bonded particles arranged woodwise are then assembled by an artisan with the intention of creating a device to be used in dining, etc. The eliminativist also holds that these particles arranged table-wise collectively fool those intended functions of tables. This enables the eliminativist to mimic what the realist wanted to say about tables by talking about particles arranged table-wise, distinguishing her view from the madman's view that there are no tables, and enabling her to account for some sense in which common sense claims like there are two tables in the next room are true puts it, nearly as good as true. But once the eliminativist allows all that, it is hard to see on what grounds she can deny that there really are tables. If we approach existence questions by asking whether or not the application conditions ordinarily associated with the term are fooled, it seems the eliminativist should allow that there are tables. For it seems that competent speakers would consider the term table to be properly applied in any conditions under which the plural term particles arranged table-wise applies. The eliminativist wants to say that she is merely using table in its ordinary sense, and yet she denies that it applies when particles arranged table-wise applies. And so, we might ask, supposing that there are particles arranged table-wise in a given situation, what more is it supposed to take for there to be table? The eliminativist actually has a standard response to this. The eliminativist may claim that there is a necessary condition for the application of the common-sense word table that is not fooled in situations in which particles are arranged table-wise, namely, that there be something/object/individual composed by the particles. As Van Inwagen puts it, there are certain properties that a thing would have to be properly called a table on anyone's understanding of the word, and nothing has all of these properties. If anything did have them, it would be real, a true object, actually a thing as substance, a unit whole, and something more than a collection of particles. But there are no tables. In short, since there is no thing composed by the relevant particles, no single object in that space, there is no table. That line of response would make the truth conditions for specific existence questions depend on those for generic existence questions. As a result, if we accept the proposed understanding of existence questions, then it seems that there can be genuine debates about specific existence questions only if there are genuine debates about generic existence questions. For as we have seen, if disputants differ in the application conditions they associate with the term used in a specific existence question, their dispute is merely verbal. If the application conditions associated are the same, it is hard to see how the eliminativist and realist arrive at different answers to the specific existence question unless they differ about whether or not there is anything there at all, i.e., unless they genuinely disagree about the answer to a generic existence question. So the time has come to examine generic existence questions and investigate the prospects for ending genuine metaphysical debates there. 5 Generic existence questions, 3 ways of looking at things. Generic existence claims and questions like is there some object composed by these particles, play a central role in a wide variety of metaphysical debates. For example, the special composition question requires us to say, of various situations, whether or not there is something composed of various simpler things. Similarly, debates among universalists and nihilists are often cast as debates about how many things are in a certain situation, while debates between friends and foes of constitution are often put as debates about whether the many things in a certain place constitute some other thing. Moreover, as we have seen, even debates about specific existence questions at bottom rely on the idea that there are genuine debates about generic existence questions. In fact, it would be no exaggeration to say that the majority of debates in contemporary ontology rely on debates about generic existence questions about whether there is something in a certain situation or how many things there are, and it is interesting in itself to see this common presupposition of these apparently diverse metaphysical disputes. 458 Amy L. Thomason. In consequence, a great deal relies on the idea that generic existence questions are answerable questions. Interpreting generic existence claims and questions is a tricky matter. For, terms like thing and object have a variety of uses, divisible into at least 3 groups: sortal uses, covering uses, and the neutral use. I will discuss each of these uses in turn, in an attempt to evaluate whether any of them can enable us to understand disputes about generic existence questions as genuine disputes that can ground other disagreements in metaphysics. 5.1 Sortal uses. It has often been said that object, thing, and the like are not sortal terms superscript 1, and I think, as commonly used in philosophy, that is true. Nonetheless, object, thing, and the like clearly may be used as sortals if the speaker associates them with at least high-level application and coplication conditions outlining what it would take for there to be an object or thing in a given situation, and under what conditions we could refer to the same object or thing again. It is the presence of application conditions that enables us to answer existence questions like is there anything there, while the presence of coplication conditions enables us to derive the identity conditions needed to count things and answer questions such as how many things are there. Superscript 1 there do seem to be some widely accepted conditions of application and coplication often associated with these terms in standard English, perhaps including medium-sized lumps of stuff well bonded together but independently mobile from surrounding stuff. It is conditions like these that enable us to agree about when there is something in the fridge, and to count things and have a pretty good idea what we should expect to pay when we bring our purchases to the counter at everything's $1. Nonetheless, insofar as normal English speakers do associate these highly general terms with application and coplication conditions, there seems to be a great deal of variation in assumptions about what the associated conditions are. So, for example, I might claim that there's something in my eye, and be vindicated when I remove an eyelash. But if I claim that there's something in the fridge, and all that there is an eyelash or superscript 1 Hirsch 1982, 38, Low 1989, 11-12, 24-25. Superscript 1 I will leave to one side here the problems with counting things in order to focus on the problems with existence questions. I discuss counting problems elsewhere. Answerable and unanswerable questions 459. Other specks of dust, I am proven wrong. Similar variations seem to arise for coplication conditions, leading to differences in how we count things. While a child's dinnerware set might count as a single thing in everything's $1, it might well count as several once it's home and being washed by the child. If serious ontologists do associate object or thing with application conditions superscript 1 superscript 2, then their existence claims may be straightforwardly truth evaluable, and the corresponding existence questions answerable. But while generic existence questions, so understood, may be answerable, they can't provide the basis for genuine metaphysical debates. If both disputants were associating object with the same application conditions, then any remaining disagreements about whether or not there is an object in a certain situation would have to be based on at least one of the disputants being mistaken about whether or not the agreed upon conditions were satisfied. But that would make their dispute a resolvable matter for investigative journalists or scientists, not a matter to be resolved by philosophical argumentation, and so it wouldn't be a disagreement of the right character to preserve serious ontological debates. On the other hand, if they were associating object or thing with different application conditions, then differences of opinion about whether or not there is anything composed in a situation would be merely verbal disputes, they would not be deep disputes about what there is. Since it so obviously cannot be used to ground metaphysical debates, a sortal use is clearly not the use of thing and object the serious ontologist intends to employ when she denies that there is, example, anything composed by the particles arranged table-wise. If we are looking for a way to make sense of metaphysical debates about generic existence questions, we must look elsewhere. 5.2 The covering use object and thing may also be used in other ways than as sortal terms. One such standard use is the covering use, where object or thing is used as a placeholder for any genuine sortal term, and is guaranteed to apply given the application of any genuine sortal term. Point superscript 1 superscript 3 on this use. If there is an eyelash, a six-pack of beer, or a domestic dispute, we are licensed to infer that there is something in my eye, something in the fridge, or something going on at the Johnson residence. Restricted covering uses may also be employed, example licensing the inference that there is something only from the application of certain sortals, say those for substances rather than events or processes, or those for medium-sized edibles, etc., which is why I speak of covering uses rather than simply of a covering use. Whether or not thing applies on a covering use must be determined by way of determining whether or not the sortal terms covered apply. If table applies, then thing applies. As a result, specific sortals like table must be supposed to have application conditions that don't themselves appeal to the existence of something in the relevant situation. But then, on these rules of use for thing, the eliminativist can't deny that there is a table in a certain situation on the grounds that there is no thing there. As a result, on covering uses of thing, Generic disagreements about whether there is something must be based on specific disagreements about whether or not there are things of a given sort or sorts. But, as I have argued above, substantive disagreements about specific existence questions can only arise if there are genuine and substantive disputes about generic existence questions, e.g. regarding whether or not there is something here. So, in short, while there may be legitimate covering uses of terms like thing or object, they cannot enable us to revive metaphysical debates about specific existence questions. Moreover, since debates about generic existence questions must be based on disagreements about specific existence questions, if we can't revive disagreements about specific existence questions, we can't revive debates about generic existence questions either. 5.3 The alleged neutral use. All hopes for reviving metaphysical debates about existence questions thus hinge on the idea that there is some other, purely neutral use of thing or object in questions about whether something exists in various circumstances. Whatever this use is, it must not involve treating thing as a covering term, the application conditions for which depend on those for RST order sortals. It also must not involve turning the term into a sortal of its own, or even associating it with frame-level application conditions. Call this the neutral use of thing, object, and the like, since it is supposed to be sortally neutral. This alleged neutral use of thing, object, and the like is essential to making sense of debates about specific existence questions, of debates directly about generic existence questions about what things or objects exist in a certain situation, and of all of the other metaphysical debates that are apparently built around different answers to these questions. So much is at stake for the serious ontologist in making sense of this neutral use. But the method proposed above for understanding the truth conditions for existence claims gives us reason to think that existence questions stated using such a neutral use of thing or object are defective and unanswerable questions. For on that view, existence claims of the form there is a P or P exist are true just in case the frame-level application conditions for the term P are fooled in the grounding situation. But thing and object on the neutral use are not supposed to have application conditions. For, as we have seen, if they did, that would threaten to turn the debates about whether or not there is something into mere verbal disputes based on differences in what application conditions each disputant associates with the term, or simple factual debates about whether or not the associated conditions are fooled. But if thing and object do not have application conditions, we cannot evaluate the truth of simple existence claims stated using these terms by considering whether or not these application conditions are fooled. It is easy to underestimate the importance of this point, replying that of course one should never have thought that application conditions for such basic metaphysical terms as thing and object could be stated in other terms. These, if anything, are basic. But the requirement that the noun terms in existence questions come associated with application conditions is not a requirement that application conditions for these terms be statable in other terms. Indeed, we should not presume that that's possible for very many English terms at all. As discussed above, for a term to have application conditions is for competent speakers to be able to evaluate various actual and hypothetical situations as ones in which the term should be applied or refused. It is not for anyone to be able to state the application conditions for one term by using other terms. Once we can see that that is all that is required for terms to have application conditions, we can also see just how radical it is to deny that thing and object, in their properly ontological uses, have application conditions at all. We can also more readily see why, if these terms don't have application conditions, simple existential claims made using these terms might not be truth evaluable. For if thing and object are being used in ways that entirely lack application conditions of their own, and are not guaranteed to apply given the application of some genuine sortal term, then it seems competent speakers would have no idea of under what sorts of conditions these terms should be applied and when they should be refused. Indeed, there seems nothing to determine whether or not these terms refer, and no way to evaluate the truth values of existence claims that use these terms. And if simple existence claims made using these terms are not truth evaluable, then the very generic existence questions on which so much of ontology is based turn out to be unanswerable questions. These questions are unanswerable not in the sense that we can't ND out the answer superscript 1 but rather, because although they have the superficial form of proper questions, on closer examination they are incomplete pseudo-questions. Some pseudo-questions are familiar as bad jokes, e.g. how long is a piece of string, or do Dell computers really help you get more out of now? In these cases, it is clear that we should respond to unanswerable questions by asking for a more specific or better stated question, not by providing an answer put in the same terms as the question. Apparently differing answers to questions like "is there something here" should not be taken as expressing genuine conics any more than we would take differing responses to "how long is a piece of string" to express genuine conics. 6. Quantification and existence questions. A natural reply may come to mind here. The above troubles with generic existence claims arise from difficulties with the natural language terms thing, object, and the like. But the generic existential claims ontological debates are made of need not be expressed in natural language at all. The natural language claim "there is something," for example, may be rephrased just using the quantier and identity sign, as the claim X. Thus, as Sider points out, the debate between realists and eliminativists about composite material objects may be restated in sentences just using the quantier, identity, and truth functional connectives. Clearly we can and often do state metaphysical debates in a formal or artificial language rather than in natural language. But does this help revive genuine metaphysical debates? The symbolisms employed in quantitative logic are introduced by giving their meaning in the terms of a familiar natural language. As Peter van Inwagen has argued, the meaning of the quantiers is given by the phrases of English or of some other natural language that they abbreviate. For example, the source of the meaning of turned AX is the English phrase "it is true of everything that it is such that," and the source of the meaning of X is "it is true of at least one thing that it is such that." But if the meaning of quantificational expressions is given by way of English expressions that use the term thing, then whatever problems there were for understanding the debates involving generic existence claims as genuine and substantive when expressed in English carry over to the technical formulation. This gives us reason to think that the problems raised above for making sense of debates involving generic existence claims as expressed in English are only papered over, not resolved, by restating the debate using only the quantier and identity. Sider suggests that serious ontologists need not rely on standard English to give meaning to the quantier. They may instead stipulate that they are speaking ontologies, in which the quantier is to mean existence, where that in turn is understood as the highly natural meaning which obeys the core inferential role of English quantiers. Sider's idea that nature's joints may act as a reference magnet in giving the quantier a meaning relies on accepting that there is a genuine similarity across diverse cases in which it is true that something is a certain way, in a way that there isn't across cases is which Grew applies. While a full reply would take much more discussion, it is worth noting that this also seems to presuppose a category-neutral yet meaningful use of something. Indeed, we have more general reason for thinking that the truth conditions for formal claims rely on the meanings of natural language terms, for on the standard ways of doing semantics, quantitative claims are only fully semantically complete and truth evaluable when some or other domain is speciate superscript 1. But this domain of quantification is not itself speciate using the formal language. Instead, it must be done in other terms, e.g. using a natural language like English, asking us, for example, to consider the domain of all the natural numbers, or all the people in Michael's office. So our metaphysical claims, stated using quantitative expressions, likewise are only semantically complete and truth evaluable when we also specify some domain of objects over which we are quantifying superscript 1. The serious metaphysician will quickly reply that she is happy to specify her domain. It is the domain of everything or all objects. But if this is her only way of specifying a domain, then all of the earlier difficulties regarding the different uses of the term object and thing come back into play. If the domain is speciate using thing or object in a sortal or covering sense, the claims are truth evaluable but not suitable for reviving substantive metaphysical debates about what exists. But if she attempts to specify the domain using thing or object in a neutral sense, then we have reason to think that she has failed to specify a domain at all, leaving her quantitative claims not truth evaluable. This is, of course, not to deny that we can sensibly make metaphysical claims in quantificational terms, nor to deny that such claims are truth-evaluable. On this view, quantitative claims are truth-evaluable provided that we specify a domain. The only caveat that must be registered is that we cannot do so using a neutral sense of object or thing. But we can perfectly well specify a domain of all the natural numbers, or all the people in Mike's office, or all even of all the things or objects if we use thing in a sortal sense. We can even specify a domain of things or objects by using these terms in a covering sense, as long as it is clear what RST order sortals are supposed to be covered. In short, existence claims formulated quantificationally are complete and truth-evaluable provided a domain is properly speciated, where that involves specifying what sort or sorts of entity we are talking about. Superscript 1. Of course there are other methods of doing logic that do not require specifying a domain of quantification, e.g., substitutional forms of quantification, which don't take the variable to range over objects in a domain, but rather to be replaceable by any of a range of singular terms. On this view, existentially quantitative claims of the form X are true just in case is true in some substitution instance, and universally quantitative claims are turned as are true just in case is true in every substitution instance. But on the hybrid view of reference defended above, singular terms have determinate reference only to the extent that they are associated with rules of use that determine what category of entity they are to refer to, and existence claims made using a singular term are true if and only if the term's frame-level application conditions are fooled. Given that the variable is to be substituted by each of a number of singular terms, we should thus take the quantitative claim X to be true if and only if the associated application conditions for any substitutable singular term are fooled. Superscript 1. Thus, this way of understanding simple quantitative claim makes a claim such as X most closely analogous to the English claim there is something where thing is employed in the covering sense, though here we are most immediately covering a range of singular terms rather than a range of RST order sortals. So, if we employ substitutional quantification to avoid the problems with specifying a domain, for a quantitative claim to be semantically complete and truth-evaluable, we must presuppose a range of terms that are substitutable for the variable. And if we accept the above hybrid view of reference, then these terms in turn supply the frame-level application conditions needed to make each substitution instance truth-evaluable, thus making the quantitative claim as a whole truth-evaluable. Superscript 2. If that is the correct account of the truth conditions for substitution ally quantitative claims, then we again cannot use differences of opinion about quantitative claims as the basis for reviving genuine metaphysical debates. As on the covering use of thing, the eliminativist cannot, example, deny that there is a table here on grounds of denying that it's true that here X. For if we have a table name, then Mervyn refers just in case the application conditions associated with table names are fooled in the grounding situation. And so supposing they are, it is true that Mervyn exists, and thus true that here X and that here XX. So whether we take a referential or substitutional approach to quantification, it seems that if we take on board the hybrid theory of reference defended above and with it the points made earlier about the different uses of thing and object, we cannot avoid the problems for making sense of substantive ontological debates about what exists by shifting to state the debate in the terms of RST order quantitative logic. 7. The metaphysician's work. It has seemed to many, perhaps even most philosophers apart from the disputants themselves, that something is wrong with many of the contemporary debates in metaphysics. Even the disputants must acknowledge the expanding range of diverging opinions about central metaphysical questions, and the lack of unanimity even about how to determine the correct answer to these questions. The primary aim of this paper has been to propose a diagnosis of where these debates have gone wrong, why there is little agreement about them, and less hope of ending a solution. The hypothesis is that many metaphysical debates have gone wrong by being based, at bottom, on attempts to answer unanswerable questions, whether these are overly precise questions about conditions of identity, existence, and persistence, or overly generic questions about what things exist, using thing in a supposedly neutral sense. If this hypothesis is accepted, a great many of the problems and puzzlements of metaphysics dissolve, and at least to those without a stake in prolonging the debates, that is a great benefit. But will it do away with metaphysics entirely? Not at all. The point here is not to declare the death of metaphysics, but rather to try to achieve some clarity about what we're doing in metaphysics, more particularly, about what sorts of questions are answerable, and how we can hope to go about answering them. I have argued that metaphysical questions about identity and persistence conditions, where they are answerable at all, are answerable by way of a form of conceptual analysis that begins by making explicit the conditions for application and coplication of our terms, and draws out what the corresponding existence, identity, and persistence conditions for their reference must be. Other, more detailed, questions about conditions of existence, identity, and persistence are answered simply by combining those results with those of straightforward empirical investigation. Any questions about these conditions, the answers to which cannot be determined by this combined method of investigation, are simply unanswerable questions. This view may be disappointing to those metaphysicians who like to think of themselves as discovering potentially surprising answers about the real metaphysical natures of various kinds of things, which could show our standard practices in applying and refusing the relevant terms to be radically wrong. But, while it may be a disappointment to some, it certainly does not leave the metaphysician with nothing to do. Just as the linguist works to pull out and make explicit the grammatical rules speakers follow and enforce by their behaviors, so may the metaphysician work to elucidate the application and coplication conditions for our terms and, more importantly, to make explicit the existence, identity, and persistence conditions they lay out for the objects, if any, our terms refer to. That, to use Strawson's terminology, is at least some of the work of descriptive metaphysics. But as we have seen in Section 2, there may also be room for something like revisionary metaphysics, insofar as metaphysicians may propose ways of revising our extant terms and concepts, replacing them with ones that apply more cleanly, with less vagueness, with clearer interrelations among their uses, etc. Such efforts in revisionary metaphysics involve making practical proposals about which set of concepts would best serve some particular set of purposes. It may be quite reasonable to engage in debates about the merits of these various proposals, though it would be misguided to think of these as substantive factual debates about the world. What then about ontological debates about what exists? As Sider notes, the approach I have here proposed to handling existence questions does not make all the ontological questions go away. We can, example, still ask, granted that there exist subatomic particles that are arranged person-wise, do there exist people in addition? Nonetheless, if we accept the proposed approach to existence questions, we know how to go about answering such ontological questions, RST, by undertaking conceptual analysis, and then by seeing whether or not these are fooled. So, to pursue the example, we RST note that, according to the application conditions associated with the term subatomic particles arranged person-wise, the foolement of those is sufficient for fooling the application conditions normally associated with person. Thus, if we do assume that there exists subatomic particles arranged person-wise, there exists a person is true. Point superscript 2 superscript 1 in general. While there may be genuine debates about specific existence questions, these must either be shallow debates based on disagreements about what the application conditions for the term are, or straightforward debates about whether or not these conditions are actually fooled. Some of the shallow debates may, of course, be very earnest and of great philosophical relevance debates. Example about whether or not there is a soul might involve debates about whether that only requires the animation of the body, or also requires some eternal spirit, and this difference in meaning may make all the difference to how we answer the question. Similarly, metaphysical debates about the existence of free will hinge in large part on whether the possession of free will only requires the ability to do as one chooses or something more. So, accepting this view of existence questions by no means vitiates all classical metaphysical debates, though it does clarify where many disagreements come in. More general existence questions about what things there are in a given situation are likewise answerable, provided we use thing in a sortal or covering sense. While much traditional metaphysical discussion remains relevant and of interest on this view, The upshot of the above discussion is that we should regard with severe suspicion many recent ontological debates about whether or not there are really artifacts, universals, mereological sums, temporal parts, organisms, and the like, at least to the extent that they rely on debates about whether or not there is something, or how many things there are. Point superscript 2 superscript 2 If the above is correct, it is no accident that serious metaphysicians attempting to locate a dispute speak in these terms, since, as we have seen, the only hope for preserving debates about specific existence questions is in terms of debates about generic existence questions. But if the above is correct, we have reason to be very suspicious of any supposed metaphysical debates that ultimately have to be stated in terms of differences in what things or objects exist in a given situation. For, if these terms are used in a neutral sense, the debates that use these terms arise from misguided attempts to answer unanswerable questions. If ontological questions are properly expressed, there is far less room for disputes to arise, since the method of addressing answerable existence questions is straightforward, and at least in many cases, if we follow that method, the answers to our existence questions become obvious. Point superscript 2 superscript 3. 16. Being, existence, and ontological. Commitment 1. Peter van Inwagen. 1. Ontology is a very old subject, but ontology is a relatively new word. After the passing of the Wolf-Baumgarten school of metaphysics, and before the 20th century, ontology was never a very popular word, except, perhaps, among the writers of manuals of scholastic philosophy. Currently, however, the word is very fashionable, both among analytical philosophers and philosophers in the existential phenomenological tradition. Its popularity with the former is due to Quine, and its popularity with the latter is due to Heidegger. Point superscript 3 Quine uses ontology as a name for the study that attempts to answer the ontological question, what is there? Quine's conception of this study belongs to an identifiable tradition in the history of thinking about being. Most analytical philosophers would probably point to Kant and Frege and Russell as Quine's most important predecessors in that tradition, and would probably endow its roots in the attempts of various philosophers to come to terms with the ontological argument for the existence of God. Heidegger and his followers, however, see the tradition Quine represents, but they would be unlikely to identify it by reference to Quine as much older and more pervasive. According to Heidegger, who takes Hegel to mark the point of its highest development, this tradition may be summarized in 3 theses, which he describes as prejudices. Being is universal. Being is indeniable. Being is self-explanatory. For Heidegger, the word ontology represents a confrontation with this tradition. The task of ontology is to lead us back to the question, what is being, to enable us actually to ask this question. For, owing to the current pervasiveness, the utter inescapability, of the view of being embodied in the prejudices, we are unable to ask it, since we lack the requisite concepts and habits of thought. Indeed, the tradition embodies, as one might say, a self-fooling prophecy. The word being is now empty in just the way the tradition says it is. The emptiness of being is an artifact of philosophy. It is, however, possible for us to come to realize this and to attempt to remedy the situation. The remedy is ontology. For Heidegger, ontology is a partly phenomenological and a partly historical study. That is, phenomenological and historical investigation can each provide us with the materials for a reopening of the question of being. Phenomenology can reopen the question of being, because, although the word being has lost its meaning, what the Greeks were inquiring about under the rubric tuon is present as an essential ingredient in consciousness and can be investigated phenomenologically. And, of course, since our present forgetfulness of being is the outcome of an historical process, there is the possibility that we may be able to work our way back through the history of thought with, as Milton says, backward mutters of disseveraying power to a point at which the question of being once more becomes open to us. It is this sort of study that Heidegger calls ontological. To ontological studies he opposes ontic studies, studies whose objects are beings, but not beings considered as beings, things that are, but only beings considered as representatives of some particular category such as material object or knowing subject or 474 Peter van Inwagen. Theoretical entity. The materialist, for example, tells us that there are only material objects, and tells us, perhaps, how to reduce things like thoughts that apparently belong to other categories to things in his favored category, but he tells us nothing about this or of which that category is the only representative. What Quine calls the ontological question Heidegger would dismiss as merely the most general ontic question. It is true that Quine has said something that could be construed as an answer to the question, what is being? To be is to be the value of a bound variable. But, from a Heideggerian point of view, this answer is merely arraignment of the RST of the three prejudices that deem the tradition of the forgetfulness of being. It is not an answer to the question but to the parody of the question that our obliviousness of being has left us with. This essay is written from within the tradition that Heidegger proposed to overcome. In a way it is an answer to Heidegger. I believe that this tradition can be fully self-conscious. That is, the tradition can be fully aware of, and able to articulate, its presuppositions. It can, in fact, be better aware of and better able to articulate its presuppositions than Heidegger was his. It is my position that the questions Heidegger wishes to make once more available to us were never really there, and that a philosopher, working within the tradition Heidegger deprecates, and commanding thereby a deeper understanding of being than Heidegger had available to him, will be able to see this with perfect clarity. In this essay, I elaborate the traditional answer to the question, what is being? An important part of this elaboration of the traditional answer will take the form of an account of quantification. We may say that if ontology is the study that attempts to answer the question what is there, the subject of the present essay is meta-ontology. The meta-ontology presented in this essay is essentially Quine's will presented as a series of VE theses. The reader may find it instructive to compare this list with Heidegger's list of traditional prejudices. 2. Thesis 1. Being is not an activity. Many philosophers distinguish between a thing's being and its nature. These philosophers seem to think of, example Socrates being as the most general activity Socrates engages in. Suppose, for example, that at some moment Socrates is conversing about the meaning of piety. That implies that he is conversing, a more general activity than conversing about the meaning of piety, and that, in its turn, implies that he is speaking, and that implies that he is producing sounds. It would seem that such a chain of implications cannot go on forever. At any moment, it must be that some of the activities in which Socrates is then engaged imply or entail no other activity, that some of the activities he is then engaged in must be terminal activities. Might there be, for every time at which Socrates is engaged in any activity, some one activity that is then his only terminal activity, one and only one activity that is entailed by all the activities he is then engaged in? And might it be that it is always the same one? The philosophers I am thinking of would answer yes to both questions. They would say that this activity, Socrates' most general activity, was his being. And of course, they would say the same thing about Crito and Plato and everyone else. Would they say the same thing about everything else? I believe that at least some philosophers in the existential phenomenological tradition would not. As I interpret Sartre, for example, he would say that your and my most general activity is not the same as the most general activity of a table. Heidegger is a more difficult case, but there is something to be said for the thesis that he would contend that there is a most general activity engaged in by conscious beings, an activity not engaged in by any non-conscious being. Thus Sartre can say that the table and I have different kinds of être, since the most general thing the table does is not the most general thing I do. There is no God, Sartre contends, for precisely the reason that God's being would be an impossible amalgam of être en soi and être pour soi. From the point of view of the Quinian meta-ontology, this is all wrong. On this issue, the Quinian will happily, if uncharacteristically, quote J. L. Austin. What Austin said of exist we shall consider the relation between exist and being, existence, and ontological commitment 477. Be presently he might equally well have said of be, the word is a verb, but it does not describe something that things do all the time, like breathing, only quieter ticking over, as it were, in a metaphysical sort of way. If there is a most general activity that a human being engages in, presumably it would be something like living or getting older. It is simply wrong to call it being. And it is equally wrong to apply to it any word containing a root related to etre esse or exister or to honorina or sen or be or am or is. One cannot, of course, engage in this most general activity unless one is, but this obvious truth is simply a consequence of the fact that one can't engage in any activity unless one is. If an activity is being engaged in, there has to be something to engage in it. There is, of course, a vast difference between free, conscious agents like ourselves and mere inanimate objects. I believe this quite as RMLY as Sartre does, but to insist, as I do, that this difference does not consist in the one sort of things having a different sort of being from the others is not to depreciate it. The vast difference between me and a table does not consist in our having vastly different sorts of being, it consists rather in our having vastly different sorts of nature. If you prefer, what the table and I are like is vastly different. This is a perfectly trivial thing to say, that a vast difference between A and B must consist in a vast difference in their natures. But if a distinction can be made between a thing's being and its nature, this trivial truth is in competition with a certain stateable falsehood. And if one denies the trivial at the outset of one's investigations, there is no hope for one later on. Superscript 1. Sartre and Heidegger and all other members of the existential phenomenological tradition are, if I am right, guilty of ascribing to the being of things features of those things that should properly be ascribed to their natures. That is why they deny that being is the most barren and abstract of all categories. That is why they have, so to speak, a thick conception of being as opposed to the thin conception of being that I believe to be the correct conception of being. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. Those who have a thick conception of being are bound to regard what I have said as jejune, simplistic, and deserving of all the other deprecatory terms writers on fundamental ontology would apply to analytical philosophers who venture to say anything about being if they mention them at all. I cannot hope to convert them to an allegiance to a thin conception of being. But I will say something to anyone who may be hesitating between adopting a thick and a thin conception of being. Let us consider the Martians. The Martians speak a language very much like English, but certain common words and phrases of English are not to be found in Martian. There are in Martian no substantives in any way semantically related to etre or esse or exister or to honorina or sen or be or am or is. There is, moreover, no such verb in Martian as to exist, and no adjectives like existent or extant. Finally, the Martians do not even have the phrases there is and there are, and not because they use some alternative idiom like it has there or it gives in their place. How do the Martians manage without any words of the sort we English speakers might describe as words for talking about existence and being? They manage rather well. Let us consider some examples. Where we say, dragons do not exist, they say, everything is not a dragon. Where we say God exists or there is a God, they say it is not the case that everything is not God. Where Descartes says I think, therefore I am, his Martian counterpart says I think, therefore not everything is not I. Where we say, it makes me strangely uneasy to contemplate the fact that I might never have existed, or it makes being, existence, and ontological commitment 479. Me strangely uneasy to contemplate the fact that someday I shall not exist but a world will still exist. They say it makes me strangely uneasy to contemplate the fact that it might have been the case that everything was always not I, and it makes me strangely uneasy to contemplate the fact that someday it will be the case that everything is not I, but not the case that everything is not anything. Where we say, it is a great mystery why there should be anything at all, they say, it is a great mystery why it is not the case that everything is not anything. Is there anything we can say or think that the Martians cannot say or think? It seems plausible to suppose that there is not. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. It seems plausible to suppose that no work of fundamental ontology in the continental style could be translated into Martian. but if the Martians can say everything we can say, it must be that works of fundamental ontology consist in large part of sentences that do not succeed in saying anything, sentences that are only words. Point superscript 1 superscript 3. Thesis 2. Being is the same as existence. Many philosophers distinguish between being and existence. Superscript 1, that is, they distinguish between what is expressed by sentences like there are dogs and there was such a person as Homer, on the one hand, and dogs exist and Homer existed on the other. I have chosen being and existence as the abstract nouns that represent the terms of the distinction these philosophers want to make. Perhaps this is a bad choice of words. My choice of being for this purpose could certainly be faulted as parochial. In English, in expressing the proposition that there are dogs, one uses a form of the verb to be, and likewise in Latin and Greek. In French, however, one uses ilya, and in German es gibt superscript 1, but the distinction is made, and I need some way to refer to it in the material mode. Following Quine, I deny that there is any substance to the distinction. To say that dogs exist is to say that there are dogs, and to say that Homer existed is to say that there was such a person as Homer. In general, to say that things of a certain sort exist and to say that there are things of that sort is to say the same thing. To say of a particular individual that it exists is to say that there is such a thing as that individual. These things may seem obvious, but on reaction they can seem less obvious. Suppose I am discussing someone's delusions and I say, there are a lot of things he believes in that do not exist. On the face of it, I appear to be saying that there are things, the poison in his drink, his uncle's malice, and so on, that do not exist. To take a rather more metaphysical example, I have read a letter to the editor of a newspaper, the author of which presents what he intends to be a reductio of the argument that abortion is wrong because it deprives an unborn person of life. Those who are opposed to abortion on this ground ought to be even more strongly opposed to contraception, since abortion deprives the unborn person only of the remainder of his life, while contraception deprives the unconceived person of the whole of it, of his very existence. Whatever one may think about this argument, it is clear that one of its premises is there are unconceived people, people who might have existed but who, owing to various acts of contraception, do not exist, people waiting in the existential wings, as it were. Perhaps someone who reeks on these examples will conclude that it is not obvious that to be is the same as to exist. But whether or not it is obvious, it is true. There is no non-existent poison in the paranoid's drink. There are no unconceived people. In sum, there are no things that do not exist. This thesis seems to me to be so obvious that I have difficulty in seeing how to argue for it. I can say only this: if you think there are things that do not exist, give me an example of one. The right response to your example will be either, that does too exist, or there is no such thing as that. Some philosophers recognize another sort of distinction between being and existence than that endorsed by Terence Parsons and other neo-Maningians. Philosophers who would resolutely deny that there are unconceived children or non-existent poison in the paranoid's drink have nevertheless held that there is a distinction between being and existence. I have in mind philosophers who hold that the word exist is applied, or should be applied, to objects in one particular ontological category and to objects in that category alone. Manin himself held this view. He held that only spatially extended objects exist. Superscript 1. According to Professor Geach, a similar position was taken by Rush Rees, who wrote that we use the word exist mainly in connection with physical objects. Superscript 1. If Manin and Rees are right, then it would seem that there is and exist do not mean the same thing, since there is can obviously be applied to things in any ontological category. However this may be, the thesis that exist applies only to spatial or only to physical objects is simply false. Commenting on Rees, Geach says, the nearest newspaper shows the contrary. Conditions for a durable agreement do not yet exist, and the like is the commonest currency of journalism. And this is obviously right. Superscript 1. Thesis 3. Existence is univocal. Many philosophers have thought that exists has different meanings when it is applied to objects in different logical or ontological or metaphysical categories. Superscript 1 from the position of Meinung and Ries on the meaning of exists to this position is a short step. If a philosopher who had held the former view has come to believe that no rule of English usage is violated by statements like there exists a very real possibility that the recession will last till the next election and no link between the attack on the World Trade Center and Iraq has been shown to exist, the most natural thing for him to conclude the position closest to his former position that accommodates this new datum would be that when exists is applied to things like possibilities and causal links, it means something different from what it means when it is applied to tangible objects. That exists has different meanings when it is applied to objects in different categories is evidently an attractive position. Attractive or not, it is false. Perhaps the following argument will show why it is, if not false, then at least not obviously true. No one, I hope, supposes that number words like 6 or 43 mean different things when they are used to count objects of different sorts. The essence of the applicability of arithmetic is that numbers can count anything, things of any kind, no matter what logical or ontological category they may fall into. If you have written 13 epics and I own 13 cats, the number of your epics is the number of my cats. But existence is closely allied to number. To say that unicorns do not exist is to say something very much like this: the number of unicorns is 0. To say that horses exist is to say essentially this: the number of horses is 1 or more. And to say that angels or ideas or prime numbers exist is to say more or less that the number of angels, or of ideas, or of prime numbers, is greater than 0. The univocacy of number and the intimate connection between number and existence should convince us that there is at least very good reason to think that existence is univocal. I am, of course, indebted to Frege for one of the premises of this argument, but I do not reproduce his doctrine of the relation between number and existence exactly. Frege has said, existence is analogous to number. Affirmation of existence is in fact nothing but denial of the number 0. Superscript 2 and these words express my thought exactly. But there is a difference between what Frege meant by them and what I would mean by them. The difference lies in Frege's deservedly controversial idea that existence is what some have called a second-level predicate, that existence is in a certain sense a predicate of concepts rather than of objects. If Frege is right, to say that horses exist is a rather misleading way of saying the cardinal number of the extension of the concept horse is not 0. When I say that affirmation of existence is denial of the number 0, I mean only that to say that fs exist is to say that the number of fs is not 0. For example, in my view, horses exist is equivalent to the number of horses is not 0. It is, of course, true that the two statements the number of horses is not 0, and the cardinal number of the extension of the concept horse is not 0, are equivalent. And to say that the cardinal number of the extension of the concept horse is not 0 is indeed to ascribe a property to the concept horse. But it does not follow from these things I have conceded that the predicate the number of is not 0 is a predicate of concepts. I would say that, on a given occasion of use, it predicates of certain things that they number more than 0. Thus, if one says, the number of horses is not 0, one predicates of horses that they number more than 0. The number of is not 0 is thus what some philosophers have called a variably polyadic predicate. But so are many predicates that can hardly be regarded as predicates of concepts. The predicates are ungulates and have an interesting evolutionary history, for example, are variably polyadic predicates. When one says, horses are ungulates or horses have an interesting evolutionary history, one is obviously making a statement about horses and not about the concept horse. These two predicates are not at all like such paradigmatic predicates of concepts as is a concept, has an extension whose cardinal number is not 0, and can be expressed in English. My argument for the univocacy of existence, therefore, does not presuppose that exists is a second-level predicate, a predicate of concepts rather than objects, a view I in fact reject. Point superscript 2 to the argument for the univocacy of existence from the univocacy of number, we may append a similar argument from the univocacy of the logical particles. The operator there exists is intimately related to disjunction. Given a complete list of names for the members of a night class, we may replace existence statements pertaining to members of that class with disjunctions. For example, we may replace the statement that there exists a prime number between 16 and 20 with the statement that 17 is prime or 18 is prime or 19 is prime. Now we cannot suppose that or means one thing when it is used to connect sentences about numbers and another when it is used to connect sentences about, say, people. But if or means the same thing in conversations about any subject matter, why should we suppose that there exists, which is so intimately related to or, varies in meaning with the subject matter of the sentences in which it occurs? This argument, however, requires an important qualification. There exists a prime number between 16 and 20 is equivalent to 17 is prime or 18 is prime or 19 is prime only given that 17, 18, and 19 are all the numbers between 16 and 20. Since Carnap's point really requires an appeal to the concept all or every, it would seem to have no more force than the following simpler argument: exists is univocal owing to the interdeniability of there exists and the obviously univocal all. But this is a powerful argument, for, surely, all means the same in all natural numbers have a successor and all Greeks are mortal? I should perhaps note, in connection with this point, that there exists cannot be deemed in terms of all/every alone. Negation is also required. There exists an F is equivalent to it is not the case that everything being, existence, an ontological commitment 485. Is not an F. But the negation sign is, if anything, even more obviously univocal than all. It is not the case that does not mean one thing in a geology textbook and another in a treatise on number theory. I have presented arguments for the conclusion that existence is univocal. What arguments are there for the conclusion that existence is equivocal? Perhaps the most famous argument for this conclusion is Ryle's. It is perfectly proper to say, in one logical tone of voice, that there exist minds and to say, in another logical tone of voice that there exist bodies. But these expressions do not indicate two different species of existence, for existence is not a generic word like colored or sexed. They indicate two different senses of exist, somewhat as rising has different senses in the tide is rising, hopes are rising, and the average age of death is rising. A man would be thought to be making a poor joke who said that three things are now rising, namely the tide, hopes and the average age of death. It would be just as good or bad a joke to say that there exist prime numbers and Wednesdays and public opinions and navies, or that there exist both minds and bodies. Point superscript 2 superscript 3. Why does Ryle think that the philosopher who believes that exist can be applied in the same sense to objects in different logical categories thereby endorses the proposition that existence comes in species? Why should the philosopher who rejects the view that exist is equivocal be committed to the view that exist is a generic word? Perhaps the argument is something like the following. Consider the word rising. If this word meant the same thing when it was applied to, example tides and hopes, one could meaningfully compare the rising of tides and the rising of hopes. And if the rising of tides and the rising of hopes can be meaningfully compared, the result of comparing them must be the discovery that these two things are not much alike. Since tides and hopes are very different kinds of thing, the rising done by the former must be a very different kind of rising from the rising done by the latter. If this is Ryle's argument for the thesis that exists is a generic word if it is univocal, it does not seem to me to be a very plausible one. The argument rests on an analogy between the rising of tides and the rising of hopes and the existence of minds and the existence of bodies. If this analogy is to make any sense, however, it must be that the existence of a thing is an activity of that thing, for the rising of one's hopes is a thing that one's hopes do, and the rising of the tides is something that the tides do. I am willing to grant, but we are straining at the bounds of meaning here, that if the existence of one's body is something that one's body does, and the existence of one's mind/one's mind's existing is something that one's mind does, then these two things, the thing that one's body does and the thing that one's mind does, must be things of very different kinds. As we have seen, however, existence or existing is not an activity. I contend, therefore, that Ryle's argument rests on a false analogy. If existence is not an activity, but is rather to be understood in terms of number, no parallel argument can be used to show that if existence is univocal, existence comes in species. The reason is simple: number is univocal and number does not come in species. We cannot, for example, derive from the premise that the word two is univocal that duality or two-ness comes in species. The word two means the same thing in the statements Mars has two moons and Homer wrote two epics, but this does not imply that the moons of Mars exhibit one species of duality and the epics of Homer another. The thesis of the univocacy of existence, therefore, does not imply that existence comes in species or that existent is a generic word like colored or sexed. This thesis does not imply that there are or could be species words that stand to the generic existent as red and green stand to color and as male and female stand to sexed. It does not follow, however, that Ryle's main thesis is wrong, that is, his thesis that the meaning of the word exist varies as the logical categories of the things to which it is applied vary. But should we accept this thesis? Why? The passage I have quoted may be read as endorsing a second argument for the systematic ambiguity of exists. We might call this second argument the solipsis argument, a solipsis being a syntactically correct expression that requires that a word it contains be simultaneously understood in two senses. There is, Ryle tells us, something decidedly odd about saying things of the form x, y, and z exist when the subject terms of the assertion denote things in different logical categories. His example, you will remember, was this: a man would be thought to be making a poor joke who said that three things are now rising, namely the tide, hopes and the average age of death. It would be just as good or bad a joke to say that there exist prime numbers and Wednesdays and public opinions and navies, or that there exist both minds and bodies. The solipsis argument, in my judgment, is wholly without merit. There are two reasons why it sounds odd to say, there exist prime numbers and Wednesdays and public opinions and navies, and they have nothing to do with fact that someone who said this odd thing would be applying exist to objects in different logical categories. For one thing, there exist Wednesdays and there exist public opinions sound pretty odd all by themselves. Secondly, it is hard to think of any excuse for mentioning all these items in one sentence, no matter what one might say about them. I invite you to try to devise a sentence about prime numbers and Wednesdays and public opinions and navies that does not sound odd. If we restrict ourselves to just two of the items in Ryle's list, we can easily end sentences that should be odd if he is right and odd in a particular way, sentences that should exhibit the same kind of oddness as the Miss Bolo sentence but which are not odd at all. For example, the Prime Minister had a habit of ignoring the existence of things he didn't know how to deal with, such as public opinion and the Navy. But we need not make up examples. Here is a real one. In the USSR, as we know, there is a prohibition on certain words and terms, on certain phrases and on entire parts of reality. It is considered not only impermissible but simply indecent to print certain combinations of graphemes, words, or ideas. And what is not published somehow ceases to exist. There is much that is improper and does not exist: religion and homosexuality, bribe-taking and hunger, Jews and nude girls, dissidents and emigrants, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, diseases and genitalia. Later in the same essay, the author says, in the novel of a major Soviet prose writer who died recently, the main characters are blinded and start to suffocate when the peat bogs around Moscow begin burning. The peat bog res actually exist, but then so does Brezhnev's regime superscript 2. Or consider the following jibe by the physicist Sheldon Glashow: of course superstring theory is much more glamorous than the standard theory. The standard theory is formulated in boring, old-fashioned 18th century mathematics. Superstring theory requires mathematics so new it doesn't even exist yet. Superscript 2. Can anyone suppose that exist in this remark means something different from what it means in the following imaginary but exactly parallel joke: the lab equipment described in our rival's grant proposal is so new it doesn't even exist yet? I conclude that Ryle has made no case for the thesis that existence is equivocal. I will at this point make two remarks that need to be made somewhere, and which I have not been able to end any other place for. First, Morton White has contended that Ryle's arguments about the relation between mind and body do not actually require multivocalism about existence superscript 2. This may very well be true. It is not a part of my present project to attack Ryle's philosophy of mind. As a general rule, I think it is a mistake for philosophers whose interests lie in the area of human subjectivity to introduce vocabulary borrowed from ontology into their researches in that area. Secondly, philosophers who distinguish objectual from substitutional quantification might want to maintain that there is equivocal and therefore that exists is equivocal, although in a rather different way from the way in which Ryle maintained that exists was equivocal. One and the same person might say in one logical tone of voice, there are no gods or other supernatural beings, and in another, there are several gods in the Babylonian pantheon who have no counterparts in the Greek pantheon. A discussion of substitutional quantification lies outside the scope of this paper. I refer interested readers to my essay, Why I Don't Understand Substitutional Quantification superscript 2. I will consider one other argument for the conclusion that exists is used in many senses, an argument presented in Hilary Putnam's recent book, Ethics Without Ontology superscript 2. He contends, in fact, that the Quinian approach to ontological questions is vitiated by the fact that what I am calling thesis 3, that there is and exist have only one meaning, is false. If we assume this, he says, we are already wandering in cloud cuckoo land. To see why Putnam thinks that thesis 3 is false, let us consider the case of universals, properties or attributes. If we like, if we end it useful to do so, we can adopt a convention to the effect that phrases like whiteness and malleability denote objects. If we do this, we are deciding to adopt a conventionally extended sense of there is according to which this phrase applies to universals. A debate about whether there really are universals is as silly as a debate about whether 0 cm/sec really is a velocity, or whether a straight line segment really is a special kind of ellipse, or whether a corporation really is a person superscript 2. Just as we can, by convention, extend the meanings of velocity or ellipse or person in such a way that they apply to items they did not apply to when they were used in their original or everyday senses, so we can extend the meaning of there is to apply to any of the things of the sorts whose existence ontologists have wasted their time arguing about. The whole enterprise of ontology, at least insofar as ontology is that project whose foundational document is on what there is an illusion that has arisen because philosophers have mistaken questions of convention for questions of fact. But why is this supposed to be true? Putnam's argument for his central thesis, the thesis that ontologists have mistaken questions of convention for questions of fact, is based on an example, the example of mereological sums. It would, Putnam contends, be silly to debate about whether sums, for example, the object composed of the Nelson column and the Arc de Triomphe, really exist. If we end it useful to do so, we can make it true by definition that, for any two physical objects, there is a thing that is their sum. Those who have so extended the meaning of there is can say, and say truly, there is a large stone object that is partly in London, partly in Paris, and not even partly anywhere else. Those who, for whatever reason, do not adopt the imagined definitional extension of there is can say, and say truly, there is no large stone object that is partly in London, partly in Paris, and not even partly anywhere else. But, in uttering these two sentences, the people I have imagined will not contradict each other, for the simple reason that they mean different things by there is. Superscript 3. And, Putnam maintains, all the disputes of ontology are of this sort. Once one sees that they're not about matters of fact, but about matters of verbal convention, one sees that they were simply silly. This argument seems to me to be very weak. Let us grant Putnam the premise that it's silly to debate about whether there are sums. Granted the silliness of the debate, I don't see that he's given an intelligible account of its silliness. I say this because I don't see how the meaning of there is can possibly be extended by convention. Suppose one is contemplating extending the meaning of a term by adopting new conventions governing its use, Let's say that one is contemplating extending the meaning of person in such a way that corporations are to be called persons. One will, presumably, contemplate such a thing only if one believes that there is at least one corporation for person to apply to. Similarly, one will contemplate extending the meaning of there is in such a way that there is applies to sums only if one believes that there is at least one sum for there is to apply to. But if one thinks that there is a sum for there is to apply to, one already thinks that there is applies to at least one sum, and the purpose of the contemplated convention has therefore been accomplished antecedently to adopting it. Extending the meaning of a term so that that term will apply to objects beyond those it already applies to is precisely analogous to extending a geographical boundary. You can extend a geographical boundary to encompass new territory only if that territory is already there. A single, XED in advance meaning for there is seems to be a presupposition of any attempt to extend the meaning of any term by convention. You need a XED in advance sense of there is to express your belief that the class of new things that the term is to apply to is not empty. This objection to Putnam's argument is not profound. Neither is it particularly original. Similar objections have been raised by several philosophers. Point superscript 3 superscript 2 He devotes pages 39 to 51 of Ethics Without Ontology to a reply to the objection. But I have to say that I don't understand the reply to the objection any better than I understand the original argument. I invite those interested in Putnam's thesis to read those pages and to decide whether they understand them. If these pages do make sense, then he's onto something, and I've missed it because my ability to follow a philosopher's reasoning falls short of the level of comprehension required by Putnam's text. And, of course, if those pages don't make sense, he's not onto anything. I leave it to the reader to judge. Point superscript 3 I know of no other argument for the thesis that exists is equivocal that is even faintly plausible. We must therefore conclude that existence is univocal, for the two clear and compelling arguments for the univocacy of existence given above are unopposed. 3. Thesis 4. The single sense of being or existence is adequately captured by the existential quantier of formal logic. I will defend thesis 4 by presenting an account of quantication, the account that is endorsed by Quine's meta-ontology. I will show how to introduce variables and the quantiers into our discourse as abbreviations for phrases we already understand. It will be evident that the quantiers so introduced are simply a regimentation of the all and there are of ordinary English. I begin by considering two ways in which count nouns can be used. Suppose I witness the following incident: my dog Jack encounters a cat and proceeds to chase it. Immediately thereafter, I say two things. I describe the incident I have witnessed, and I go on to describe a deplorable general feature of Jack's behavior that this incident illustrates. I say these two things by uttering these two sentences. 1. Jack saw a cat and he chased that cat too. If Jack sees a cat, he chases that cat. When I utter sentence 1, my words a cat and that cat refer to a particular cat, the cat I have just seen Jack chase. When I utter sentence 2, however, my words a cat and that cat do not refer to anything. But my use of a cat and that cat when I utter sentence 2 is not a case of failure of reference. It is not like this case. Perhaps under the influence of some hallucinogen, I say, Jack saw a unicorn, and he chased that unicorn. When I utter sentence 2, I say something true. But how can this be, given that my words a cat and that cat do not refer to anything? And what is the connection between the superficially identical but logically very different occurrences of a cat and that cat in sentences 1 and 2? I know of no answers to these questions that are of any philosophical interest. Si nemo ex me querid, co, si querenti explicare velim, nescio. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that sentence 2 is meaningful, and it cannot be denied that what it expresses could well be true. Let us say that when I utter sentence 1, I use the words a cat and that cat referentially. And let us say that when I utter sentence 2, I use the words a cat and that cat generally. In both sentence 1 and sentence 2, the phrase that cat may be replaced by the third-person singular pronoun, 1a. Jack saw a cat and he chased it 2a. If Jack sees a cat, he chases it. In each of these sentences, the pronoun it inherits the logical properties of the phrase it replaces. If I uttered sentence 1 in the context I have imagined, I should be using the word it referentially, for the pronoun would refer to the cat Jack chased. If I uttered sentence 2 in the context I have imagined, however, I should be using the word it generally. Following common usage, let us say that in both and, acat is the antecedent of the pronoun it. As a sort of RST approximation to the truth, we may say that every occurrence of the third-person singular pronoun requires an antecedent, although that antecedent need not be, and often is not, in the same sentence. But in sentences that are more complex than and, it will not always be clear what the antecedent of a particular occurrence of it is. For example, a dog will chase a cat till it is exhausted. If a cat and a dog live in the same house, it will sometimes grow fond of it. It is evident that these sentences are ambiguous. There are various ways to remove this kind of ambiguity. Here is a familiar and unlovely device: a dog will chase a cat till it is exhausted. One way of resolving such ambiguities would be to attach some sort of label to some of or all the phrases that could be antecedents of the various occurrences of the third-person singular pronoun in a sentence, and to attach to each occurrence of it the same label as its intended antecedent. If we are interested only in written language, subscripts are handy labels. A dog 1 will chase a cat till it 1 is exhausted. A dog will chase a cat 1 till it 1 is exhausted. If a cats and a doggy live in the same house, IDX will sometimes grow fond of ITY. If a cats and a doggy live in the same house, ITY will sometimes grow fond of IDX. We can, if we wish, associate labeled occurrences of pronouns with their antecedents without labeling the antecedents. We need only some unambiguous way of associating all and only the pronouns bearing a given label with a particular antecedent. One way to do this is simply to adopt the convention that all the occurrences of it that bear the same label have the same antecedent. Their common antecedent is the RST phrase to the left of the RST of them that is suitable for being their antecedent. For example, to ND, the common antecedent of the occurrences of pronouns bearing the subscript X in a sentence, superscript 3 ND the RST occurrence of IDX in that sentence, reading backward from that occurrence of IDX, mark the RST occurrence you come to of a phrase that is suitable for being the antecedent of it. That phrase will be the antecedent of every occurrence of IDX in the sentence. With a little syntactical juggling and shuffling, this can be made to work. If it is true of a cat that IDX is such that it is true of a dog that ITY is such that IDX and ITY live in the same house, IDX will sometimes grow fond of ITY. If it is true of a cat that IDX is such that it is true of a dog that ITY is such that IDX and ITY live in the same house, ITY will sometimes grow fond of IDX. In both sentences, all occurrences of it with the subscript X have a cat as their antecedent, and all occurrences of it with the subscript Y have a dog as their antecedent. If we associate occurrences of the third-person singular pronouns with their antecedents by this method, we have come very close to introducing variables into our language, for the way occurrences of variables function and the way occurrences of the third-person singular pronoun function when they function generally are essentially the same. The main, and the only important, difference between variables and the third-person singular pronoun is this: there is only one third-person singular pronoun, and there are lots of variables. Superscript 3 If we have come close to introducing variables, however, we have come less close to introducing the universal quantier, for what we have in the above examples is more like a special-purpose universal quantier for cats and another for dogs. It is true of a cat that, it is true of a dog that, then it is like an all-purpose universal quantier. But the step to the single all-purpose quantier, the single all-purpose existential quantier as well as the single all-purpose universal quantier, is not a difficult one. In meta-ontology I showed how to take this step by the use of tagged pronouns of the sort introduced above. Superscript 3 and universal quantier phrases and existential quantier phrases. Superscript 3 These expressions are not special-purpose quantier phrases like it is true of a cat that it's and it is true of a dog that IDX, but fully general quantier phrases, vehicles suitable for expressing the ideas everything and at least one thing. Sentences expressing universal and existential theses are formed by adding expressions of the type ity is such that idx and ity live in the same house to a string of quantier phrases. In such sentences, we suppose that each quantier phrase is followed by a pair of brackets that indicate its scope. The brackets are often omitted in practice. Using this apparatus we express: anyone who acts as his own attorney has a fool for a client. As it is true of everything that idx is such that. The rule for ending the antecedent of the occurrence a subscript pronoun is this: the antecedent of any occurrence of a pronoun will be an occurrence of one or the other of the two pronoun antecedents, everything and at least one thing. Each occurrence of a pronoun antecedent will be followed by that idx or that ity, and so on, to nd the antecedent of a particular occurrence of it, nd the inmost pair of scope brackets containing that occurrence, nd the rst occurrence of a pronoun antecedent to the left of that pair of brackets that is immediately followed by an occurrence of that it in which the pronoun bears the same subscript as the occurrence of the pronoun whose antecedent is being sought. That occurrence of a pronoun antecedent will be the antecedent of the occurrence of it in question. For example, it is true of everything that idx is such that. It is true of everything that idx is such that, and it is true of at least one thing that idx is such that. We now have a supplemented and regimented version of English. The justification of this regimentation lies in one fact: the rules of quantier logic, a simple set of rules that captures an astonishingly wide range of valid inference, can be applied to sentences in the regimented language. Superscript 3. We proceed, Manley, to introduce what Quine likes to call the canonical notation of quantification. Superscript 3. By simple abbreviation. The attorney-client sentence, for example, is abbreviated as: we have, or so I claim, introduced the canonical notation using only the resources of ordinary English. And to do this, I would suggest is to explain that notation. Superscript 1. Having introduced quantiers and variables, let us remind ourselves of some standard terminology. THIRD are, respectively, the universal and the existential quantier. An occurrence of a quantier followed by an occurrence of a variable is an occurrence of a quantier phrase. The pair of brackets following an occurrence of a quantier phrase indicates the scope of the occurrence of the quantier phrase. If an occurrence of a variable is a part of a quantier phrase, or if it occurs within the scope of a quantier phrase containing an occurrence of that variable, it will be said to be bound in the formula consisting of that quantier phrase and its scope. It will also said to be bound in any formula of which that formula is a part. If an occurrence of a variable does not satisfy these conditions with respect to a formula, it will be said to be free in that formula. Consider, for example, the formula x is a dog and x. In this formula, there are three occurrences of the variable x. The second is bound in x because it is a part of a quantier phrase. The third is bound in x because it occurs within the scope of a quantier phrase containing x. Both are bound in the whole formula, because they are bound in x which is a part of this formula. The RST occurrence of x in x is a dog and x is free in this formula. The third occurrence of x in x is a dog and x is free in x is a cat despite its being bound in x is a dog and x. A variable will be said to occur free in a formula if some of its occurrences are free in that formula, and to occur bound in that formula if some of its occurrences are bound in that formula. Thus, the variable x occurs both free and bound in x is a dog and x. If some variable occurs free in a formula, that formula will be said to be an open formula. If a formula contains no free occurrences of variables, it will be called a closed formula or sentence. It is evident that thesis for the single sense of being or existence is adequately captured by the existential quantier of formal logic is true if our explanation of the meaning of the existential quantier is correct. If what we have said about the meaning of is right, XX is a dog is an abbreviation of it is true of at least one thing that it is a dog. And that phrase is no more than a long-winded way of saying there is at least one dog. And, if thesis 2 is correct, there is at least one dog is equivalent to at least one dog exists, and the existential quantier expresses the sense of the ordinary exists as well as the ordinary sense of there is. Before leaving the Quinian account of quantiers and variables, I will note two of its consequences that seem to me to be of special philosophical importance. The notion of a domain of quantication is not an essential part of an understanding of quantication. Quantication, unless it is explicitly restricted to suit the purposes of some particular inquiry, is quantication over everything. There are, I concede, philosophers who maintain that when one says some sets are not members of themselves or for every ordinal number there is a greater, what one says is meaningless unless in uttering these sentences one presupposes a domain of quantication, a particular set of sets, a particular set of ordinals. These philosophers are in the grip of a theory. They ought to reason by modus tollens. They ought to reason that because it is true without qualification that there are sets that are not members of themselves and that for every ordinal there is a greater, that their theory about quantication is false. Superscript 2, as George Boulos has said, ZF is couched in the notation of RST order logic, and the quantiers in the sentences expressing the theorems of the theory are presumed to range over all sets, even though there is no set to which all sets belong. Superscript 3, there is au fond only one style or sort of variable. Different styles or sorts of variables are a mere notational convenience. If we like, we can use, say, boldface variables for, say, sets, and ordinary italic variables without restriction, but this is only a labor-saving device. It allows us to replace the somewhat unwieldy formula XYZ with the more compact formula XYZ. And unsorted variables are what we must start with, for a variable is in essence a third-person singular pronoun, and there is only one third-person singular pronoun, and it has only one meaning. We do not have one third-person singular pronoun for talk about objects in one logical category and another for talk about objects in another. We do not use it with one sense when we are talking about artifacts and living things and asteroids, and with another when we are talking about topological spaces and amounts of money and trade routes. If these things were not so, the following sentences would be nonsense. Everything has this property. If it's not a proper class, it's a member of some set. No matter what logical category a thing may belong to, it can't have contradictory properties. If something belongs to the extension of a predicate, it can do so only as the result of a linguistic convention. And these sentences are quite plainly not nonsense. 4. The FTH and last of the theses of the Quinian meta-ontology cannot be stated bre. It is in fact not really a single thesis at all, but rather a set of interrelated theses all pertaining to what Quine has called ontological commitment about the how one should settle philosophical disputes about what there is. There is, in Quine's view, no sharp boundary that separates philosophical disputes about what there is, disputes about the existence of universals, for example, or about the existence of possibilia, or about the existence of mereological sums, from disputes about whether there are caches of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq or genes that code for homosexuality or gravitons. Still, there are interminable philosophical disputes about the existence of things of various kinds, disputes that cannot be resolved by the relatively straightforward methods used by arms inspectors or even by the less straightforward methods of theoretical biology and quantum gravity physics. It is obviously the RST business of the philosopher who is interested in such disputes to try to bring some sort of order and clarity to them. Our null topic is Quine's contributions to this task. I will approach this topic by providing some illustrations of Quine's theses on ontological commitment at work, illustrations that show how applying these theses brings order and clarity to one traditional philosophical problem, the problem of universals, or, more generally, the problem of abstract objects. The simplest position about universals and other abstract objects is that there are none, a position traditionally called nominalism. Nominalism has one great advantage over its competitors. A realist, a philosopher who says that there are abstract objects, may reasonably be asked to say what they are like, to say what properties they have. The nominalist alone, among all the theorists of universals, does not face this obligation. That is not to say that nominalism raises no questions. The nominalist must tell us, for example, how it can be that the predicate is white applies to a multiplicity of objects if there is no such thing as whiteness, no object that is in some sense the common property of all white things. The fact remains, however, that the nominalist alone need say nothing about the nature of whiteness. Nominalism is therefore an attractive position. But is it possible to be a nominalist, or, better, is it possible to be a consistent nominalist? Quine has pointed out that it is harder to be a consistent nominalist than some have supposed. Imagine, for example, that Norma the nominalist has said in print that there are no abstract objects, and has in fact said this by writing those very words, there are no abstract objects. But imagine further that in another place, about halfway down the same page, she has written, although there are true sentences that appear to imply the existence of abstract objects, these sentences do not really have that implication. That sentence logically implies that there are sentences for the same straightforward reason that there are biological weapons hidden somewhere in Iraq certainly seems to have there are weapons among its logical consequences. And sentences in this context must mean sentence types, and sentence types, if such there be, must be abstract objects. Norma, therefore, has to confront the following criticism of her stated position: it looks for all the world as if one can logically deduce there are abstract objects, and it is not the case that there are abstract objects from what she has written on that one page. I have made a point about the logical consistency of two of Norma's theses. But one of those theses was nominalism itself. I could, therefore, have put essentially the same point this way: one of the theses Norma has affirmed seems to have the falsity of nominalism as a logical consequence. The thesis that provided our example of this was a thesis that she affirmed as a part of her defense of nominalism. While the choice of an example having this feature has its rhetorical uses, it is evident that many other theses that a nominalist might advance have, or seem to have, the existence of sentence types as an immediate logical consequence. For example, the same offensive sentence was scrawled on every blackboard in the building. In the preceding two paragraphs, I employed only the informal quantificational apparatus of ordinary English. But I might have made essentially the same points using the quantier variable idiom, the canonical notation of quantification. I could just as well have said this: Norma has written a sentence whose obvious rendering into the quantier variable idiom is this: x and turned a y. The sentence XX is a sentence follows from this sentence by the rules of quantier logic. And it is obvious from the context that the open sentence X is a sentence is to be understood. 502 Peter van Inwagen. In such a way that turned AX is indisputably true. Therefore, Norma's sentence at least appears to imply the falsity of X, that is, the falsity of nominalism. Now why do I say appears to imply? Why the qualification? Well, there are some moves open to Norma and her fellow nominalists in cases like this. The most interesting of them turns on the idea of paraphrase. Here is a much quoted passage from On What There Is. When we say that some zoological species are cross-fertile, we are committing ourselves to recognizing as entities the several species themselves, abstract though they are. We remain so committed at least until we devise some way of so paraphrasing the statement as to show that the seeming reference to species on the part of our bound variable was an avoidable manner of speaking. When Quine says some way of so paraphrasing the statement, he means some way of rendering the statement into the canonical notation of quantification that employs only open sentences that can be satisfied by objects that are acceptable to nominalists. And, as a matter of fact, nominalistically acceptable paraphrases of some zoological species are cross-fertile are not hard to nd. I will give an example of one. It will serve as an illustration of the move that is open to the nominalist who is accused of having made an assertion whose obvious rendering into the quantier variable idiom has formal consequences inconsistent with nominalism. This paraphrase makes use of four open sentences. AXX is an animal. CXYX and Y are conspecific. DXYX and Y are fertile animals of different sexes. IXYX can impregnate Y or Y can impregnate X. And here is the paraphrase. XY. If anyone protests that this predicate could be satisfied by a pair of organisms only if there were objects, presumably they would not be nominalistically acceptable objects called sexes such that the members of this pair were of distinct objects of that sort, we may reply that we could have used the following predicate in its place, or Quine, of course, does not like modal predicates, but we are trying to end a paraphrase of some zoological species are cross-fertile that is acceptable to the nominalist simpliciter and not to the nominalist who also shares Quine's distaste for modality. It is certainly hard to see how the thesis that some zoological species are cross-fertile could be anything other than a modal thesis. Being, existence, and ontological commitment 503. Informally, there are two living animals X and Y that are not conspecific and which satisfy the following condition: for any two fertile animals of different sexes, one of which is conspecific with X and the other of which is conspecific with Y, one of those two animals can impregnate the other. We observe that the paraphrase has a feature that renderings of natural language statements into the quantity or variable idiom often have: it resolves an ambiguity of the original. It is not obvious whether, example, equus caballus and equus asinus are cross-fertile implies that any fertile horse can impregnate or be impregnated by any fertile donkey of the opposite sex, or only that either some horse can impregnate some donkey or some donkey can impregnate some horse. But this is no more than a question about the intended meaning of cross-fertile. It is of no ontological interest. What is of some ontological interest is this. Our nominalistic paraphrase treats X and Y are conspecific as a primitive predicate. But if one were willing to quantify over zoological species, one could deem this predicate in terms of X is a species and X is a member of Y. Simplifying our ontology has therefore led us to complicate our ideology, that is, has led us to expand our stock of primitive predicates. The other three predicates used in the paraphrase are, of course, also undeemed predicates that do not occur in the obvious rendering of some zoological species are cross-fertile. But anyone with sufficient interest in biology to wish to assert that some zoological species are cross-fertile would probably ND these predicates indispensable for making other biological assertions and would probably have to treat them as primitives. There are, however, cases of apparent quantification over abstract objects that are not so easily dealt with by the method of paraphrase. Applied. Mathematics is notoriously productive of sentences that resist nominalistically acceptable paraphrase. Quine has made a very simple observation that has far-reaching consequences for the old dispute between the nominalists and the realists. The observation was this: if our best scientific theories are recast in the quantity or variable idiom, then many of these theories, if not all of them, will have as a logical consequence the existential closure of an open sentence F such that F is satisfied only by mathematical objects, numbers, vectors, operations, functions, and the existence of mathematical objects is incompatible with nominalism. It would seem, therefore, that our best scientific theories carry ontological commitment to objects whose existence is denied by nominalism. Consider, for example, this simple theory: there are homogeneous objects, and the mass of a homogeneous object in grams is the product of its density in grams per cubic centimeter and its volume in cubic centimeters. Superscript 1. If we recast this theory in the quantity or variable idiom, we obtain the following or something very like it: xhx and turned ax. One obvious logical consequence of this theory is xyz. That is, there exists at least one thing that is a product. And a product must be a number, for the operation product of, in the relevant sense, applies only to numbers. Our little theory, at least if it is recast in the way shown above, is therefore, in a very obvious sense, committed to the existence of numbers. It would seem, therefore, that a nominalist cannot consistently affirm that theory. Quine, and following him, Hilary Putnam superscript 2 have contended that it is not possible to provide nominalistically acceptable paraphrases of most physical theories, certainly not of any physical theories that make any very extensive use of mathematics. It is not possible, they have contended, to render these theories into the quantity or variable idiom in such a way that the rendering does not have xx is a number or xx is an operation or some other nominalistically unacceptable existential quantification as a logical consequence. They have further contended that the indisputable success of physical science and the indispensability to physical science of quantification over mathematical objects together provide a strong argument against, perhaps a refutation of, nominalism. I will not discuss the merits of this argument. To do that would raise epistemological questions about which I have nothing interesting to say. I will note only that if quantification over mathematical objects is indeed indispensable to the physical sciences, then nominalists who accept theses like the above thesis about homogeneity and density, to say nothing of theses like for no integer n greater than 2 and no integer m greater than 3 does a central force law according to which force varies inversely with the nth power of distance yields stable orbits in m-dimensional space, have some explaining to do. The ball is in their court. And it is Quine's theses on ontological commitment that show why the ball is in their court. Although Quine has emphasized the indispensability of quantification over mathematical objects to the physical sciences, it is worth pointing out that when we are engaged in the ordinary business of life we very frequently say things that raise problems for the nominalist that are exactly parallel to the problems raised for the nominalist by the things said by physicists speaking in their professional capacity. We have seen one case of this. The same offensive sentence was scrawled on every blackboard in the building. In A Theory of Properties, I investigated in some detail the problems raised for nominalism by the apparent quantification over properties in everyday speech. To recapitulate, the FTH thesis of the Quinian meta-ontology is a proposal about the way in which philosophical disputes about what there is should be conducted. To wit, the parties to such a dispute should examine, or be willing in principle to examine, the ontological implications of everything they want to affirm superscript 3, and this examination should consist in various attempts to render the things they want to affirm into the quantier variable idiom. The ontological implications of the things they affirm will be precisely the class of closed sentences starting with an existential quantier phrase that are logical consequences of the renderings into the quantier variable idiom of those things they want to affirm. Parties to the dispute who are unwilling to accept some ontological implication of a rendering of some thesis they have affirmed into the quantier variable idiom must nd some other way of rendering that thesis into the quantier variable idiom that they are willing to accept and which does not have the unwanted implication. If these rules are not followed, then so say those of us who are adherents of Quine's meta-ontology, it is almost certain that many untoward consequences of the disputed positions will be obscured by imprecision and wishful thinking. 17. Must existence questions have answers? 1. Stephen Yablo. Are you lost, Daddy? I asked tenderly. Shut up, he explained. Ring Lardner, the young immigrant's superscript 2. 1. Introduction. I suppose, to go by the analogy with ethics, that RST order or normative ontologists debate what really exists, while second order or meta-ontologists ponder those RST order debates. This paper concerns itself with two meta-ontological questions, one theoretical and one practical. The practical question, for a given type of entity X's, futility, are debates about the existence of X as futilely and pointless as they can sometimes seem. The theoretical question is vacuity. Is anything genuinely at issue in debates about the existence of XS? Is there a fact of the matter to be right or wrong about? Futility and vacuity are related in that one reason for a debate to be futile and pointless is that there is nothing at issue in that debate, and there being nothing at issue in a debate would tend to vindicate the feeling that the debate is futile and pointless. But they are also to some degree independent, since a non-vacuous debate can still be futile and pointless, due, say, to a lack of evidence either way, or the fact that some views are so comprehensively misguided that any criticism could be rejected as question-begging. On the practical question, philosophers divide into two rough camps. One camp wants the debate about XS to continue, because they think it productive and take an interest in how it comes out. I will call this the RST order ontologists camp. Superscript 3. Reasons for interest in the debate may differ. Some ontologists are genuinely uncertain whether XS exist and are hoping for enlightenment on the matter. More common, though, are ontologists who know how the debate comes out. Those who expect a positive verdict will be called Platonists and those expecting a negative verdict will be nominalists. That's the RST camp. Then, the ontologists, of whom some are Platonists and others are nominalists. A second camp takes a more quizzical perspective. Quizzicalists, as I'll call them, find it hard to take ontological debate seriously and hold out little hope for a successful resolution. Their advice to the engaged ontologist is to disengage and do something useful to do. Of course, quizzicalists will try to wrap that advice in hopefully edifying commentary about the ontologist's predicament. They will point out features of the dialectical situation that the ontologist may be overlooking. The advice is still in effect to shut up. But the quizzicalist's line is not, "Shut up," he demanded, but, like the daddy in the Lardner dialogue, "Shut up," he explained. Two goals and desiderata. This paper features four main characters, the ontologist O, two particularly opinionated types of ontologist, the Platonist P and the nominalist N, and the quizzicalist QQ is the relatively neglected party here, so we will let him speak. RST. Q. I adore the RST order ontologist, it's a stage I've been through myself. But his wide-eyed innocence about existence is beginning to wear me down. Perhaps it's because beneath the questions I sense an undercurrent of reproach. Ignore me if you like, he seems to be saying, but then we'll just keep driving in circles like the daddy in the dialogue. I resent the reproach and see no need to pull over and ask for directions. Oh, if it's the daddy you're identifying with, then let's not forget that the daddy is lost. He really should ask for directions, he just won't admit it. Could it be that you, Q, are similarly in denial? If some objects exist and others don't, that would seem to be a fact of supreme metaphysical importance. What possible defense could there be for ignoring it? Q, this takes us from futility, the practical question, to vacuity, the theoretical one. The best defense against the charge of ignoring a fact is to deny that there is a fact to ignore. Debates about the existence of numbers are just empty, there is nothing at issue in them. Oh, how am I supposed to even make sense of that claim? I can make sense of there being no fact of the matter as to whether someone is short, because there's a story to be told about how this situation arises. Short is a vague predicate, vague predicates have a borderline cases, and cruise is a borderline case. Of course there are various theories of what borderline casehood amounts to. Maybe short doesn't pick out any denied property, some candidates for the role of shortness cruise has, others he lacks. Maybe it picks out different denied properties at different times or in different settings, he has some of these properties but not others. Maybe the word picks out the same denied property all the time, but it's a property that itself has borderline cases. These theories are different, but they all allow us to point to Cruise's borderline casehood as the reason there is no fact of the matter as to whether he is short. Oh, suppose we now ask how there can fail to be a fact of the matter about, say, the existence of the empty set. To go by our discussion above, the explanation should be this: exists is a vague predicate and O is a borderline case. But it is harder to make sense of a borderline case of existence than of shortness. It helped us understand Cruise's borderline status to read that he was taller than definitely short people and shorter than people who were definitely non-short. Are we to suppose that O exists less than clearly existing items but more than clearly non-existent items? That is not an easy thing to suppose. On the one hand, there are no clearly non-existent items. To say that there is an item of a certain sort is to say that an item of that sort exists, and no non-existent items exist. And on the other hand, if O is available for this sort of comparison at all, then it just simply exists, no maybe about it. You are welcome to look for another model, but I submit that it is incomprehensible how O or anything else could be without a determinate ontological status. One can't make sense of the notion that an existence question should be objectively unanswerable not just in the sense that we can't know the answer, but in the sense that there is no answer to know. Q. The challenge is to explain why ontological mootness is not irremediably incoherent. I suppose I will have to do as you suggest and look for another model, an alternative to the borderline case model. Of course, it is one thing to show how ontological mootness could work in principle, another to show how it works in actual fact. I take you to be charging me with the former task. A model will eventually be suggested, but I will not be arguing that it is correct, only that it gives a way of making sense of the ontological mootness hypothesis. It is meant to illustrate the kind of work that needs to be done if we are ever to graduate from the wide-eyed wonderment stage of our ontological development. Oh, that is a modest goal indeed. It won't bother you if the model is completely far-fetched? I said I won't be arguing that the model is correct. But it shouldn't be obviously incorrect either. There are two opposite dangers to be avoided: casting our net too wide, and not casting it widely enough. The model should not pull the rug out from under all existence questions, because many such questions would seem to make perfect sense. Desideratum 1, where there is plausibly a fact of the matter about the existence of entities of type Z, the model should leave that fact in place. Insofar as the answer to "Does the planet Vulcan exist?" is plausibly no, and the answer to "Does the planet Earth exist?" is plausibly yes, we should take care that our model does not apply to planets, nor to other common-sense macro-objects. Neither though should the model clearly not apply to existence questions of a type apt to arouse quizicalist suspicions. Desideratum 2, if there is a type of entity Y whose ontological status is apt to seem moot, there should be the potential at least for bringing the model to bear on Ys. Insofar as the ontological status of sets, say, or possible worlds, or random mereological sums, is apt to appear moot, our model should have the potential to vindicate that appearance. Putting these goals together, we want to show how there could fail to be a fact of the matter about whether X exists, where the explanation doesn't generalize to questions about Zs, and might or might not generalize to questions about Ys. 3. Ontology recapitulates philology. Oh. Let's remind ourselves how the debate goes that you are alleging is empty. I have a sense your doubts wreaked an overambitious idea of what it means for a thing to exist. Listen for a bit to my friend the Platonist. Must existence questions have answers? 511. p. Ontology has been evolving. We Platonists, at least, are not as naive as you think. Time was when ontological issues, about the existence of, say, numbers were considered prior to linguistic issues, about the semantics of terms purporting to refer to numbers. This led to ridiculous skeptical worries about numbers' existence that no amount of referential seeming behavior on the term's part could fully allay. Those days Aragon. We have an us for the possibility of some sort of independent, language unblinkered inspection of the contents of the world, of which the outcome might be to reveal that there was indeed nothing there capable of serving as the reference of numerical singular terms. Contributing in a systematic, distinctive way to the truth values of its containing sentences is all there is to a term's referring. Numerical and set theoretic terms do this, so they refer, so numbers and sets exist. End of story. And I couldn't help overhearing. The terms contribute, so they refer, so the objects exist. End of story. That will come as news to Scotland Yard. The view there is that Sherlock Holmes doesn't in fact exist, the truth value affecting powers of his name notwithstanding. Astronomers will be interested to learn that there is a 10th planet, due to the distinctive effects of Vulcan in contexts like, is supposed to be closer to the Sun than Mercury. I grant that we experience statements about Holmes and about Vulcan as true/false. But there might be various reasons for this. If indeed the terms are non-referring, then the statements are true only in a certain story or pretense or myth, not in real life. If you insist they are true in real life, then I reply that Holmes and Vulcan must exist after all, not of course with the properties they are represented as having in story, but as special sorts of abstract artifact, tional character. Failed posit. The point is that you are really walking any line here. What you would need to make the objection work is a term that, 1. has nothing make-believey about it, 2. does not refer in anyone's book, and 3. nevertheless makes a distinctive semantic contribution. And well, I seem to remember that there is one expression whose philosophical raison d'être has been to serve as an example of a serious term with no real-world correlate. I mean, of course, the King of France P. You're joking, right? The KOF makes a distinctive semantic contribution? Not according to Russell or Strawson, it doesn't. The one maintains that sentences containing an empty description are one and all false superscript 1. The other thinks the question of truth or falsity does not even arise for such a sentence. They agree that this is to construe term broadly, as bets the Phrygian Platonist context of the discussion. Superscript 1. Strictly speaking, this applies only to empty descriptions in primary position. I will treat the restriction as tacit. 512 Stephen Yablo. Substituting one empty description for another leaves truth status unchanged, as does changing the predicative context in which the description occurs. They agree that the truth status of an empty description sentence is exceeded by the fact that it contains an empty description. And yes, well, they may agree, but are they right? Strawson came to have doubts about this, because of examples like the following. Suppose that I am trying to sell something and say to a prospective purchaser, the lodger next door has offered me twice that sum, when there is no lodger next door and I know this. It would seem perfectly correct for the prospective purchaser to reply that's false, and to give as his reason that there was no lodger next door. And it would indeed be a lame defense for me to say, well, it's not actually false, because, you see, since there's no such person, the question of truth and falsity doesn't arise. To the extent that the lodger next door has offered me twice that sum strikes us as false, empty description sentences are not all alike. Come on. That's false is just a way of calling the landlord deceitful. Give me an example without the moralistic distractions. Give me an example with the King of France N. I will try. Strawson is right that we are reluctant to take a stand on the KOF is bald. But we feel no such hesitation with the KOF is sitting in that chair. Is, at the very least, a great deal less satisfactory than. We are also not much put off by the KOF has never worn these pajamas. Is a great deal more satisfactory than the KOF is bald. I would go so far as to say that strikes us immediately as something very like false and strikes us as something very like true. Perhaps we don't want to insist that differ in truth value properly so called, Strawson certainly didn't. Still, we need to mark these differences somehow, so let us say that counts as false, counts as true. That's interesting as a parlor trick. But it doesn't change my view about numerical terms. I think I will just concede to you that a term like the King of France can in limited ways affect a sentence's felt truth value. This doesn't bother me since any Indians here is quirky and unsystematic, as we can see from the fact that although normally strikes us as unevaluable, as a response to what bald notables are there, it seems false. The KOF may be slightly semantically Indiantial, but its Indians falls far short of what we get from numerical terms like the number of planets. Must existence questions have answers? 513. For counting as false. N. How quirky and unsystematic the contribution is remains to be seen. It is just not obvious at this point what is involved in a sentence's counting as false, or true, or neither. I say we try to gore it out. There are two ways to conceive the task, depending on whether we think that A is B is undeclared in the absence of an A, or false. It will be simpler to take a Strawsonian line. The question then becomes, why would a sentence that is undeclared due to presupposition failure nevertheless strike us as false? An answer suggests itself almost immediately. Might entail another sentence psi whose presuppositions are satisfied, allowing it to be genuinely true or false, and this other sentence psi might be genuinely false. Small wonder if a sentence entailing a falsehood strikes us as false itself. The KOF is sitting in this chair counts as false because it entails that someone is sitting in the chair, when we can see that the chair is empty. Hold on. If the KOF is sitting in this chair counts as false by virtue of entailing that the chair is occupied, shouldn't the KOF is bald also count as false, by virtue of entailing that France has a king? But the KOF is bald does not entail that France has a king, when entailment is properly understood. It can't be regular old implication for just the reason you give. Every KOF sentence would count as false by virtue of having a false presupposition. That was not the idea. To entail a falsehood, must imply a false psi whose falsity does not merely wreak the fact that S presupposition pi is false. Counts as false just when there is a falsehood among its pi-free implications. The KOF is bald does imply that France has a king, but that France has a king is not pi-free, it is not free of the presupposition that France has a unique king. P.free in what sense, exactly? And psi is pi-free if it is false for reasons independent of pi for reasons that could still have obtained even had pi been true. If by a falsity maker for psi we mean a truth maker for its negation, psi is pi-free if its falsity makers are always compatible with pi. Superscript 1 superscript 1. Superscript 1 superscript 1 What is it for something to be the reason why is true in a world? Truth makers for our purposes can be true propositions, so in one sense of the word, facts implying the proposition that, and thus guaranteeing that is true. But which implying fact is to play the role of its truth maker? I take the word maker here to indicate that we are interested in a fact that in some sense brings it about that S is true. And so I look for inspiration to another kind of bringing about, viz. causation. There are two desiderata that have to be traded off against one another when we try to pick an event's cause out from among the various antecedents that are in the circumstances sufficient for it. One is proportionality. The cause shouldn't contain too many extra details in whose absence you'd still have an event sufficient for the effect. Getting hit by a bus is a better candidate for cause of death than getting hit by a red bus. Proportionality cannot be pursued at all costs though, or we will wind up with disjunctive causes whose disjunct correspond to all possible ways for the effect to come about, getting hit by a bus or a car or a plane or having a piano or safe fall on your head or etc. The other desideratum, then, is naturalness, given a choice. 514 Stephen Yablo. P. Examples, please preferably not involving the King of France this time. N. Right. Remember, the claim is that counts as false if it has false implications, where the falsity is for pi-compatible reasons. Consider both of Bush's wives are Jewish. This presupposes that Bush has two wives, but that can't be the reason it strikes us as false. It strikes us as false because it implies, for example, that all of Bush's wives are Jewish, and this is false for a pi-compatible reason, viz. that Laura is a Bush wife and Laura is not Jewish. The implication is pi-free because for Laura to be a non-Jewish Bush wife is fully compatible with Bush having another wife off to the side, making pi true. Both of Bush's wives are Jewish counts as false by virtue of pi-free implying that among Bush's wives 1 and ds only Jews. Superscript 1 superscript 2. 5 counting as true. P. Okay, but more interesting is the case where a sentence whose presuppositions fail nevertheless strikes us as true. Let me guess, counts as true if its negation counts as false. And not quite. The problem is that nothing so far rules out a sentence and its negation both counting as false, and if any such cases occur, the proposed account will lead us to count true and false at the same time. Such cases do seem to occur. The author of Principia Mathematica was bald counts as false by virtue of implying the pi-free falsehood. All PM authors were bald. Straussanian negation. The author of Principia Mathematica was non-bald counts as false for a similar reason. It pi-free implies that all PM authors were non-bald, which is refuted by Alfred North Whitehead's head. Ifs counting as false conferred on the property of counting as true, then would count as true and as false at the same time. Clearly, though, that is not how strikes us. This suggests that for to count as true it is required that counts as false while itself does not count as false. Counts as true if its negation implies pi-free falsehoods, while S pi-free implications are one and all true. P. And counts as gappy IFF, it counts neither as true nor as false. And that's right. Take equals the KOF is bald doesn't count as false because although it has false implications, example some French king is bald, they are not pi-free, they are false for reasons that require pi to dobe false. Its pi-free implications, for instance, all French kings are bald, are all true. The argument that its negation doesn't count as false is similar. S implication that some French king fails to be bald is false, but not pi-free, while its implication that all French kings fail to be bald is pi-free but not false. That does not count as false means that already seen not to count as false does not count as true either. So it counts as gappy. N counts as gappy IFF, its pi-free implications are all true and the same holds of its negation. This makes good intuitive sense, a sentence so tainted by its association with pi that there is nothing left for it and its negation to disagree about when pi is stripped away is not making an evaluable claim. When makes no claim as a result of pi's failure, we say its presupposition fails catastrophically. This is the case where, as Strawson puts it, the whole assertive enterprise is wrecked by pi's falsity. It is the other, non-catastrophic, sort of presupposition failure that I am concerned to emphasize today. 6 Nominalistic ramifications. P. Emphasize away. I am still not clear what the bearing of non-catastrophic presupposition failure is supposed to be on the issues that divide us. And haven't we already discussed this? You said you believed in numbers because of the truth-value affecting powers of numerical terms. I said that the power of affecting 516 Stephen Yablo. Truth value is not reserved to referring terms, witness Holmes and Vulcan. You said that to the extent these terms affect truth value, they refer, to the extent that they do not refer, they affect only truth value in the story. You demanded an example of a semantically inuential term with nothing make-believey about it, and which clearly fails to refer. I gave you one, the King of France, and the look on your face tells me that you are still confused. Let me spell it out for you. If the untruth of a concrete existence presupposition is compatible with the sentences properly striking us as true or false, why not also the untruth of an abstract existence presupposition? I suggest that, the number of planets is odd strikes us as true for the same sort of reason as the King of France sits in this chair strikes Yosef's point superscript 1 superscript 3p. You seem to have forgotten the ground rules. I asked for an example of a non-referring term that enunciates truth value. Sentences containing the King of France may count as true or false, but that is not the same as being true or false. And it is almost the same, though. Here is why. Our notion of pi-free implication bears affinities to a distinction that linguists make between what is presupposed in an utterance and what is asserted or alleged or at issue. If I say that both of my children play soccer, this presupposes that I have 2 children, and asserts that my children, whatever their number, play soccer. Let me now propose a bridge principle. S assertive content is the sum total of its pi-free implications. Equivalently, psi is part of S asserted content. IFF psi is a pi-free implication of superscript 1. The reason having a false pi-free implication makes count as false is that something false is asserted. Recall that makes a claim IFF at least one of, counts as false. Let's now add that the claim makes when this condition is met is its assertive content. Then the above explanations of counting as true boils down to this: counts as true IFF makes a true claim. Counts as gappy IFF it makes no claim. Now let me reply to your charge that counting as true is one thing, being true is another. The charge is correct, but it ignores that S counting as true goes with the genuine truth of the claim makes. That a sentence counting as true is not the same as its being true doesn't matter, for it is the same as the truth of the expressed claim. Empty terms affect the genuine truth value of what is claimed, and that is enough. N. Where does this leave us? Sentences like and show that existential presupposition failure is no bar to a sentence's striking us as true or false, indeed to its properly striking us as true or false. since it seems only proper to evaluate a sentence on the basis of what it asserts, as against what it assumes as background. But then the failure of the existential presupposition in the number of planets is odd is no bar 2's properly striking us as true indeed to its being true in the sense that what it asserts is true. To repeat my suggestion above, NOP sentences are true in the same way as and to the same extent that COF sentences like and are true. P. So you say, but you have to admit that the cases look disanalogous. I grant you that positive empty description sentences like the KOF is sitting in this chair are apt to strike us as false. I grant you that negative empty description sentences like the KOF will never wear these pajamas are apt to strike us as true. I will even grant you that positive overfull description sentences like the author of Principia Mathematica was good at math are apt to strike us as true. But we have not seen any examples of positive empty description sentences the number of planets is odd, that strike us as true superscript 1, and that is what we will need if we are to use the King of France as a model for the number of planets. For it hardly needs saying that positive sentences about the number of planets quite often strike us as true. P. Before I'll accept that positive number presupposing sentences like can count as true in the absence of numbers, you will have to give me an example of a positive French king presupposing sentence that counts as true in the absence of French kings. On the face of it, there do not seem to be any. The KOF is bald counts as gappy, the KOF is sitting in this chair counts as false, but where are the positive predicates such that the KOF is P counts as true? And I think you are misunderstanding my argument, or maybe I misrepresented it. You seem to think I am offering an argument by analogy. Numerical terms make the same sort of contribution as the King of France, the latter doesn't refer, so the former don't refer either. But that is not the argument at all. The King of France was brought in not as a model for the number of planets, but to motivate a certain theory of non-catastrophic presupposition failure, the theory stated above. The argument that still counts as true in the absence of numbers is not that that's what you'd expect based on the analogy with and, it's that the theory assigns there is exactly one planet, or there are exactly 3 planets, or there are exactly VE planets, or etc. To as its assertive content, superscript 1 and since clearly depends for its truth just on how many planets there are, whether counts as true depends just on how many planets there are. 7 Platonistic ramifications. P. Say you're right, that still counts for us as true whether numbers exist or not. That doesn't show numbers do not exist. The most it shows is that's counting as true leaves it open whether numbers exist. P. The question we should be asking is there anything special about the way numerical terms Inyans felt truth value to suggest either that they do refer, or that they don't? It seems to me that the abundance of positive truths like superscript 1 now becomes relevant again. If a concrete term's emptiness manifests in a shortage of positive truths, why wouldn't an abstract term's emptiness manifest itself the same way? Numerical terms go in plenty of positive truths, however. Related to this, a concrete term's emptiness manifests itself in an abundance of truth value gaps. Strawson's theory would never have got off the ground if COF sentences did not frequently strike us as unevaluable. NOP sentences hardly ever strike us this way. Numerical terms exert a much stronger semantic inyance than the empty terms we know best, empty concrete terms. Come to think of it, they are about as semantically inyential as referring concrete terms. These observations about pattern of inyance suggest that numerical terms refer. And I grant you that empty concrete terms go in few intuitive truths, and many intuitive gaps. The contrast with numerical terms could not be more striking. But there are 2 possible explanations of this contrast. One is that numerical terms are not empty, another is that the emptiness of a numerical term is much less of a drain on its semantic inyance than the emptiness of a concrete term. The second explanation seems more plausible. A King of France, if there was one, would be an original source of information of the type that would make COF sentences true. Our presumptions about what a French king would have to be like are far too weak to take up the slack in his absence. Numbers, if they existed, would not be an original source of information of the type that would make numerical sentences true. Our presumptions about how numbers, if they existed, would relate to other things are in this case enough to up the slack. Indeed, that would seem to be what distinguishes concrete terms from abstract. It holds of concrete terms but not abstract that whether the term refers makes a large difference to which of its containing sentences count as true and false. I might even concede to you that numerical terms' effect on the distribution of truth values doesn't require them to refer. But you haven't convinced me that they don't refer anyway, non-obligatorily as it were. It may not be the only way to make sense of their semantic impact, but it's certainly the most natural. And I concede to you that numerical terms' effect on the distribution of truth values doesn't pattern with that of empty concrete terms. Still, you haven't convinced me that this is evidence of non-emptiness as opposed to abstractness. The semantic powers of an abstract term are exhausted by what the referent is supposed to be like, and that remains in place whether the referent is there or not. 8 Quizicalistic ramifications. These concessions suggestive. Let me restate them in different terms. A mechanism is fail-safe, according to my dictionary, if the surrounding system is capable of compensating automatically and safely for its failure. Existential presupposition is a mechanism in the larger machinery of assertion and fact stating a mechanism that is liable to fail. The failure of concrete existential presuppositions is often catastrophic. If I describe the F as G, and there turn out not to be any Fs, then the assertive enterprise is often, as Strawson says, wrecked. The failure of abstract existential presuppositions is generally non-catastrophic, however still makes a claim about how many planets there are even if there are not any numbers, a claim that is part and perhaps all of the one that would have been made had there been numbers superscript 1 abstract. Presuppositions are to that extent a fail-safe mechanism. Within the larger machinery of assertion, it is not that the mechanism can't fail, but that the failures don't matter, as the machinery of assertion compensates automatically and safely when they occur. Now, suppose the Platonist is right that whether a term refers is entirely a function of the term's sentence-level semantic effects, its effects on what is claimed and on whether the sentence counts as true, false, or gappy superscript 1, and suppose the presupposition that it does refer is fail-safe, the term's sentence-level semantic effects are the same whether it refers or not. If the one factor that is available to determine whether numerical terms refer takes the same value whether they refer or not, then that factor is powerless to settle whether numerical terms refer. By hypothesis, though, semantic invariance is the only determining factor. If it fails to settle whether numerical terms refer, then nothing settles it, and the matter is objectively unsettled. Oh, you keep on talking about numerical terms. But the issue between us isn't a metalinguistic one, it concerns the numbers themselves. Let it be that there is no fact of the matter as to whether numerical terms refer. There could still be a fact of the matter as to the existence of numbers. Could there really? In practice, the issues are very hard to tell apart. Ask yourself what it would be like to think that although 2 determinately existed, it was indeterminate whether 2 referred. One would have to think that 2 did not determinately refer to 2. This idea of 2 determinately existing but eluding semantic capture by 2 is hard to make sense of. Again, what would it be like to think that although 2 determinately failed to exist, it was indeterminate whether 2 referred? One would have to think that there was something other than 2 such that 2 did not determinately fail to refer to this other thing. The issue of whether numbers exist is hardly to be distinguished from the issue of whether numerical terms refer. If the one is objectively unsettled, as we have said, then the other is objectively unsettled too. This is how there can fail to be a fact of the matter about numbers' existence. Oh, you said that you were going to offer a model. So far, all I am seeing is an example. Suppose that our interest in XS stems mainly from the role X expressions play in sentences of a certain type, X sentences, let's call them superscript 2. Suppose that X are presupposed by X sentences and that the presupposition is fail-safe in the following sense: if is an X sentence, then S assertive content is the same, and has the same truth value, whether XS exist or not. then there is nothing to determine whether the X expressions in X sentences refer, and to that extent, nothing to determine whether X exist. Oh, that tells me when ontological mootness arises, but not how it is possible in the RST place. How does your model address the mystery I was complaining about it in the RST section? Q. Well, how does the vagueness of short remove the mystery of there being no fact of the matter as to whether Tom Cruise is short? I take it the explanation goes something like this. Vagueness is semantic underspecification. Gather together all the factors that are supposed to determine the extension of short, you will nd that they constrain the extension but do not succeed in determining it completely. The extension of short is to that extent unsettled, and for the extension to be unsettled is no different from its being unsettled who is short. Q. The explanation of how it can be unsettled whether there are X is broadly similar, especially in the use it makes of semantic underspecification. The factors that are supposed to determine which expressions refer do not always succeed in doing this. They constrain which expressions refer but they not determine it completely. They do not determine whether expressions refer which have the same sentence-level effects regardless. Since there is by hypothesis nothing else to determine whether these expressions refer, there is no fact of the matter either way. For there to be no fact of the matter whether X expressions refer is the same as there being no fact of the matter whether X exist. Oh, there is still the mystery of why a language should contain expressions whose referential status it is content to leave undetermined. Q. Let me try a just so story out on you. I start from the fact that presuppositions are not on the whole advanced as true. It makes sense, then, that the mechanisms driving semantic evaluation would try their best to bleach presuppositional content out and focus on pi-free implications, or what I have called assertive content. Assertive contents should ideally evaluate the same whether pi is true or not. Most terms, however, and certainly most concrete terms, will not submit to this treatment. As we saw with the King of France, they by and large enable the expression of interesting claims only if they refer. But, terms could evolve that play into the presupposition discounting mechanism, engendering the same claims, with the same truth values, regardless. I suggest that numerical terms, and abstract terms more generally, are like this. They evolved to enunciate what is said by virtue of non-referential properties only by virtue of the kind of thing they are supposed to pick out. Ontological mootness is a natural if unintended byproduct. Oh, it sounds like you are saying that it is when X's are or would be abstract that there is no fact of the matter about their existence. 522 Stephen Yablo. Q. Not really, there is no fact of the matter about the existence of X's when the presupposition that they exist is fail-safe in the sense discussed. I agree, though, that it is generally with abstract objects, numbers, sets, truth values, shapes, sizes, amounts, and so on that this happens. Oh, that is excellent news. It means that as long as I restrict my attention to concrete objects, you will have no ground for complaint. That should still leave me with plenty to do. I can worry myself about Lewisian possible worlds, the equator, the 20th century, and the mereological sum of my one pair of dress pants with its matching jacket. Q. I might still complain. Take the mereological sum of my pants and jacket is at the cleaners. Stripped of the presupposition that my pants and jacket have a mereological sum, this says that my pants and jacket are at the cleaners. Point superscript 2 superscript 1 The assertive content is the same whether the mereological sum exists or not, and its truth value is the same, too. If this pattern continues, then the existential presupposition is fail-safe, and there is no fact of the matter as to whether my pants and jacket have a mereological sum. Oh, you said earlier that your model aspires to pull the rug out from under some ontological questions, but not all. It's beginning to sound like you want it to pull the rug out from under philosophical existence questions, but not ordinary ones about common sense objects like, I suppose, pants. Q. Go on. Oh, well, it seems to me the model applies just as well to pants as to sums of pants and jackets. Take I have a pair of pants at the cleaners, or to avoid the complexities of ownership, there is a pair of pants at the cleaners. Stripped of the presupposition that the microparticles in pants have a mereological sum, this says that pantishly arranged microparticles are at the cleaners. The assertive content is the same whether the pants exist as a further entity or not, and its truth value is the same too. Apparently there is no fact of the matter as to whether pants exist either. Q. You say there is a pair of pants at the cleaners has pantishly arranged microparticles are at the cleaners as its assertive content. That is just not so on my view. Remember, S assertive content is made up of its pi-free implications. Implications are statements whose truth follows analytically from the truth of their impliers. The microparticle statement occurs in the assertive content of the pants statement only if it is analytically implied by the pants statement. But the pants statement does not analytically imply there are such things as microparticles, let alone that there are pantishly arranged microparticles at the cleaners. I deny, then, that there is a pair of pants at the cleaners has an assertive content that concerns just microparticles. There being no fact of the matter about mereological sums does not preclude a fact of the matter about regular macro-objects. Oh, I concede that the pants statement does not imply anything about microparticles. But it does have some sub-pant implications. It implies, for instance, that there are pant legs at the cleaners. Point superscript 2 perhaps there are pants at the cleaners has an assertive content to do with pant legs. Won't that assertive content be the same, and retain the same truth value, whether pants exist or not? Q. Here I have to remind you of a distinction that I have been neglecting of late. S assertive content is the sum alpha of its pi-free implications. Alpha does not count as the claim makes, though, unless it connects with alpha, at least one is false. The problem with equals the King of France is bald is not that it lacks an assertive content, it's that no claim is made since alpha and alpha are both true. For pi to be fail-safe, it's not enough that X statements have the same assertive contents, with the same truth values, whether pi holds or not, they have to make the same claims, with the same truth values. Oh, how does that bear on the issue of pants? Q let equals there are pants at the cleaners alpha is the sum total of what there are pants at the cleaners implies about how matters stand. Pants aside alpha counts as a claim makes only if it connects with alpha equals the sum total of what there are not pants at the cleaners implies about how matters stand. Pants aside makes a pants free claim, in other words, only if there are pants at the cleaners and there are not pants at the cleaners have connecting analytic implications for what goes on at lower levels of reality. What would they be? I am willing to grant that there are pants at the cleaners analytically implies that there are pant legs at the cleaners. But this doesn't get us a pi-free claim unless there are not pants at the cleaners analytically implies that there are not pant legs at the cleaners. And there is clearly no such implication. One way for there to be no pants at the cleaners is for there to be no pant legs there. Another way is for the pant legs there to be unmatched and unattached. Q. You are of course welcome to argue that there is more to alpha and alpha than I have acknowledged, and that and really do have connecting analytic implications for the sub-pants order of things. That indeed seems like a good thing to try to argue. Myself, I doubt connecting pants-free implications can be found. But I've been wrong before. Oh, I have a better idea now where the debate is going. Let's talk more tomorrow. Until then, explain one last time how we tell on your view when an existence question is moot. I know the formula, are there XS, is moot IFF the presupposition of X is fail-safe. But tell me again how the formula is to be understood. Q. Are there XS, is moot IFF hypotheses that presuppose XS superscript 2 superscript 3 are systematically equivalent to hypotheses alpha about how matters stand X say side superscript 2 Q, you get the stated equivalence with sets, numbers, sizes, shapes, amounts, chances, possible worlds, and mereological sums. The model predicts, then, that it should strike us as moot whether sets, numbers, sizes, etc. really exist or at least as mooter whether they exist than whether regular things like dogs and motor cars exist. Regular things are distinguished by the fact that statements about them are not systematically equivalent, modulo the assumption of their existence, to statements about anything else.